easy things to produce the PhD students. Because of ma'am's the coming way, it is a very big way. It's not for small way. She suddenly she is completed she MSc in PhD in the neurology. Also, she having almost 32 years research experience in the field of fishery development, habitat heritage, assessment of fish diversity and fishes, and conservation biology. That is a very important aspect. When you are talking about biodiversity, when you are doing research on biodiversity, the conservation aspect is the very, very important role in the present scenario of our country. So in this term, has ma'am done the many work regarding the research aspect, especially for the wetland ecology. The wetland ecology is not easy topic. Also, it's water quality, aquaculture, and fisheries. That is the main base for our human being. Present situation, we are facing the big issues because of the water problem. But really, I feel very happy to introduce about ma'am. She done the core subject of biodiversity, especially for aquatic biodiversity, water quality, aquaculture, fishes and fisheries kind of things. Also, ma'am also produced. There are many PhD scholars, especially for 24 years in the PG classes. She produced 12 students of PhD degree. Also, there are all are in the top position. All students, it is not for normal way. They're going for upside. They're getting for the Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund 2016 category. The international scholarship also, ma'am student got it. Also, supervisor of MPhil. More than 40 MPhil student ma'am produced. Actually, it is a very good asset for the education level. Also, ma'am MSc dissertation work, she done almost 250 students. There are 250 students also having for different kind of what do you call it's a subject. So I hope, I don't know if here the power is shut down. When is going to shut down, I don't know. So anyway, I will go for a little faster. So if any breakdown or something, please continue. So totally here down the power everything. So also, ma'am delivered that program in the TV medias, popular medias, international conference, national conference. There are many workshops. She produced many subjects, and nominated by State Biodiversity Board, the subject expert in the technical screening committee of People Biodiversity Register. That is a very, very important management plan, and People Biodiversity is a very important aspect. And ma'am, almost 2022, 2025, the Madhya Pradesh government, almost she's involving with the Forest Department and working for People Biodiversity Register. Also member of a core group of integrated lake basin management of SAARC countries, and a panelist for Green Scale Development Program by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Also participated more than 20 national and international seminar and conference. Also, ma'am presented almost 28 in various national and international conference too, and delivered invited talk in the Bhutan and Nepal, Kochi and Assam, and also many international prizes also. And ma'am awarded Vigyan Bhushan Award by NCSTC Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi 2018 for outstanding leadership and contribution for the popularization of science and community and learner of science and school of Madhya Pradesh State. And State Biodiversity Award, outstanding contribution in the field of marine conservation, State Fish of Madhya Pradesh 2018, and Bhumi Saman confirmed for the International Women Day for the outstanding contribution in the field of biodiversity conservation. So also the certificate of appreciation from Government of Madhya Pradesh, Government of Forest and the Conservation of Majir in Forest Zone of Madhya Pradesh. Also, there are received many awards. The major contribution SAG University of Bhopal 2021. Research and ongoing almost 11 project and funded by ICAR, DST, State Biodiversity Board. Research paper, ma'am already produced national, international, more than 50 various reported national and international journals in wetland ecology, aquatic biodiversity, aquaculture. Ma'am also booked, there are many books, almost more than 15 to 20 books have been published in the national and international. Really, I feel very happy and a great pleasure to introduce about ma'am, because so ma'am done this big work and produced more than almost 250 to 500 students in India. That is for asset in the wetland ecology and conservation of biodiversity. Really, we are all eagerly waiting, ma'am, for your talk. So this is stage 2 yours. So we are eagerly waiting for your talk. Thank you so much for once again this golden opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhupeshji. A very good morning to all and everyone present here. I'm Dr. Shiparna Saxena, and I must thank Skand Mishra ji, Professor Mishra ji, and his institution and all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk about Mahashir, which is our state fish and its conservation status, what we are doing, how Forest Department is helping me. And I'm just giving a brief introduction of what we are doing because in one conference I cannot justify with the work Forest Department and we are doing. So thank you once again, and with the permission of the chair and co-chair, I think I can start the talk if Bhupeshji permits me and Mishraji permits me. Okay, I'm trying to share the slides.
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Is it visible to all, my slide?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Can you see the slide? So, in the first slide, you can see that the topic of my talk is, conservation of state fish. Mahashi Tortor is the state fish of Madhya Pradesh, as you all know. And we are doing conservation measures. We are doing many work for the conservation of this tortoise, and my work is mainly concerned with the work we have done with the Forest Department and State Biodiversity Department. And this picture is a live picture. This is a real picture of Mahashi. Now, not a single picture which you will see in my presentation is internet downloaded. It is all real. This is a picture of Mahashi in the hands of a fisherman, and in the background you can see the Indrasagar Reservoir, Indrasagar project. You all know about it. It is the largest reservoir of Asia, and it is in MP, it's in Khandwa region. Now, just a brief introduction about the Mahashir. What is Mahashir? Mahashir is a fish, which is a very important fish. It is a game fish. Earlier, in the year 1940s, Britishers used to come and do sport fishing of Mahashir in Chambal Reservoir. And as far as Mahashir is concerned, it belongs to the genus Tor and also genus Neoleachus. And this is a game fish, and it's a fish for recreation. And as far as IUCN red data list, it is some of these fishes are endangered, some are under very data deficient, some are going to be critical status, and officially we have 47 species of Mahashir. And see, Mahashir is also an indicator of very clean ecosystem. Like when you have tiger in your forest, you say that your forest is very good. You have all the food chain or food web in your ecosystem. Likewise, in aquatic ecosystem, if we have Mahashir, then we can say, yes, the ecosystem is very good. It has a free flowing water. It has a lot of oxygen in it. And it is a healthy ecosystem. And so this fish is also known as tiger of freshwater. And मैं आपसे एक बात शेयर करूंगी कि वन ऑफ द इंटरव्यू इन उमा भारती मैडम हैज सेड दैट कौन बताएगा कि पानी साफ है. इफ यू टेक वाटर टू सम लैब दे विल से दिस इज नॉट गुड, दिस इज नॉट गुड. वो तब पता चलेगा जब महाशीर हमें दिखेंगी, डॉल्फिन्स हमें दिखेंगी, तब हमें समझ में आएगा कि हमारा इकोसिस्टम बहुत अच्छा है और हम बायोडाइवर्सिटी बहुत अच्छी है. सो दिस महाशीर हैज दिस मच ऑफ सिग्निफिकेंस. Now, this is just what Mahashir is. If you come across of this fish, it's a big fish, very big fish. Earlier, it was the size of the human size. मतलब 4 feet, 5 feet की Mahashir मिलती थी, but habitat डिस्टर्बेंस के कारण, डिग्रेडेशन के कारण धीरे धीरे उसकी पॉपुलेशन भी कम हुआ है, साइज भी कम हुआ है. Now when we see that what are the prominent features of Mahashir, how can you say that this is not Rewa, this is not Katla, this is Mahashir? You can see the head is very big. Mahashir, again Mahasher, that is big head, very big head, बहुत बड़ा सर है इसका. Then they have very prominent 2 pair of barbels. The big scales are, they have very good hexagonal scales. You can see these are the hexagonal scales which are different from other fishes. They have a very prominent caudal fin. See the prominence of those who are doing with aquaculture or fisheries, they can see very well, see that how prominent its caudal fin is. And the color of tortoise, which is Narmada Mahashir, it is silver greenish on top and sides and golden or pink in the bottom. Now, these are the 3 valid species of Mahashir in India as per their geography. See, this fish has a very good geographic distribution also, if we talk about endemic species. Otherwise, you can take any Mahashir to any system and introduce it there, but I am against that. So we talk about the habitat conservation and species conservation, which is endemic to the river system. Now in Narmada or in central India, we have this tortoise. You can see tortoise. It is also called as deep-bodied Mahashir. Now in uplands, that is in Himalayas, we have Torpitutura, which is very beautiful and golden in color, and it is known as Torpitutura. Now, Tor Khudri is present in South India, that is in Kaveri Basin and other area. But this is again a pity story. If anybody from Karnataka Forest Department is present in this meeting, they can say it. This is introduced and this has replaced their endemic humpback Mahashir. Now they are working on again restoration of that endemic humpback Mahashir. This is hatchery bred Mahashir and this has introduced in Kaveri River system. Now it has proliferated it there and now this is known as bluefin Mahashir or South Indian Mahashir. Now, when we talk about any species, we also see the associated fishes. Now, these are some of the fishes which are sharing its fry and juveniles are sharing the same grazing grounds. So, so if we find these these fishes, that is Varilius vendelensis, Varilius, Oxygaster, Clupoids, and Spirodora morar, we can say that yes, somewhere their Mahashir will also be present and some form of Mahashir will also be present there. ये उनकी सहेलियां हैं. You can say that these are the सहेलियाs of Mahashir. Now coming to the food composition of Mahashir, it's a very interesting food. They feed on all non-vegetarian diet, means they feed on earthworms, insects, shrimps, and mollusks. As they grow into adult, they become vegetarian, that is aquatic macrophyte. They will feed on aquatic macrophyte, algae, mollusks, and their size of intestine becomes very large. This is again just introduction of Mahashir, which is our Mahashir, which is our state fish of MP, which is the Mahashir of Narmada, which is locally known as Baras in the Narmada region and Karcha in Denva region. It inhabited very pristine water, freshwater water. Now, from this picture, you can see that this Mahashir has got a very interesting mythological story also. It is believed that Matsya is one of the 10th avatars of Hindu god Vishnu, and they say that in this appearance, Vishnu saved world from a great flood. Manu, the first man, caught a little fish that grew into giant fish. And see, this giant fish, when the flood approached, Manu saved himself by tying his boat to the horn of the fish. And it is believed that Mahashir comes from Matsya. You can see the scales. The scales of this fish is very much similar to that of Mahashir. And you know that in Narmada, they have the belief that when koi manokamna puri hoti hai, they tie a nose ring, gold nose ring, and they tie and wo pani mein usko chhod dete, jaise manokamna puri hoti. This is the belief in Narmada belt, and they very, very much consider this Mahashir as a religious fish. Now, in the first day, Mr. Rajneesh Singh, he has also shown the same picture of those who have visited this Maheshwar Ghat. They can recollect that this type of stone engraved is there in Maheshwar Ghat, and from this stone we can say that my screen is visible to all, na? Then we can say that during the Holkar dynasty also, Mata Ahilya Bai Holkar, she also played very importance to this Mahashir, because it is an icon of clean, clear water, and this much of importance she has given, and she has engraved this Mahashir picture in one of her Maheshwar Ghat. Now, coming to the habitat of Mahashir, as I have said, that Mahashir is a fish which is which prefers very clear, clean, flowing water, and it also prefers bedrock and substrate. And during monsoon, it migrates to upstream. It leaves river and migrates to the tributaries for its breeding and feeding purpose. It is a local migratory fish. And in the coming slides, I'll show why and how this fish has declined so much. Now, this is a very alarming situation as far as our Mahashir is concerned. You can see this is a study in 1963-64. Dr. V.R. Desai from Barakpur, he was an FAO expert, and he studied, and at that time 28 to 29% of the total fish population was Mahashir. And within a span of 52 years, this is the statistics of 2015, this has declined to almost 3%. But now, when I go to field and I talk to my fishermen, they say that, Madam, 6 महीने में एक जाल में एक मछली भी नहीं आती है. Now, it has declined to almost 1%. So this is the alarming situation of this important fish. Now, these are some of the threats of Mahashir and MP. You can see that this picture, just see that this picture, this is a picture of a Goi river. You can see this substrate. This net, they make it from local things, and when the fish approaches, when the fish come to upstream, when during breeding season, when the fish come to upstream, they will use spears. वो भाला यूज करके उसको मारते हैं. This way they catch the fish. Now we all know why biodiversity is losing day by day. We are losing our biodiversity because of the pollution. This is a tributary of Narmada, Kannad. See the pollution. Now third is, which we cannot speak openly because of dams. The local migration is here. They are creating hindrances in local migration. This is Omkareshwar Dam. And here these Mahashirs, they get caught up in the breeding season. And see, they are doing netting during the ban season. And they catch the breed. Then killing of the brood fish during breeding season, the movement is very sluggish and they can be killed very easily by spears or bhalas. And this is very common picture. We all know that during religious functions, हम सब चीज नदी में डाल देते हैं, and it creates very unfavorable ecological conditions for spawning and nursery grounds. Another very devastating situation which I have came across during my study period in Narmada, as well as in Denva, as well as in Devas, they are using dynamites. Not only dynamites, they use sutli bomb also. And during this season, I have caught almost 2 tons of nets from Choral and Narmada Sangam. That is, I am talking about the close season where the fishing is banned. Then at that time, I caught almost 2 tons of nuts. You can see, you can now just get the knowledge how these fishes are declining day by day. This is a survey I did in the morning at almost 4 a.m. with my forest guards, and we got hold of these poachers. This is again, you can see the fish market, brooders are here. This is again during the close season, ban season, where we were getting very good number of fishes. When I complained it to fisheries department, they said that it is not in our jurisdiction. It is the local police who should take care of them. When I talked to police officials, they said it is not our jurisdiction, and as a result, it's none of their business. And they all know that poachers are very active, and they do poaching. We cannot do anything. Now coming straight away to the conservation of Mahashir, you can see the pyramid. You can get a view of what I am trying to talk about. When we do Mahashir conservation, we have to look into the three aspects: 3Cs, 3H, and 3Fs. What is 3C? 3C is conservation of habitat, conservation of species, that is in situ and ex situ conservation, and conservation of livelihoods. When we talk about 3H, that is holistic institutions, holistic strategy, holistic action. A holistic action, holistic strategy, and holistic institution, these all fall under the advocacy and bureaucracy, or the policy makers should take care of these things. And this is why I involved Fisheries Department, Forest Department, Biodiversity Department, Ecotourism Department in Mahashir conservation, which is not my study only. This is my mission also, to conserve Mahashir in the water bodies of Narmada. Now, 3Fs are very interrelated: fish, freshwater, and forest. Now, why this slide can very easily say what I want to talk to you all people. See, we all know that we are all very good researchers, we are all very good policy makers, we are all very good decision makers. Every state has their fisheries department, forest department, universities, very good researchers. But what is the problem? We all are working in isolation. Fisheries department, they are dependent. They bother about production. They don't bother about conservation. वो कहते हैं अगर महाशीर नहीं है मैडम तो क्या हुआ, बाकी मछलियां तो है. So this is the pathetic scenario. Second is freshwater. We freshwater managers, we are not concerned with habitat degradation and fragmentation because we cannot do much about it. Dams are necessary for us. We don't make any fish ladders. Till now in India, fish ladders are not successful. So we have created the habitat degradation. हमने नदी को एकदम रुका हुआ एक तालाब बना दिया. We have created dams and the flowing water has now stopped. So fish biodiversity will also change. Now forest people, they are very indifferent and ignorant. They don't know what treasure they have inside their forest, and they will not allow anybody from fisheries or from university to work in the core zone of their forest unless until we involve them. So this is from where the story begins of my project. ये एक कॉन्फ्रेंस था which was then conducted by CCF Khandwa, late Pankaj Srivastava sir, and this is DFO Badwa. These are you can see from the picture, these are all forest officials. I have conducted an intensive field work for 3 days. I took them along with me, and we reached almost Gujarat and MP border, that is Goi River, and we took all the officials because I know that I have to involve these people in this Mahashir conservation. Unless until I do, I cannot get success. And from this survey, I found out that yes, forest still harbors rich biodiversity. All the stages of Mahashir is there in the forested streams. Now I have to work in the forested stream. So I have to involve all forest officers. We have DFOs, We have then CCF. Now he's no more, but he was the he was the mastermind. He was the main inspiration behind the project to start in the forest department. And this is Victor Mr. Mishra. He was very active SDO who worked with me day and night to conserve this species. Now, this is the logic for involving foresters in fish affairs. I took almost 8 years to understand them why they should be involved here, because I told them, see, if you have very good forest, then we'll have very good freshwater. And if I have a very good quality of freshwater, I'll have very good fishes also, and Maharshi will be there. So we have to work in togetherness. We cannot work now in isolation. It's a high time now. And then this is again why I involve them, because they are the sole custodians of marsh habitat in forested zone. They have been in the regulatory role. They are they are on conservation. They know the conservation aspect. They know the importance of conservation, but they were doing only aquatic animals, reptiles, mammals, not fish. And during this finding, we found that breeding grounds in forested zones still hold strong potential. Now, from 3Fs to 3Cs, why their role of foresters, conservation of habitat, how they do the conservation of habitat. They are very good in mapping of habitat because they are into the core zone of forest, and they are trained for mapping of habitat, their area prioritization, arresting habitat degradation. Now, when we come into the conservation of species, they already have JFMCs, BMCs, and I have involved them into conservation breeding also of fish, that is Maharshi. And they do very good job with the livelihood and conservation. They know about it and they are very good in it. Now, during my study, I have developed, rather Pankaj sir, me and some of the forest officials, we have developed a miraculous strategy. See, when we want to conserve species, we cannot only conserve species. It should be very holistic. And every letter of this miracle has its own importance. From this slide, you can see M stands for mapping of habitat. We have to map the habitat. Where is Maharshi still there? Where all the stages of Maharshi is still there? Where we have flowing water? Where we can work? In the core zone of forest or in a buffer zone of forest. Now, if we do not involve people, we cannot conserve this fish, because the river is for the people. Like that day Anil sir was telling, we have to involve people in the biodiversity conservation. And research is also important, otherwise we cannot find out the status, recent status of Maharshi. Advocacy is very important, because what we do, ultimately the bureaucracy of the policy makers will decide what to do and what not to do. Conservation measures and livelihood connection, extension and trading. This is the miracle strategy in which we work, and we have successfully worked in this strategy. Now, coming to the M, that is mapping of the habitat. This is the reservoir basin of the MP, and you can see from the size of the ball how much Maharshi is present in which river basin. Now, this is the Narmada current availability of Maharshi in Narmada basin, which has increased very much. These are some of the habitats where we can find Maharshi, where we have very good water, flowing water. Now, this is a forested harbor of all stages of Maharshi, and this is my project area, that is Barba Forest Division, which is in the Khandwa region. And you can see the boulders, the flowing water, and this is Modri Nala. This is a tributary of Narmada, which meets here at Narmada Sangam. And you can see the streams, the forested streams, which harbors all stages of Mahashir. And this is, you can see from the name, human depth founder. Since I work in the forest area, in the deep forest, where we don't have many instruments to find out the depth of the water, and this is one of the forest guard. He swam up to 6 meters. His height was 6 feet. Up to 6 feet he swam, and at that area I put some mark, and from there we did all our sampling. So I call him as a human depth founder. This is the Lotic segment. Lotic is, you all know, this is a flowing water. It supports Mahashir still now. And this is Maheshwar Ghat. Now coming to the habitat of Mahashir and the structural habitation of Mahashir during investigation. Adults inhabit this area, which is pool area, we can say live litter, and gravels, and all other life forms, eggs, larvae, juvenile, they inhabit this. Actually, this adult, they migrate to the connecting streams or the streams, and after laying eggs, they come back to this zone. And here, these zones are inhabited with all other forms, that is eggs, larvae, juveniles, etc. Now, this is Mahashir migration path. This is my study area also. This is, you can see from Omkareshwar temple to Chidiyabharak. It is almost 26.7 kilometers, and I have studied this full area. Okay, so this is from here, the fish migrates till here. It goes to Chidiyabharak and lay its eggs, and then again come back to Omkareshwar. And these are the area we can find all the larval stages of Mahashir. This is my study. Now, from this picture, it is very clear. You all can see that this is the open Narmada zone. This is not non-forested zone, which has depleted a population of Mahashir, and this is STR, that is Satpura Tiger Reserve. That is a potential Narmada Mahashir. It is a forested zone. It is core forest. It is protected forest, and we have all stages of Mahashir in Satpura Tiger Reserve. Now, since I work with foresters, as I have already told you, this is the core zone of Satpura Tiger Reserve, just in front of the guest house. Here we cannot do our conventional netting. We cannot take any fishermen along with us. The forest people don't allow. So I took this mosquito net, Machardani, and I took these two guards. These are cook of the guest house, and I did experimental netting to see the life stages of Mahashir and we have found all stages of Mahashir, because you can see the water, so clear water is there. You can see the substrates also. This is a very good habitat of Mahashir, and here all stages of Mahashir is present. This is the core zone of Satpura Tiger Reserve. Now, after doing all the mapping, we came into conclusion that these are the area which we have to protect as breeding ground, and this can be done only through Forest Department, only through DFO, only through PCCF Forest, okay, or PCCF Wildlife. And I have suggested them, please protect these areas, don't allow any fishing. Continuous monitor these areas, and then we'll have very good amount of Mahashir in our system. Now, without involving people, as you all know, we cannot do any biodiversity conservation program. So I have also involved my fishermen. I have created BARAS, that is not Biodiversity Management Committee. This is BARAS Mitra Mandal. That is creation of BARAS Mitra Mandal, where we have 4 BARAS Mitra Mandal in different zones of my study area. And in this, we have 12 to 13 fishermen. They help us in my experimental netting. We do this type of survey along with the foresters, right from SDO to the rangers to forest guards in Narmada system, Narmada river, to see the habitat. I take regular interviews, meetings of these foresters, fishermen. See, this is along with the SDO and Ismail Durgasa from Rajasthan. He was fisheries expert. He came to visit us, and we took this PRA activity. We took meeting of these fishermen, and we encouraged them to make this passbook where they regularly registered their fishes, their catch. This is one fisherman. He helped me a lot, Bhura from Barwa, and this is we take this type of meeting day and night in every area of Narmada along with forest officials. I alone cannot go there, so I take forest officials along with me and do the meeting. So this is again meeting with local fishermen community and local people to encourage them to conserve this fish. Don't catch mahashit. Dr. again late Pankaj Shrivastava is here. These are all the forest officials along, and my two research scholars who have done PhD in mahashit conservation only. Now this is a very successful national conference which I have done in Indore, and you can see all top forest officials. And Dr. V.R. Desai, he is also no more now. He was a FAO expert. He was also there in this conference, and all top bureaucrats, all top policymakers attended from the forest department this conference in Indore. And we have from Madam from postal department also. She also attended this meeting. This is an international group, Mahashit Trust, who look upon the Mahashit involved countries of world, and Bhupesh ji must be knowing it. He knows it very well, and Adrian and his colleague, they visited my Barwa repository, his DFO Barwa, Tiwari ji, and they were very happy seeing the fingerlings and fry of the project. Bhalu Munde Saab also visited us. Now coming to the R component of our project, of this presentation, we have successfully completed two projects funded by State Biodiversity Board and Wildlife Wing also. Now we have submitted two more projects, like we have Project Tiger. We have submitted Project Tiger of Freshwater to MOE-CCF, and one project for developing Mahashit Atlas in forested streams. Now coming to the A part of this project, advocacy, without which we cannot do anything, because lot of research has already been done, lot of papers have published, but nothing has done for the conservation of the species. So as far as advocacy, policy and legal framework, these four departments are involved directly or indirectly. MP Forest Department, Fisheries Department, Biodiversity Board and Ecotourism. I have involved these four departments for this conservation. Now we have developed one state level steering committee and for monitoring and supervision of the project. And this is state level committee where we have people from Fisheries Department, Ecotourism Board, MP State Biodiversity Board and Forest Department. Chief Secretary of Government of India is also there. We have CEO of MP Tourism, Ecotourism Board for linking Mahashit sport in ecotourism, and financial assistance given by Wildlife Wing of Forest Department for river patrolling. Now this is Gazette notification. As you all know, in the month of November 2011, this fish has been declared as state fish, and it has clearly mentioned that we have to conserve only our endemic species, that is tortoise, but not tortitutura or not to kudri, and which is not native to this system. Now this is our Honorable CN sir with late Pankaj Shrivastava sir. They have a discussion about this Mahashit conservation project at ISP. And you can see all the top officials of MP state government. Now in Lok Sabha, in the program of Astitwa Lok Sabha, they have invited me for a discussion of Mahashir, conservation of Mahashir, and work of Mahashir in MP, along with Professor Nautiyal, who talked about the TOT. This is Lok Sabha TV. Now,
please conclude. Conclude, madam, please. Thank you.
Okay. This is the conservation aspect which we are doing in our area. We have this habitat, this as our project, this conservation project. We are successfully doing conservation for last 5-6 years. These are some of the pictures of our conservation. And we have also done in situ breeding, and we have produced 10,000 fries. As far as livelihood connection, we have involved all the fishermen community, and they are protecting our patrolling 52-kilometer stretch of river during breeding season to guard illegal poaching. And now they have converted from Bhakshak to Rakshak. This is angling and ecotourism. This we are doing extension and training. We are giving training to more than 1,200 foresters from all the division of Khandwa and all forest divisions. This is the print media, and this is the meetings I conduct and we give to foresters. And this is the training need analysis we have created with the foresters. This is my book. Now coming to the achievement of the project, that Mahashir repository has been created. We have developed protocol for rearing fry and fingerling. Protocol has been developed for in situ and ex situ breeding, induced breeding, and organized national workshop. Then methodology has been devised and site selected for Mahashir ranching, identification, protection, restoration. Successful created fisher Baras Mitra Mandal and capacity building has been given. Now what needs to be done? This state level projects conservation needed, addition of Mahashir course curriculum, forest staff, aggressive outreach program for next 5 years, linking Mahashir with river conservation. Now, in conclusion, rivers in forested zone, the last hope for Mahashir conservation process adopted in MP can be role model for rest of India. I'm happy to announce here that people from Vasi and Karnataka Forest Department has also visited our repository. And these are the patrons. We have patronage from MP Forest Department and MP State Biodiversity Board. And this is the main success I have got. That in the last 40 years, we are the first to do captive breeding of wild stock in forested zone. And thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Chairperson, please. Dr. Bhuvesh.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Also very informative, also very interesting. Really, so you were talking about the species conservation and habitat conservation. That is a very interesting because of the biodiversity related things. That species also very important. Same thing, habitat also important. How it will helpful for the livelihood for the people. That is also very important. Anyway, your project overall you have covered everything, especially for entire biodiversity conservation aspect. Before going to the open discussion, I have one small questions. So during your study, did you find any invasive species?
Yes. We have found lot of tilapia, and that too in the tributaries of Narmada, not in the main Narmada. That is very alarming. I have pictures, but because of the time constraint, I cannot show it to you people. This is very alarming situation. We have lots of tilapia is there.
Apart from
Garipinas also.
Okay. Because especially in the Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, the mostly in the African catfish as well as the Sakar mountain.
Yes.
We found
here also. Actually, 2 students have done dissertation in Mahashir Badwa. They found lot of tilapia and Garipinas also, African catfish.
Whenever you're going to do any study or method or something, kindly you can add in that because of the
yes. We can do joint projects also. Actually, Karnataka Forest Department people visited us. Even Naren Srinivasan from Vasi, he also visited us, and they have created same repository in Kaveri for their humpback Mahashir. Naren has created that in Kaveri. So we are planning for a all India coordinated project. We have talked to Dr. Nautiyal also, Dr. Borgen also from Assam, and we are planning for this all India coordinated project. I can always like to involve you people. Even Sunilji is also looking after Rajasthan area. Dr. Durve is known to him. He is also, we have already discussed it, that we'll work in a holistic manner.
Thank you. Thank you. This is open for discussion. Please.
Sir, I wish to make a statement, remark. Can I? Hello.
Yes, sir. Carry on, sir.
Chairperson.
Please, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I know respected Shri Parna Madam very well. I'm working with her in science education related issues, and I'm learning from him in the field of fisheries. Being a wildlifer, she has been an inspiration and a source of knowledge for me in the fisheries issues. One thing that Madam has pointed out, that invasion of tilapia. So regarding that, I wish to submit that I have some means in my research on ecology and environment. I am an ecologist. So my specialization is on biological invasion, the invasive alien species, and I am documenting and observing the invasion of tilapia across the country wherever I am visiting. Regarding what Madam has done, the in situ conservation and stocking of the population and release of native fish, Mahashir, the lion of freshwater, in native water, in freshwater zones or in its original habitat. My request is that we, the scientific fraternity, the researcher, academicians, need to convince our governance regarding, as well as our fisheries department, sir. Fisheries departments who took arbitrary decisions of introducing exotic fishes in our water zones, in our tanks, reservoirs, and everything. Just for promoting commercial fishery, it's a prolific breeder. We have set the means permanent destruction, path for the permanent destruction of our native biodiversity. I know that in many parts of the country, in Maharashtra, in Rajasthan, in Himachal, in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, in many states, tilapia has outcompeted the native species and made her population up to constituting 90% of the total fish catch of these regions. So I am just submitting my humble request that we should also, through this conference, we should come out with some resolutions that we will try to convince and convey our governance regarding the invasive alien introduction of this invasive species, to bring a stop on all this destruction, and then increase our native biodiversity. I wish that like that of tilapia, our other fishes like rohu, katla, bam, lachi, singada, whatever it is, are also increased through such kind of methods. That is my statement. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. It is a very valuable point. So, same thing, we have to create more awareness regarding whoever keeping the aquarium in their home or houses. So, don't take the fish, don't release the nearby the any water bodies. So, it will spoil the entire ecosystem.
In Kaveri, we are facing the same thing. They have introduced bluefin mahashi, that is Tor Khudri, and now they say that it is endemic. It is not endemic. Humbug was there, and it has Hirangi fish farm has also vanished. All the humbug. They are into the this, and this is why I have involved all the sectors. You can see in my presentation, advocacy. All the policy makers should be involved in conservation, because we cannot work in isolation. Now it's a need of time that we have to work in holistic manner. All researchers, all policymakers, all like you, wildlife conservation, all should come together and then work for conservation of any species. And Sunilji has very well said that we have to educate our advocacy. our policy makers, all the bureaucrats which are sitting in the top, they should know that what is biodiversity conservation. In artificial breeding is not a solution. You have to protect your habitat. Unless until you protect your habitat, you cannot ranch your fishes there. It will die because of pollution. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question, please?
Next सेशन का समय हो गया है.
and I think Ansari sir wants to say something. Ansari sir.
सर
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
हाँ,
Yes,
अंसारी साहब.
please.
बहुत अच्छे आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन. और अब बचपन याद आ गया जब हम लोग साइज की मछली आती थी. और रीजन फॉर रिडक्शन आई वांट टू आस्क व्हाई दिस साइज reduced, because in our childhood we used to see very more than half our size. Now you say the size is reduced. So what is the reason?
Sir, yes.
Number one.
This is the reason. See, sir, हमने ये जो 2015 का जो पिक्चर दिखाया, उसमें भी आप देखें 3.5 फीट की मछली है और इंटरनेट डाउनलोडेड नहीं है मच्छर, वो लड़के ने अपने हाथ में पकड़ के रखा है. Now this is because of habitat destruction, because it's a very free flowing water fish, fresh water fish. आपने जगह जगह डैम बना दिया नर्मदा में, वो तो अब तैर ही नहीं पा रही ना, अब चल ही नहीं पा रही है, वो वहीं पे रह गई है, ब्रीड भी नहीं कर पा रही है. अब आपको ये नहीं पता कि आपको लैडर बनाना है. जब आप इंडिया में लैडर बनाते हैं, वो वहां पे उसको पकड़ने का काम करता है. वो ऐसा लैडर बनाता है कि वहां बहुत इजीली आप भाला फेंक के, मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा, भाला फेंक के मारते हैं. तो जो साइज कम हुआ है, नंबर कम हुआ है, वो सिर्फ हैबिटेट डिस्ट्रक्शन है सर, जिसके कारण हुआ है. और आप डैम को बनने से रोक नहीं सकते. कोई ये लोग बनाने से पहले EIA नहीं करते कि इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट कर लें. अब विदेशों में इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट होता है ट्राउट्स के लिए, हमारे यहाँ वो सब कुछ होता नहीं है. तो ये कारण है जिसको अपन को फेस करना. और अपन को अब जब तक हम तो कोशिश करें कि सर हम इसमें फॉरेस्ट में ही काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे किसी का नियम नहीं चलता, सिर्फ फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का नियम चलता है, और वो सब बचा रही मछलियाँ. इसीलिए मैं बाहर अब काम ही नहीं कर रही ओपन वाटर में. मैंने वहीं पे लैब भी बना लिया, मेरे रिसर्च स्कॉलर वहीं काम करते हैं, वहीं पे मेरा पूरा सिस्टम है. PCCF सर भी मुझे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, ACS सर भी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, वो सब सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको दिख रहा है कि सही है, इसीलिए.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. M. Bhuvesh Gupta, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Chair the session, and Dr. Siprana Saxena, madam, for giving a nice talk in this webinar series. Thank you, both of you. Now, next session time, our chairperson, Dr.
Thank you,
Sunil from Udaipur, and co-chairperson Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee, Professor Botany Department, Ranchi, Jharkhand. Eminent speaker Mr. Amit Daiman, Remote Sensing Specialist, Bandikui, Rajasthan, India. So, welcome all of you, and I am requesting to Dr. Sunil Dubey for chair the session, and Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee sir co-chair the session. Please, Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee, please introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Amit Daiman.
मिनट अपना हम व्हाट्सएप किए हैं आपको, व्हाट्सएप खोलिए सर. जस्ट ए मिनट.
हाँ, यस.
व्हाट्सएप अभी हम जो भेजें. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, all of you, one and all. Mr. Sir, just I'm very happy to introduce today's speaker, Mr. Amit Daiman, sir, who is a remote sensing specialist and Bandikui, Rajasthan, and his academic journey encompasses an MS in hydroinformatics from IHE, Delft, Netherlands, an MSc in remote sensing and geoinformatics from Mahasi Dayanand Saraswati University, and an MSc in geography from the University of Rajasthan. And he has been enriched by prestigious accolades, including the two-time OKP Fellowship and National Young Scientist Award. And his professional journey extends across roles as a researcher in remote sensing applications center, MP Cost, Bhopal, visiting researcher, scientific advisor to IELA Udaipur, and more. Published more than 10 research papers and authored books, and further highlighted by commitment to advancing geospatial sciences. And so, really, just is a very vast experience of remote sensing. I think we will enrich with his talk, and I invite Dr. Amit for his talk. So, Dr. Amit.
Thank you very much, sir. Provide me the platform to present.
Amit, just a minute.
Yes.
Thank you,
Sir, over to
Mukherjee sir, for
Sir,
giving
sir.
the introduction of Mr. Amit Deman. And I am very much delighted to mention that Amit Deman has been applying the geoinformatics, the knowledge of geoinformatics in conservation and grassroots conservation protection measures for the forest and wildlife.
Sir.
Because he doesn't know the ecology, he's a geographer and knows the geology, geography, but doesn't know the species. But he's working with the ecologists, and particularly, I'm very much happy that he's working, also assisting me, working with me as a colleague in different forest area, wildlife areas very intensively. So, and it was his idea to develop a new sector, that application of GIS remote sensing in forestry and wildlife conservation, and he wished to also write a book. So I'm very happy that Amit is now presenting his knowledge of GIS on the application of its in forestry and wildlife management. I welcome Amit Deman. You may please start your talk. Thank you.
Thank you
sir.
very much. Thank you both of you for the introduction and provide me the platform to present a little bit about remote sensing applications in wildlife and ecology, and definitely in forestry and biodiversity. So anyone can confirm my screen they can see or not?
Screen is it? No.
It will come. You start sharing.
Yeah,
Okay.
now it is there.
Okay, so
Coming.
you can see my slide, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
So my topic is for today's use of geospatial approaches in forestry and biodiversity. And nowadays there are lots of technology, submergence technology we are using for fast tracking our work. So nowadays you are listening about ChatGPT and AI and machine learning, those kind of things. This technology seems like very complex, but exactly we are not technologists, but there are many softwares and tools and mobile applications are available which can use easily by anyone, not just for the technologist. We can also basic science people also can use those technology by using the mobile and laptop and computers. So here are some technology and tools I'm showing which are very modern, like especially satellite remote sensing. I will explain further what is the satellite remote sensing in the next slide. Then digital photogrammetry, which was very popular before satellite remote sensing. We are putting the camera in the aircraft and balloons, and we are taking the aerial photograph for different purposes. And nowadays also again we are using those kind of photogrammetry, but systems are little changed. We are using lidar and radar on board on the aerial view, and we are also using machine learning and artificial intelligence as a computational tool. And we are also presenting the data in the web form, not just a hard copy maps and just a digital copy of maps. We are also providing the dynamic map, which are available on very diverse platforms like Google Earth, and many other commercial platforms also available like Guvan and many more. And digital cartography, we already aware about this. We are doing the mapping things nowadays in the computers using different tools and techniques. And computer programming, definitely sometimes software and the tools are very expensive, and we cannot afford, or also sometimes we are analyzing the big data, so we need the computer programming. So definitely we are not expert in computer programming, but we don't need to be a very expert. Nowadays we have the tools, we have the platform, we can just easily put our things in that. And cloud computing and modeling, nowadays we have the problem with the storage, so we can also put our data in the cloud, and we can start our analysis, and we can get just our output without downloading the data, without processing the data in our system. And GIS, I will elaborate in the next slides about the GIS, Geographic Information Systems. So Geographic Information System, this is the one picture I am trying to show about the GIS. So GIS stands for the Geographic Information System. Geography means when we are studying about the Earth's surface and finding the answers of where, what, and why. Where means in geography is coordinate, latitude and longitude, and what means what features are available where we are standing and where we are doing our stuff, and what are the causes behind those features are creating there. And we are also finding the relation between the human and environment. And then information, we need to collect the information regarding that location. In the two forms we can collect the data. One is in raster form, which means we have the photographs, we have the topographic map, we have the aerial photographs, then we have the satellite data, and also non-spatial data, right? Non-spatial means we are collecting the data from the ground, asking the question, and just like socioeconomic data, wildlife sensors, and many more data we can collect as a non-spatial. Then we need to combine those data in a system. So we need a system which has the good hardware and softwares, and then we apply our statistical and qualitative methods to generate our output. So we need a hardware, we need a software, then we arrange and retrieve and analyze the data according to user. That is the whole picture of GIS. So remote sensing is very different from the GIS. Remote sensing just data provided, especially if we start from the basic. So generally by the remote sensing, we talk about the space-bound platform most of the time. So energy coming through the sun, and which is reflecting through the Earth's surface to the atmosphere, right? So some of the energy which is ultraviolet, visible, infrared, and microwave and radio wave, which is propagate through the atmosphere, some can reach without any disturbance to the Earth's surface, and which is reflecting to the satellite sensor, and then it is creating the image, which is maybe form of blue, green, red, infrared, or microwave bands. And we are collecting the data from the different center. Like in India, we have the center in National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. And here some of the example, there are thousands of example of satellite images, there are thousands of bands we are using nowadays, but most of the basic purpose we are using the panchromatic, which is like highest resolution data which is available nowadays even in ISRO. So which looks like a black and white satellite data, but we can analyze directly many things like using the pixel values. So I will show the example how we can analyze directly doing some stuffs and without doing a field work. And this is also another type of satellite data many people know about, the false color composite seed. We are just converting green color into red and providing red color band to infrared, so we can analyze easily the health of vegetation cover. So in a green color we cannot see the health, but when we are merging IR with the red, so we can see the health of the vegetation. That is the purpose of false color composite seed. And natural color composition, if we want to interpret the using the direct matter interpretation to extract the information from the satellite data like water body and different kind of land use, land cover, and many more things, many assets we can see directly like Google Earth. So here are some basic applications. There are lots of applications you can go if you go in the deep. So first of the major thing, we always try to map the forest cover. So we can directly extract the information by using the feature extraction method on the satellite data. So we can analyze different types of forest, like where is a grassland, where is a scrub forest, where is a deciduous forest, and these kind of stuff we can directly extract from the forest area. And we can also take the data from the temporally, so we can analyze the changes, like from 1984 the satellite data is available on the open source platform on the 30-meter resolution. So we can also see the changes, how much changes happen in the forest, particular forest area, like so we can assess the deforestation and different kind of changes in the forest area. Biodiversity map monitoring, we can also assessing the biodiversity by capturing the data on vegetation type and habitats and species distributions. Also, we can do the habitat analysis using the submerged technology, using GIS, remote sensing in a one platform. Also, we can do the fire detection, like yesterday, Dr. Sunil Dubey showed us he's subscribing the fire detection points, which can easily subscribable. So we have the satellite data, so we can detect directly the fire alarm, or we can see the fire spot in the particular forest areas. And we can also, which is nowadays very popular, carbon sequestration estimation. So UNFCCC developed the guideline also basis on remote sensing GIS. So you can also read those kind of stuffs. So carbon estimation is very easy to extract by using the remote sensing technology by combining of GIS. Also, we can see the forest health. I showed the satellite data here, FCC. So you can see the forest health by using the normalized different vegetation index we can develop through the remote sensing data. And we can also see the, if we have the fund, we have the good monitoring system, if we have the good infrastructure in our lab, so we can also see the movements of the wildlife. I saw the National Geographic Channel, Discovery Channel, and some other Animal Planet channel using the direct drone based data, aerial data, and also satellite data by detecting the wildlife movement regularly. And we can also, if we have the all kind of analysis done, so we can do the conservation plan very finely. I'm learning from the Dr. Sunil Dubey how we can integrate the wildlife and the forest and the GIS and the remote sensing to create a conservation plan for a particular forest area. And we can also do ecosystem services mapping. I did little ecosystem services mapping, so I will just show the one example in further slides about the ecosystem services mapping. So first, I would like to show, I cannot show the whole picture of because of data sensitivity. So, but I can show the general overview of some research work we have done for the forest department. So when I was associated with Dr. Sunil Dubey in the forest area to create the harvesting structure in rainwater. So the problem was they have the very, fund was very limited. So good thing about the remote sensing GIS, we can do the many analysis by sitting in a lab, and which will be very accurate output. So in the Sita Mata Sanctuary, we just downloaded the digital elevation model on 30-meter, which is openly available. I will show the further where you can download these kind of data. And the power of digital elevation model and GIS technology, we can easily extract the drainage. If you see the blue lines, I did this, all drainage extraction in a 1 hour using the remote sensing data, and it is very accurately. I also delineated the watershed boundary, which I also extracted a micro watershed boundary and meso watershed boundary in the area. And then I also extract the contours by using the digital elevation model. Then in the last picture, the right hand side, you can see, you cannot see the many spots very clearly, but you can see the red spots here. So I suggested where should be the Gabion structure check dams you need to build. So which is based on a criteria which I have applied in the GIS platform. right? Basis on slope, basis on height, basis on the availability of the drainage pattern, and many more aspects I have applied, and I just suggested where you need to develop different type of rainwater structures in the forest area. Here, another method I applied, which is very basic method, but the output is very fantastic. I worked when I was in Netherlands, so I got the chance to work in a small delta, which is Rhône Delta in France. Okay, which is south side of the France. Okay, so river actually flowing from the north side and going toward the Mediterranean Sea and developing a Gulf of Leon. So this site actually famous for the flamingos. There are lots of birds, but especially this site is famous for the flamingos, which flamingos also migrating to the India and Pakistan also. So this site is very sensitive for the, not just for the flamingos. This is also a very good habitation for the humans. So there are lots of conflict going on between the farmers and between the flamingos and their habitat. Also sometimes this is like floody river, sometimes flood is coming, so they are releasing the water very quickly. So sometimes, you know, flamingo get irritated, their habitat got destructed by those kind of stuffs. So we developed a little bit, you know, methods to how they can protect these kind of areas. So the task was to apply the crowdsourcing, which is nowadays a very popular method because people has the Android mobile. So Sunil Dubey sir and me went many places, even in India. We trained the people, even those who don't know the how to write in a, you know, a notebook, but the mobile is very easy to use for the people, so at least they can understand a little bit. So we just trained the people easily. Okay, and we just say just download the app and just you need to click on these buttons, so we will get the data from the ground, which is very accurate because they are standing there, they are sending the geotagged photograph, they are filling the information which is lively available. So here I am writing to application, people can play with it, GPS station and SW map. So you will see the power of crowdsourcing, how you can use your mobile, how you can collect the data while you are walking in the forest, while you are walking on the road, while you are walking on the other areas where you want to work, right? So then I got the data which is geotagged by using the GPS status, FW maps, and many more applications are available if you want to use others. And then I put those data. I used the reference data which is available in Europe Space Agency, but I also use that data which is collected by the crowdsourcing. So we created the rooms. The yellow color actually is telling us this is the highly eco-sensitive area for the flamingos. Okay, so we don't need to disturb those areas because they are roaming in areas and also breeding there. Also, they have the different type of activities there. So we also created the fences, digital fences. This is the highly sensitive area, so farmer don't need to go in their area. And we can also create a bund here which can be open in the monsoon period, in the particular period when water is flowing. So farmers and flamingo will not have conflict anymore. So we just suggested a plan, just a basic information we provided, and just this kind of output we can create by the GIS. Here in the map cost, when I was working in the Remote Sensing Application Center, Madhya Pradesh Council of Science and Technology, so Biodiversity Department asked us, so you can develop a methodology or you can develop a map. So you can also develop a BMCs and where the particular species are threatened and scattered and abundant. So problem was there. I was not a biologist, I was not an ecologist, I was not an environmentalist. So, but the PCC at that time, Murthy sir was teaching me a little bit, but my task was to develop a methodology. Doesn't matter how data was accurate, but my task was to develop a methodology based on the field survey. So I just developed the BMC boundaries. These are the panchayat boundary, which I have converted in the BMC boundaries. And I showed the green color, which is actually protected and forest areas in the Sivni and Chhindwara district. And then I developed, the first task was to develop a land use land cover map based on the satellite data, right? And then I overlaid those protected boundaries on the different type of assets, like forest ranges, BMC boundaries, and also I developed the water and river boundaries of the areas to see the influence of the water bodies in the forest areas. Then I produced different type of bioresources map for the Sivni and Chhindwara area. So I'm just showing here two examples of Sivni. So you can see the different colors. The red color actually, which is locally endangered. We didn't apply IUCN method because IUCN worked on a very large area. We need to put our effort on the compartment level. So there was no methodology available when I saw in the IUCNs. They were working on very small scale. So that's why we are calling it locally endangered. Maybe it is available in other areas, but in locally, which was available before very, abundantly, but nowadays, due to our exploitation, becoming local endangered. So these kind of, there are different type of colors are showing abundant and scattered and rare distribution of the bioresources. And for more information, we built a web portal, we built a maps, we built a digital format of maps. So I took one example, Hirai Janpad in Chhindwara district. So we also calculated the BMC level land use land cover. So we can see the forest area actually covered, which is detected by green, not by the forest boundaries, which is looks like a green on the satellite area. So we can verify our data with the forest department, also with the remote sensing data. Then we just overlay our BMCs. So we can see the forest area available in the BMC area and which areas don't have the forest areas. So we just excluded those BMC which is not in a priority. So we just decided our priority based on the forest area in the BMC areas. Here is a little bit different example, which is not directly related to forest, but this is related to method we can apply in the forestries. So when I was working on the thesis in Netherlands, so I took the dissertation topic on desertification in Chambal River Basin. So I took the entire Chambal River Basin, which is spread like 150,000 square kilometer in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. The good thing about the remote sensing, I was never appear in the Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh during my research. I just collected the data from the open source. I was collected the data from the secondary information. So I just analyzed the based on just remote sensing, GIS, and other secondary data. And I produced the land use land cover maps from 1990 to 2020, right? For 1990, 1999, and 2011 and 2020. So you can see the statistics which is produced by remote sensing methods. And you can see the changes, how cropland is increasing, how deciduous and dense forest is decreasing. Also scrub thorn forest is decreasing, and barren rocky land also decreasing, which is also has a very good ecosystem. And river and water body definitely increasing because of many irrigation projects, and how the built up areas is increasing regularly. So it's that's why cropland also increasing because of pressure of human settlements and the areas. And another example is here. We can also analyze the different type of drought, like meteorological drought, hydrological drought, and agriculture drought by using the remote sensing data directly. So you can see the picture. the colors are showing directly how the area is becoming dry. So green color actually showing the normalized condition. The blue color is showing water was available in very good manner, maybe moderately, maybe severely, or maybe extremely wet, but it is slowly becoming with the time. You can see in the 2011 it start to becoming the orange. It means it is moderately dry, and in the 2018 you can see how it is entirely become extremely dry or severely dry or moderately dry. Also, the same pattern we found in the agriculture drought and also in the hydrological drought. So these kind of analysis we can do, we can done by the remote sensing and GIS. And then the power of GIS and remote sensing, we can also combine the all analysis and we can just compare our result with the different type of aspects. So I found the direct correlation with the agriculture and scrubland with the drought conditions. Here, another example of remote sensing, what kind of layers you can produce directly through the remote sensing. You can analyze directly a vegetation health, crop health, also forest type, also different type of vegetation indices, evapotranspiration, and biomass. So here I just applied a cloud computation in the system, and I just got, this is actually belongs to the Miandua scheme from Iran. So due to over exploitation of the water from the Miandua water body, Urmia basin, we call it Urmia basin. So this water body actually regularly decreasing due to over exploitation of the water for irrigation purpose. So the local ecology of this water body is actually destructing. So we just develop the crop type of map directly from the remote sensing data. So if we go in the field, it will take years to analyze what type of agriculture is growing in a particular field. But in a remote sensing, you need to do just a little bit, analysis, and you will get the all kind of output. We can also apply these kind of things on the type of trees, type of different type of species in the forest areas, vegetation performance. So, and we can also develop the NDVI map, which is showing the health of the area. In the forest area, you can also see the health of the area. So the lower value, minus 0.72, which is showing means there is no green cover, there is no good health. But if it is coming the plus, means close to +1, it means the health is very good. So this kind of map you can produce by clicking on just 2 minute of method. You can also produce the actual evapotranspiration, which is directly related to forest type of mapping. So we can analyze many things, why forest reducing. Maybe there is anthropogenic factor, maybe there is a human factor. So we can see the many things. The evapotranspiration is, we need to see how water is decreasing regularly in the forest areas. What is the causes behind it? So we can produce the actual evapotranspiration directly from the remote sensing data. We can also produce the biomass production map using the remote sensing images, and we can analyze the how much kilogram. There is a FAO report, we can just use it as a reference, and they have the harvesting index and different kind of index for the forest species. And so we can, and also UN FCCA also providing those kind of data. So we can just adopt their methodology and we can produce our biomass index map in the particular forest area. Another example, the Dr. Sunil Dubey sir and me produced a research paper for assessment of the suspended sediment in Lake Udayasagar. So we can also analyze the turbidity in the water bodies. Maybe it is influenced by the surroundings, maybe influenced by anthropogenic factors, maybe human factor. So at least we can get the direct pixel values to analyze the how much turbidity is there on the surface of the water. So we can take the decision based on these kind of output. here I am showing just an example people can use, those who are not aware with the remote sensing basics of remote sensing GIS.
Amit,
You can
थोड़ा conclusion की तरफ आना.
Yes, yes, please. So Google Earth and OpenStreet, Google, there are Bhuvan also available from the ISRO. You can map your data inside of it. And you can also download your open source software, and there are many platform and resources are available. I recommend you to download the QGIS, which is mostly popular software for the remote sensing in GIS, which is easy to use. And you can download the satellite data, which is openly available from the Earth Explorer, USGS, also from Land Viewer, also from the Copernicus, which is openly available. And you need to acquire some skill for the remote sensing GIS purpose. You may use the QGIS software, you may use some programming skills, you may use some commercial software, ArcGIS Pro, ArcGIS Desktop, and many more. And if somebody is interested to know about the recent policy, because the Indian government is now producing the data on the centimeters level, so forest also involved in this kind of survey nowadays. So maybe soon they will get the projects like this. So the policy actually designed to provide the data to the open platform to all researchers, all scientists. So now they are designing the framework to how to produce the data by using the methodology. So this is the vision and goal from the geospatial policy, December 2022. And thank you. The conclusion is like, so the conclusion is the remote sensing GIS is very vast. So for the nowadays, business people, policy makers, and scientists and researchers are using this as a tool. So keep in mind, this is just a tool. If you are a science people, biology, ecology, and environmental science, or different science, so you just see that remote sensing and GIS as a tool. And then you can just club and integrate the your knowledge with the remote sensing and GIS people with your knowledge. So then you will get the very good output and very good formats. And there are lots of stuff available on the internet. And if you want to read some good books, Lily Sand and John is very famous for this, especially for remote sensing and environmental planning. Thank you for your attention. Yes, please. Sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. Because I know him personally, that I can tell the audience that as we are doing, Amit, you can stop screen sharing.
Yes.
We are practicing inclusion of application of GIS remote sensing in forestry wildlife conservation. And we are contributing to the forest department, wildlife divisions of Rajasthan and other parts of the country for better management strategies to ensure sustainable wildlife conservation, along with sustainable livelihood and existence to the traditional forest dwelling communities as well as, and to reduce the anthropogenic pressure from illicit human activities on the forest and wildlife resources. Thank you very much, Amit, for your insightful presentation. I invite the audience, if anybody has any question, you may please raise your hand and ask the question. If no question is there, I invite my co-chair. Yes.
Sir, thank you, sir. Very informative presentation. Basically, just we are also working in the field, but some local researchers, particularly from the Central University Jharkhand, they are actually moving the same picture, being a what is a constant that to identify the species, and you are helping. So this is an era of collaboration, certainly. One beautiful thing that he has told, that how collecting the data from just sitting in a room and from the open sources, just And just we used to think that how we should publish a paper, and just what Amit has told, that a lot of things that we can analyze using. And one more thing that he has told, that the difference between remote sensing and GIS, and lot of info. I thought that I was sitting in a classroom and I was getting such a wonderful forest cover mapping, that the biodiversity analysis, habitat analysis, and fire detection and management, the lost forest health assessment, wildlife uh, uh, analysis and conservation planning, and ecology and services mapping, ecological services mapping. So a lot of things, that the researcher can do. And for just now at our stage, we think that we can publish the paper and we can we can give better topic for the research to our student. So this I got an insight to pick up, and this tool can be used for the guiding and supervising to the students. Thank you. Amit, thank you so much.
Before Amit responds to your compliment, I would like to mention, sir, that in Jharkhand, in your remote forest areas of Jharkhand, I have trained the tribal people sitting from Udaipur, online, showing on the computer screen how they can use the GPS status map. They can locate their forest locations, their households, how they can do the boundary mapping of their community forest areas. This kind of practices we are doing with the tribal communities, even physically, face to face, or even online. I have trained your Jharkhand people. I have been visiting forest areas of Jharkhand. I have
Which
trained
place?
Korba, Daltonganj area, Daltonganj and Ranka and all that area, dense forest area, where PTGs like Korba, Kharwar, all these tribals are living.
Right.
So, and other parts of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, Bihar, West Bengal, we are doing such kind of practices, of course, in Rajasthan forest also. So, anything Amit would like to add, then we will conclude the session.
I'll collect your numbers from Mr. Sir, and I'll call it.
Most welcome. Amit, your conclusive remarks.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for valuable comments. And this is good. Like I'm getting appreciation. So because I am not a wildlife or an ecologist, so it is good that people are responding and understanding my work and little effort toward conservation. So good thing about the sensing I would like to mention. Problem is collection of the data nowadays. In India, if you go in the office, they will not provide you the boundaries. So don't worry. We have the satellite data, we have the DEM, we can just create our own data. We don't need to go anywhere. We just need to put our effort. We need to know how to create the boundary even from the blur picture. So like in Chambal River Basin, nobody provided the basin boundary. I just created my own, and which is highly accurate. So I don't need to ask for SOI and different agencies. So these kind of things are very good with the remote sensing and GIS. And you can also openly publish those kind of because it is produced by your own, right? So there is no any kind of sensitivity with the data, right?
Thank you very much, Amit. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I thank my co-chair, Dr. Prasanjit, also for conducting this session along with me. I thank to the organizer for this session. Over to you, Iskan Mishra, sir. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर सुनील दुबे सर, you have time for in this webinar series as a chairperson, and Dr. Prasenjit Mukherjee sir as a co-chairperson. Very nice talk of Mr. Amit. बहुत ही अच्छा विषय है और फॉरेस्ट्री और वाइल्ड लाइफ के लिए ये महत्वपूर्ण है। समय का थोड़ा सा कमी थी, इसलिए थोड़ा सा उतना ज़्यादा हम लोग नहीं ले पाए अमित जी से। कभी आगे जरूर इसको रखेंगे अपन। अभी इस बार उनसे हमारी पहली मुलाकात है इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से, और निश्चित रूप से आगे हम उनका लाभ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लेंगे। खासकर मध्य प्रदेश में उनका काम बहुत बढ़िया है, तो मध्य प्रदेश के लोगों के लिए बहुत फूल रहेंगे। और निश्चित रूप से आगे हम जब भी अवसर मिलेगा उनको इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से और जो भी आगे गतिविधियां होंगी उससे जरूर जोड़ेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का, और जो आपने समय निकाला और हमारे ऑडियंस को महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी और अपने व्यूज शेयर किए। धन्यवाद। नेक्स्ट सेशन, our chairperson, Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra, Environmental Developmental Professional, Director RHNS, Rajasthan, India. Co-chairperson, Dr. P.G.S. Sethi, Scientist C, Museum and Taxidermy Section, Zoological Survey of India, Kolkata. And our eminent speaker, Dr. M. Bhuvesh Gupta, Founder and Director, Universal Eco Foundation, Puducherry. Welcome all of you, sir. And I am requesting to Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra, sir, please preside the session, and Dr. P.G.S. Sethi, please co-chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Bhuvesh Gupta. Yes,
thank you very
Mehra,
much,
sir.
sir. Yeah, Professor Mishra Saab, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to, once again, we are here on this platform. So let me tell you that right now I am with the World Agroforestry and working in this as leading this state of Rajasthan. So on behalf of the state agroforestry team, I'm completely, thankful to you. So again, introducing this platform for such a new generation, new scientists here. So welcome, Bhuvesh Gupta sir. And let me brief you about the speaker here. He's basically undergraduate from Botany side with a master's degree in wildlife biology, as well as the PhD from Tamil Nadu. And he did his work on wintering ecology of wetland birds and habitat preference of Nelapattu and Palikat bird sanctuaries in Andhra Pradesh. And I think you are delivering the lectures on that. And I am also eager to listen what exactly you did there, because I was a part of the Important Bird Area Program of India. So let's see what the things you did here and what you are going to speak. Then I think you also worked a lot. You are having a very big biodata here, working and having the experience in the wildlife sciences, studies on inventory of biodiversity and monitoring tiger. Then as a wildlife biologist for management division project entitled sanctuary management techniques, status of biodiversity. Then you are having also a lot of other monitoring programs. You did a lot of work. I think your knowledge will be very beneficial to this platform, and I hope that present lecture which you are delivering, and you already contributed on the scientific platform with your papers, over something around 60 papers you are having. And also the great thing is that you are having the true rediscovery in your CV. That is great things. And some new records are also there, and even from not only from the local but in India also you are having some publications with books. So that's great. And without wasting the time, I would also like you to deliver what exactly you want from the research work. So over to you, Dr. Bhuvesh, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a brief introduction about me. So can I show, sir? Can I show my slides? Fine. Can I share? Kindly allow us. Kindly allow, please.
Yeah, we are getting your voice. Please continue.
It's not allowing.
Please, Professor Mishra sir, he's getting some.
Allowed, sir. Auto.
Okay.
Kindly give
Dr.
access,
Bhuvesh,
sir.
please.
Kindly give access. It's not.
Did you open your presentation?
No. it is not
First
being allowed.
open your presentation, minimize, and then go for the presenting that arrow. Present now mode and click.
Not entering inside. It's not allowing to go inside.
I think you please first open. You click the open your presentation.
मेल कर दें आप, यदि नहीं शेयर हो रहा तो मेल कर दें हमको. ऑटो ज्वाइन ऑटो शेयरिंग है सर.
Not entering, sir. Not entering inside actually.
How could it be?
You must grant permission in order to screen share.
Permission.
It's not taking actually. It's not allowing.
Professor Mishra Saab, can you check what the issue is there?
Yes, ऑटो शेयरिंग है सर. अभी अपने आप शेयर हो रहे हैं. हमारी तरफ से कुछ है सर.
I think Dr. Gupta.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm hearing.
See, actually, you are being permitted. That's why you are joined in the meeting.
Okay.
And what happened? You might have already loaded your presentation in your laptop.
Yes, yes. My system is there.
So, you just this minimize this your the connection and then go and open your presentation first.
Okay.
First to open your presentation, you can see. Can you see it in your visual?
Yes, sir.
Can you see in the? Then you minimize it.
Yeah.
Then now you open your presentation. That is more. You go to that down. You can see there is one arrow mark is there upward.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, you click it.
Yeah.
Then you will be there. You can have there is a symbol share the presentation.
It's the entire screen. Yeah, window.
Yeah, window. You must it is there. Share your presentation like that. There will be a write up, a small window.
Yes, yes, sir. But it's not allowing. That's the problem now.
How could it be? You just click it. Probably your cursor you are using or by hand.
It's asking you must grant permission in order to screen share.
Permission.
It's not there.
Gupta sir.
Sir.
Please send your PPT in my email.
Otherwise. You mail your PPT to Dr. Mishra.
Already send email in your WhatsApp.
Here, sir, there is a present now. There is option now where the present now. When I'm clicking that, it's asking for your entire screen, window. If I click both options, it's asking for the permission.
Oh, I don't know what happened. This
permission.
So you share your PPT to Mishra Saab, please.
You forward mail.
It's a big PowerPoint. So.
No, that can be Google. It can share, no problem.
Okay. It is asking you must grant permission in order to screen share. It's asking that only command.
Permission का आवश्यकता नहीं है सर. अभी तक तो हमने ऐसा रखा ही नहीं.
You just click only that one option.
Yes, sir. I clicked it. I tried both. It's asking immediately when I'm clicking. It's asking. So.
This is the first time I am hearing because you are already downloaded the app of the Google app.
Cannot share your screen. It's asking very clearly.
Okay, you just minimize and forward your PPT to Dr. Mishra. You simply attach your presentation to Dr. Mishra.
Sir,
Hello.
मेहरा साहब
जी, yeah.
अपने तरफ से, क्योंकि अभी तक सभी शेयर हो रहे थे, कोई हमने ऐसा लगाया
हाँ,
नहीं है।
वही मैं भी देख रहा हूँ. I also tried and screen is being shared. So I don't know how Gupta Saab is getting the problem.
Yeah, that's what I am also.
Because I tried right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is coming. Wait, it is coming.
Yeah, that's great.
You just give some time. Probably it's a huge. Yeah, it is okay.
Yes, we can see now.
Now visible?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's visible.
Please.
Either you can enlarge it or even you can retain it, but you move your cursor to left-hand side and click the each slide so that the slide will move.
Okay, now this is the fine, huh? This is okay?
Yes.
The slide is visible.
Okay.
You just move forward one slide. Let us check it. You just go to second slide.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's working.
it's working.
Okay.
Yes.
This is the fine.
Yeah, please
Okay,
continue.
Anyway.
Okay. Probably your file is very large. That is why it takes time.
Yeah. Because here also some technical issue. So I don't know exactly what happened. So presently we are living in this technical issue in country. So earlier what happened is whenever doing the biodiversity conference, seminar, everything, it's like practical things. Everybody is gathering together, we are presenting something. Now everything depend on the internet, it depend on the electricity, depend on the all the technical everything. It's a little tough only because of.
Doesn't matter. Your slide is okay now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you
please
so much.
continue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
go
so
ahead.
much. Yeah. It's audible my voice, sir.
Yeah, it's
I think it's clear. Please, Bhuvesh, we are just running out of time. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah. So my topic is a wintering ecology.
नमस्कार मिस्टर सर, आपने फोन किया नमस्कार.
Fine, sir. Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah, really, I feel very happy to present regarding the wintering ecology of wetland birds and habitat preference of Pulicat Bird Sanctuary, Andhra Pradesh. So we know that the bird sanctuary situated in Andhra Pradesh, especially earlier it was the Nellore district. Presently it's changed. It is called Tirupati district now. So whenever you're going to study about wetland birds or migratory birds or habitat, we have to know about the value of wetland. The wetland is a very important aspect. The wetland is one of the supermarket. We can get everything. So all the resources we are getting from the wetland ecosystem. So wetland is not there. So everything will lose. So that's what earlier, almost 10 years, 15 years back, all the birds will search fishes in that wetland. Now all birds are searching the wetland now. So many wetland is missed now. So that is a big challenging in our country. We are facing big problems. So anyway, that wetland is provided the range of benefit and survey the people's livelihood and well-being, including food and flood protection, water purification, support for cultural values, as well as water supply. There are so many importance we can say continuously. At least 12% of globally threatened birds, almost 146 species depend on the wetland. So we have to think about it. And based on that only, we have done the survey. It's not for 1 year, 2 years. We done the almost 4 years, especially for the wintering ecology kind of things. So now we can see. So when I'm going to talk about the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary, we have to know the Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary. This Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary also, it's adjoining the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary. It is almost really 12 to 15 kilometers away from the Pulicat. The Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary mostly for the breeding center. The Pulicat is the feeding center. So that both is the one division. It's called Wildlife Management Division Solarpeta under the control of Chief Conservator of Forest, Tirupati Circle. So the Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary, mostly it is a near threatened birds like pelicans, darter, and white ibis. These kind of species are breeding here. It will go to the Pulicat to feed, and it will come back to the Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary. That's what I am joining with the Pulicat and the Nyalapattu. I am presenting now. So it is a small sanctuary, almost 458 hectares. It's a water body surrounding the village. There are almost, it's called Nyalapattu village, Joravatram village. So there are so many villages also in and around the Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary that all the people like when the bird will arrive in the Nyalapattu Bird Sanctuary, they pray. So definitely this year we'll get the rain. That kind of one thought is there past 25, 50 years, the people are believing when the bird is assembled in the Nyalabad bird sanctuary, all the people will start the agriculture. So we had many interviews with forest department, we had many interaction with the farmers, and there are livelihood opportunities, so many things we done there. So in that Nyalabad bird sanctuary, I want to know what are the status of birds assembled there, and what is the population trend, and what is the success rate of the breeding rate. That everything we done past 4 years. Especially our work will start in early morning from 6 o'clock to 9 a.m. Also sometime evening also we observe. So there are many observation and very interesting factors we find in that. So you can see the Nyalabad bird sanctuary, especially for the population abundance from the year of 2010 to 2011, 2011 to 2012, 2012 to 2013, 2013 to 2014, that all the trend look like the same patterns. Is reaching here, especially the assembly here for the month of September, and the end of the remigration from the month of April. This is the same trend. It's of using the migratory birds. Especially here, there are so many wetland birds as well as migratory birds also reported in this sanctuary. And near that birds like pelican, white ibis, cormorant, and the same painted stork and other species also breeding there. But painted stork, it's not nearby the Nyalabad bird sanctuary. It is another 10 kilometers away from it's called Vedrupattu. Those areas it's breeding for this painted stork also. You can see here the population abundance from the year of 2010 to 2014, almost the same trend it will use all the migratory birds. So there is not a difference between 1 year is coming from October, 1 year it's not coming from the December, not like that. It's coming here almost month of August to September, it will go the remigrant from the month of April. That the between there will do the successive breeding rate and everything in that area. You can see here number of nests from the 2010 to 2014. Almost here that's a major, the 4 birds are nesting there, and there are other duck species also there. But we noticed especially for the major 4 species like grey pelican, open-billed stork, black-headed ibis, and little cormorant. This is the number of nests from 2010 to 2014 we observed. And also the breeding rate in the month of November, you can see here, the first breeding it will start especially for the open-billed stork, and followed by the white ibis, then it will come the cormorant. Finally in that December month of January, February and March, see entire you can see the blue color indicating the grey pelican breeding success. So that it will incubate in the final stage. That September, October, it will start the breeding, especially for the open-billed stork. And in November, December, it will start white ibis. Then it will start the cormorant. Then it will, everything it will hatch out in the month of February, March, in all the pelicans. This is a very interesting fact. You can see all the trend and everything. It's the same similarity of pattern we found the last 4 years. Also, the pulicat. So the pulicat is one of the feeding ground. It is the second brackish water lagoon in India. The first one is Chilka Lake. The second one is the Pulicat Lake. In the Pulicat Lake, so we studied especially for the most 15 to 16 places. In the inside, there are several freshwater lake also there. There are so many brackish water also there. Some of the places you can see the deep water. Some of the places you can see the mud flood. Based on the category of habitat, we choose the 15 to 16 places. In that, we studied the population as well as how it will use the habitat. So how the water level as well as the physical-chemical parameter level, we are correlating with the birds population also. You can see here, there is a pulicat bird sanctuary. We know very well about the Sirigiri Kota. The Sirigiri Kota also, it's adjoining the pulicat bird sanctuary. So this is mostly for 3 seamouth, it is there. The one is from the Rayatharu, one is from Kundur Palam, another one is the Palavarkad, is from Tamil Nadu. The 3 seamouth it is there. When the Palavarkad always from Tamil Nadu seamouth, always very depth, always it will open. From the north and east, there are 2 seamouth, Rayatharu and Kundur Palam. When the summer season, it will close automatically the seamouth. When the rain season, automatically it will open. So there are several biodiversity have been reported, especially for planktons. So especially for the prawns, fishes, there are so many fishermen are dependent on the pulicat bird sanctuary. It's a very interesting factor. Also, it's producing more and more fishes and prawn because of there are lack of polygon have been reported. And the same thing, there is big threats also there. That's polygon harvesting. There are so many people coming and illegally poaching the polychaetes also. There are, it will come the next slide, I will show that also. So in that objectives, I took very small things to understand the spatio-temporal variations in abundance of wetland birds with respect to the different habitat type of polychaete birds actually over in the 4 year of wintering period especially. Also to determine the habitat preference in relation to the environmental character of 51 species of wetland birds of polychaete birds actually. So because of, I want to know whether what kind of species will prefer for the generalists, what kind of species for go the specialists. So based on that, I took the data so that it will help for the conservation and aspect of the management. So in that polychaete bird sanctuary, like 51 wetlands birds during the winter migratories were being observed, and 4-night survey. 15 days once we observed in that area, almost 672 observations were made for overall 44 fortnight, 96 weeks, and 14 sample or vantage point were covered from morning to evening. Sometimes night time also we done for the nightjar and other species also. So we use it for the 18 to 42 binocular and spotting scope or SLR cameras, and we have everything from photo copies. Also, a total of 160 observations were made in the 11 fortnight, 22 4 weeks also. So data analysis we done, especially for cluster analysis, our principal common analysis PC also we done, and we done for the CCA were also carried out. So the spatial temporal variation, you can see that the habitat type in that polychaete bird sanctuary in the based on the 15 to 16 that site. The one is from the Solarpeta, Kudri, and Vattambadi it show the fresh water, and Tada, Irakam, Ramapuram show the open water bodies, and Venadu, Atakanatipa, Pambali, Royadru, it's showing for the tidal flood, also the mud flood, also there in the major Pernadu, Elluru, Damaraya. It's mud flood. This is a 4 category of habitat we identified in that polychaete bird sanctuary. In that, what are the species are observed, and what is the population trend in vary, and the same thing, what kind of species will prefer for the particular habitat. That also you find out in our study. You can see here, that is the water birds in the freshwater habitat. It's adjoining the polychaete bird sanctuary. It's called Kudri. That's for freshwater. When it will come the February, March, the water level and salinity level will change. So in that March and April, you can find many waders as well as freshwater also in that habitat, water body habitat in the Kudri. The second one is the very deep water. In that you can see most of the coot, Indian moorhen, purple swamp hen, and spot-billed pelicans. Mostly this kind of species is found in the open water, especially for the deep water. Also the painted shark and egret, that everything you find in the tidal flood. It's called swamp, like kind of half feet to 1 feet maximum. In that area you can find many flamingos, painted shark, egret, there are many sandpiper or something like that. Also Eurasian curlew in the kind of small sandpiper, little ringed plover. So kind of things, everything you recorded in the mudflat habitat. This is mainly the major habitat is this one in the polychaete bird sanctuary. So you can see the population abundance in the month of October. As you can see the month of November. This is also the same temp. It's a maintaining for the same pattern in the polychaete bird sanctuary. The same, it's coming from almost September to November. It will demigrate from the March, April. When how you are observed that same pattern in the Nalabad bird sanctuary, same thing it is there in polychaete bird sanctuary also. You can see the all the years, all the month in the same category of trend we found actually. Also we done here, especially for the habitat related things. So what kind of species, what kind of habitat it will prefer. You can see the flamingo. So mostly found in the mudflat habitat. The down portion you can see the Eurasian coot as well as the glassy A.P.S. It is a freshwater habitat you found. Actually, that is for generalist and specialist category of the birds. Based on that only your categories. You can this is a shoveler. Mostly you can found especially for the freshwater habitat. Also you can see that Govt, it's especially for the mudflat habitat. Also you can see in that mostly freshwater habitat, what kind of species. In the December month, mostly you can record it, especially for the freshwater habitat. Because of that time having November, December, having good rain in the Nalabad bird sanctuary, that time the freshwater level is high, the salinity is very less. So that time we encountered and observed many water bodies, especially for the freshwaters. But and after December, January, entirely changed for the salinity. Based on that, now you can see here, So after that, January, full of water, and February, you can see here, so kind of some fresh water as well as saline water birds also. So here also you can see the October 2011, November, December, January, and the 2012, 13, 14, that all the patterns almost similar. So because of, based on the arrival and based on the re-migrant, the population trend is almost similar. But what we found, so what kind of species, where it will prefer, that only we will find out in finally in our studies. Then we are given the management plan to the government. Based on that, now they are protecting all the habitat, everything. Now we can see the changes between determined habitat kind of thing, how it will use the deep water, the birds, how they use for the freshwater bird, and how it will use the mudflat. And based on the pH level, based on the salinity level, based on the TDS level, how it will vary the birds population and everything. So everything it's coming for the same tempo. There's no much different between the birds assemblage. There's not between the same pattern. It is everything similar. But based on the water quality, based on the habitat, it will vary the bird assemblage in that polycat bird sanctuary. Everything is the same thing. In that we recorded finally, it's a generalized bird species in the polycat bird sanctuary. Also, that specialist bird species in the polycat bird sanctuary. Now we can see here, this everything is a generalist. So it will prefer for the freshwater. Sometimes it will go the brackish water side. Sometimes it will go the normal general categories on the agriculture field or some other places. There you find the kingfisher, white-throated kingfisher, pied kingfisher, grey heron, pond heron, the great egret, this red-whited lapwing, little ringed plover. This everything is not preferring for the one place. Sometimes it is there mudflat. Sometimes it will go to the that is a normal the roadside agriculture field. Also, you found this generalist category of birds. Even painted stork, block-headed gull, river tern, grey pelican, little cormorant, greater flamingo, black-winged steed, glossy ibis. This everything you can see this. This is the first specialist birds in the species of polycat bird sanctuary. This everything mostly it will prefer the, especially for the habitat preferences. The northern traveler mostly we found especially for the freshwater only. It's not moving to the brackish water. The gorgon also mostly prefer the freshwater. The spot-billed duck mostly from the freshwater habitat. The common tit is a freshwater, common poacher is a freshwater, red-crested is tufted poachers, girdwall, northern pintile. This everything is a specialist category. Only for it will prefer the special category of habitat only. So also lesser whistling duck, bar-headed goose, oriented darter, night heron, the western reef heron, purple heron, the western cattle egret, open-bill stork, the pigeon-tailed jacana. This everything is very clearly it shows our data. It is for the totally specialist categories. Also, you can see the brown-gated gull, large cormorant, Indian shark, little grey, purple swarmhan, Indian moorhen, common coot, pied diversity, Eurasian curlew, so common sandpiper. This everything is very interesting factors when the data you are correlating. That each and every species where it will prefer, what kind of places it will prefer. You noticed everything. You are took all the GPS and everything. You have done the GIS analysis. You are hand over the forest department to protect particular habitat. Because of in the polycat, we identified 15 places. In the 15 places, we identified major 4 habitat. In the 4 habitat, what kind of species, what kind of habitat you will prefer. That we are clearly observed and marked. They were given to the forest department. Now they took the management kind of conservation activity. Now it is a very well adapted. All the birds are coming. Now the habitat also very clearly shows that specialist is going for specialist category. Generalist birds is going for the generalist category. Also here the major threats. What is the thing is that seamouth is closing, especially in the month of maybe in February, March. That time the water level is very less in the polycat bird sanctuary. The people are asking to open the seamouth. But I don't know whether if you open means some kind of problem will come, but I don't know exactly. So we have to, I said to government to do some research survey. When the Chilika Lake, they done also very good study in that opening the seamouth kind of thing. So same kind of survey also should be implemented in the polycat bird sanctuary also. And the same thing that you can see the extracting the lime shells. This is for interstate sanctuary, polycat and polycat bird sanctuary. One side from Tamil Nadu, one side from Andhra Pradesh. So Tamil Nadu people is moving to the polycat in Andhra Pradesh. they're collecting the land shell. When they're coming, it will come the big issues from the Andhra people as well as Tamil Nadu people. So we also encountered many kind of incident in that. So this also have to formulate it properly in both the government. Also, the big threat is the polykid worm collection. The polykid is it's the indicator of healthy ecosystem. Where the polykids is available, those area mostly can see the fish production and the prawn production. When the fish is high, prawn is high, those area can see the more number of birds. Now the people are illegally collecting the polykids. There are similar incidences going on, and forest department also monitoring regularly. Also, the conservation and management things, we are self-interested. We are conducting many awareness program, and in and around the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary, having almost 50 to 75 schools. Each and every schools and villages, we conducted awareness program regarding the biodiversity important, especially for the birds and other biodiversity also. So here the management recommendation to conserve the Nalapattu Bird Sanctuary as well as the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary. They came the ecological and environmental engineering kind of tools that depending on the strengthening the water level, maintaining, also the roost and breeding area expansion, also education policy and awareness creations, supplementary of management plans. This kind of things were given from the Nalapattu also, even Pulicat also. The Pulicat, what is the thing is, there are sometimes that winter timing and especially the summer timing, when the wind flow, that every place you can see is full of mud and all the habitat will go there destroyed. So that I suggested to take out some kind of mud inside the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary to deepening the particular patches. So that when the February, March, that inside the tank, you can see, you can find some kind of waters that March month, some of the birds is standing there, they can use it. Otherwise, if you are not opening any kind of pond, there is no water in the Pulicat.
Dr. Gupta, we are running out of time, please.
Yes, sir, it's over, sir, over. So this kind of management you were given. Already I said this is the fisherman, especially for the catching many fishes and everything. Whatever they are required, that fish they're taking, the remaining fish, what they're doing is they're throwing out. So this is everything because of net, where they're using the net. If you reduce the small size of net, so nothing will happen here. Actually, big size net you have to use. But the fisherman is using for the small kind of net, so that in that net all the fishes will come in. They're taking big fishes and the remaining small fishes they're throwing out. So that I suggest to the government as well as the fishermen to use the big size of net, so that they are getting big size of fishes. The small size fishes will go there in lake itself. So also awareness program we regularly conducting. So the main observation is that easily the first 4 years, what we observed, the generalized category and specialized category we observed very clearly, and what kind of species, what kind of habitat is observed, that is also very clearly. And the same thing when they're doing for the conservation and management plan, the awareness is the very, very important aspect. That is a crucial role to do. So for awareness, especially people as well as students, that is a give solution to the conserve biodiversity. So we are conducting many awareness program also. So really, thanks so much for this wonderful opportunity to present, especially the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. And before going to my co-chairperson, Dr. Shetty Saab, I just want the quick comments from your side. What changes you observed in the threatened category of species in these lakes in last 2 decades? Can you throw light on that very shortly? Very shortly.
That's what we found actually is the Pulicat Bird Sanctuary is a very good feeding ground. We are finding many near threatened species. But what is the thing is there are so many.
Just quick response to number and the species composition. What you say about that in 1 or 2 lines? Don't go in the details.
Yeah. You observe almost around 200 species. So far, you recorded 50 to 70,000 population numbers for every year.
And what about the threatened species here?
The threatened was almost 16 birds have been reported so far.
So is there any change from last 2 decades? What the number of threatened species here in these 2 lakes?
Now little bit the population is declining. Not much. Yes. It's a small decline is there.
Mm-hmm. So what about the pelicanary status? As talking about 20 years back and today, what do you see the difference between these?
The pelicanary
nesting number.
Where it is, sir?
What pelicanaries you are talking about that?
Nalapattu Bird Sanctuary.
Yeah. So any difference?
Yeah. Difference is there. Now is little bit is reduced the population now. Because of there are so many.
How much percentage you find that it is a downfall in the number?
Now almost earlier it was almost 60 to 70% population. Now almost declining, almost level of 50 to 60. Almost
Oh my God!
10%
So
decline.
thank you very much, Dr. Sethi. Are you there? My co-chairperson, Dr. Sethi. I think he's not there. So let's wind up. If any questions are there, you just put in the chat box, because already we are out of time. And thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for your wonderful presentation here. And I'm deeply interested in all these aspects, and especially when I was working 20 years back on all these important bird sites of India. So I recalled my memory of that time, and presently what the situation is completely changed, what I can see right now. So thank you very much. So over to you, Professor Mishra sir. Professor Mishra sir, over to you, and thank you very much, Dr. Gupta sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, Chairperson and Dr. Gupta for giving us a fruitful talk in this webinar on alien fauna. Thank you, sir. Next session, our chairperson, Mr. Prashant Kumar Pandit, I.F.S, formerly Chief Executive of Forest, West Bengal. Welcome, sir. And our co-chairperson, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Mahto, Curator, Tata Zoological Park, Jamshedpur, Jharkhand. And our eminent speaker, Dr. Sulata Maiti, Scientific Officer, West Bengal Authority, West Bengal. Welcome, madam. Sir. मैं बात कर रहा हूँ सर, वो ज्वाइन कर लेंगे.
हेलो.
यस, हाँ, मैं पंडित साहब से थोड़ा बात कर लूँ मैडम.
यस यस, ऑडिबल यस.
हाँ, हाँ सर, ज्वाइन करें. सेशन स्टार्ट हो गया. पंडित साहब. Welcome, sir. Pandit Saab, please unmute yourself. Unmute करें सर. आवाज नहीं आ रही आप.
हेलो, सुनाई जा रही है?
हाँ
हाँ
हाँ.
Thank you very much, Professor Mishra, for giving me a chance to be a part of this international webinar. Let me introduce Dr. Sulata Maiti. He is a scientific officer of West Bengal Zoo Authority. He did MSc from Environmental Studies from Viswabharati University, Santiniketan. then did PhD on environmental science from Viswabharati University, Santiniketan, West Bengal. He did MSc on actually zoology and bioinformatics. He has a lot of publication and did postdoctorate research experience more than 10 years from University of Calcutta, Mount Sinai School of Medicine, New York, USA, American Museum of Natural History, New York, USA, Viswabharati University, Santiniketan, India, Prishov University, Prishov, Slovakia. She has also teaching experience of 6 years in MSc Department of Environmental Studies in the same university where she did MSc and PhD, that is Viswabharati University, Santiniketan. As a zoo scientific officer, her main responsibilities is scientific management of Zoo and Conservation Breeding Center of West Bengal for upkeep and healthcare of wildlife in captivity, conducting basic and applied research on physiology, ecology, ethnology, and animal biology and behavior is a part of the job, as does implementing a captive breeding program for conservation of different species like red panda, which is found in the high altitude, Himalayan goral, which is also found in the high altitude, mismitakin, blue sheep, pigeons, saltwater crocodile, and northern river terrapin, which are found in the Sundarbans, and fishing cat found throughout the West Bengal. His others work also in the West Bengal Zoo Authorities as research, education, enrichment, diet of West Bengal Zoos are all managed in carefully. So I would request Dr. Sulota Maiti to deliver his lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for nice introduction. I'd like to start my presentation with permission from chairperson, co-chairperson, and organizing committee members. Sir, can I start?
Just
Please start your presentation, Sulota Madam. आप अपने हाथ से प्रेजेंट कर रही हैं ना मैडम?
यस सर।
हाँ, कोई दिक्कत होगी तो हमको आप शेयर कर दे तो फिर मैं यहाँ से करूँ।
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it's okay. Very visible. Visible. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. My presentation is on wildlife conservation. That is the role of West Bengal Zoo Authority. And first of all, I would like to mention some terms like what is endemic species and endangered species. That is, because these two terms are very important in my presentation. That endemic species are those whose habitats are restricted to a particular area, and endangered species are the species, those living organisms which are almost on critical level. And the conservation of wildlife, what does it mean? Wildlife conservation is the practice of protecting wild species and their habitat in order to maintain healthy wildlife species or population, and to restore or protect or enhance natural ecosystems. Next is what are the major threats to the wildlife? That's we already know that threats are mainly the habitat destruction, degradation, fragmentation, overexploitation, and poaching, killing, hunting of the wildlife, as well as the climate change. And through this wildlife conservation and the world space and the ways how can we help endangered species, and that is through the legislation, that is Wildlife Protection Act, that has been amended in several times in different years. Also, Wildlife Protection Act 1972, formulated by the India government, that is amended time to time according to the need. And also we have National Zoo Policy. The main objective of the zoo to complement and strengthen the national efforts in conservation and strengthen the national efforts in conservation of the rich biodiversity of the country, particularly the fauna. The objective of the policy is to support the conservation of endangered species by giving species which have no chance of survival in wild, and by coordinated breeding under ex situ conservation condition, and raise stock of rehabilitating them in wild, and when it is appropriate and desirable. Wildlife conservation can be done by two approaches. These two are ex situ and in situ.
Excuse me, Dr. Sulekha. Your slides are not moving. Are you using your slide?
Sorry.
Your slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving.
You move your cursor to left-hand side of your slides and click it. Then it will move. You move your cursor.
Is it moving?
You click for the second one. Now there you are keeping now. You are opening the 10th slide, I think.
Is it moving?
It's not moving. No. You take the cursor to left-hand side. Yeah, now it is moving. Yep. Yes. You click there, the left-hand side of your slides with the cursor. Now it is moving. Okay, go ahead.
Is it moving? No.
Yeah, it's moving now. Yeah. Now it is okay. You can go to the slide.
We have two approaches for wildlife conservation, that is ex situ conservation and in situ conservation.
Okay, please go ahead.
And for the ex situ conservation, ex situ conservation involves removing wild animals from their natural habitat and relocating them to a new location in order to protect biodiversity. And for in situ conservation, this is actually conservation of the species in its natural habitat and the maintenance and recovery of viable population of the species in their original place. And in situ conservation usually done in national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, and etc. And ex situ conservation is to be done in zoological garden, botanical garden, seed bank, gene bank, cryopreservation, and biobanking. And next slide is regarding the role of zoos in biodiversity preservation. The role of zoo is very important in biodiversity preservation. Zoos are part of the global networks and works to safeguard and preserve endangered species. As a result, the genetic variety of the species will be preserved. And zoo also links people to the natural world. Zoos are not the place for class trips or the place to hang out on the weekend nowadays. Zoos are actually encourages visitors to feel a closer connection to nature and to re-evaluate their part in environmental issues. And what is the importance of ex situ conservation? We usually done ex situ conservation in the zoological garden, and so for that reason I'd like to explain the importance of ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation or in situ conservation are not sufficient by themselves to halt the decline of the species. In those areas, ex situ conservation measures are required to address the threats of extinction. In ex situ conservation, gene pools of individuals can be maintained by using captive population for reintroduction in wild. In ex situ conservation, helps in knowledge of the biological and ecological parameters of the species, breeding necessities, and feeding needs, behavior, habitat needs, disease, etc., etc. Ex situ conservation also helps to develop strategies, protocols, intervention measures, etc., for in situ conservation. And how we do the ex situ conservation. For the ex situ conservation, we usually go for the conservation breeding program. Conservation breeding program maintains the genetic variability, produce individual to be released into the wild and mitigates the species extinction, and produce a viable population with maximum amount of genetic diversity retained. And for this, zoo play a very important role, and this breeding program serves many purposes: support demographic and genetic backup to wild populations, and provide animals for public education. And here in West Bengal Zoo Authority, what we actually do, we have West Bengal Zoo Authority constituted to promote scientific management of the zoos in West Bengal, research, education, and conservation breeding program of endangered species, and also to manage the rescue center in the state of West Bengal. And we have 13 zoos and different conservation breeding centers and rescue centers. One of important zoo is the Zoological Garden Alipur, which is the oldest zoo in the Asian countries. And second is the Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park, which scored highest marks in Central Zoo Authority evaluation process, and one of the important zoo for conservation breeding program. It has even worldwide conservation breeding program, which usually we run from Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park. We have North Bengal Wild Animals Park, Sundarban Wild Animals Park, Jangal Mahal Zoological Park in Jhargram, Bardhaman Zoological Park in Bardhaman, Gorchmukh Deer Park in Howrah district, Roshikbil in Kuch Bihar district, Shurulia in Purulia district, Adina in Malda, South Khairwadi Mini Zoo in Alipurduar. It's also the Leopard Rescue Center. Harinalaya Deer Park in New Town, Harina, Kolkata, and Raja Bhatkhawa Vulture Conservation Breeding Center and Aviary in Alipurduar district. And next, the conservation breeding program and captive breeding program that we have taken up from West Bengal Zoo Authority. The conservation breeding program that are going on are red panda, snow leopard, Himalayan salamander, Himalayan wolf, Himalayan thar, Himalayan blue sheep, Himalayan goral, markhor, mishmi takin, red jungle fowl, Khalees pheasant, satire tragopan, Himalayan blood pheasant, Himalayan monal, Tamanic tragopan. These all are going on in Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park, Darjeeling. In addition, we have Bhagavatpur Crocodile Breeding Project, that is saltwater crocodile in Sundarban area. Northern River Terrapin in Sundarban area. Jiff's vultures in Raja Bhatka Vulture Conservation Breeding Center. Fishing cat in Gorchumuk Deer Park and Zoological Garden, Alipur, and some exotic pheasants, golden, silver, lady amherst in Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park. Now, I would like to discuss what is captive breeding and what is conservation breeding. Captive breeding is the process of breeding animals outside of their natural environment, for example, in farms and zoos. And conservation breeding is captive breeding of endangered species managed scientifically with the aim of reintroducing them into the wild in their natural habitat. Conservation breeding is important because it brings captivity in animals and represent a large chance to preserve a species in the wild. So, what is the protocol that we take here in Zoo Authority for conservation breeding? First, we do heterozygosity study for population development. Heterozygosity means genetic and demographic study is very important for selection of breeding pair. And on that basis, we used to do it in Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, CCMB, Hyderabad. And from there, we identify the species we have the highest heterozygosity and select the breeding pair. And then we go for the hormonal studies, behavioral studies for their release in the wild. And we identify the soft release site. On that basis, we construct the soft release facility to release them into their natural habitat. We used to select the soft release site in their natural habitat. We train them, all the species which we do the conservation breeding, we train them in their soft release site to adapt with their natural life. And finally, after training, we release them into the wild. Red panda, which the conservation breeding, which are going Darjeeling Zoo, is a critically endangered species of Himalayan region. Their distribution range from Nepal, China, east to India also. In India, they are found in Sikkim, Darjeeling Hills of West Bengal and Arunachal Pradesh. They are found in two subspecies, Alerus fulgens and Alerus fulgens tierney. And they are less than 10,000 individuals in wild now. It is unusual member of carnivora, occupying a highly specialized niche as a bamboo feeder like the giant panda. This is the soft release site aerial view of the Topkedhara Conservation Breeding Center for snow leopard and red panda, which is 5 hectare land under Central Wildlife Sanctuary. And this is the aerial view of Dow Hill Conservation Breeding Center, which is for the herbivore and pheasant, established on 5-hectare land of in Karshiang district of West Bengal. This is the aerial view of the soft release site in Gairibas, Singalila National Park. And this is the details of the founder population of the red panda conservation breeding program. The park has had 1 male and 3 females, all of were wild origin, in stock at the beginning of the project in 1990. And later on, 1 male Oscar was brought from Rotterdam Zoo, and in April 1993 to augment the existing population of red panda in the zoological park. The first successful planned breeding of red panda occurred on 1994 when the 2 calves, Ekta and friends, were born to the Basant and Amrita, the names of the these 2 red panda founder population. Later on, we have exchange program from other countries like Germany, Spain, Belgium, Holland, Australia, New Zealand. All we have done exchange program to infuse new blood line, means genetic lines, so to increase the heterozygosity of the existing population of the red panda. And the first red panda augmentation program was done in Singalila National Park. It was happened in 2003. 2 female red panda were released in Singalila National Park, and they were tracked with radio collars. And later, one of them gave birth to a cub. It's a successful story for our institution. Red Panda Augmentation Program in Singalila National Park and Nera Valley National Park. It's the ex situ linkages with the institute. It's a collaborative program of Darjeeling Zoo and Darjeeling and Gorumara Wildlife Division. Conservation breeding of red panda as well as restocking of declining population in Singalila National Park and Nera Valley National Park was done. The proposed restocking of red panda having the following objective. We have the augmenting the number of red panda in Singalila National Park, mitigate threats, developing expertise in rehabilitation the red panda captive in wild, and preparing detailed protocols for planned release of species for any of the above objectives. Selection of the red panda for augmentation at Singalila National Park. Genetic profiling was done using fecal sample from CCMB Hyderabad and Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, ISR, Kolkata, and consultation with the International Red Panda Start Bookkeeper and Global Species Management Plan, GSMP, Rotterdam. And the red panda selected, these were selected for release restocking program. In 2022, we have released 3 numbers of red panda at Gairibas, that is in Singalila National Park. And we are very happy to inform you that out of the 3 females, 2 females named Neera and Tishta gave birth to 2 cubs each. The animals are observed by monitoring through radio collar. This is the radio collar which we used. And selection of radio collar, right radio collar is extremely important. Otherwise, we cannot monitor what actually going on after release into the wild. So we use advanced GPS scheduling, remote scheduling via GPS web service, VHF beacon with mortality function, and TRDL, time release device, drop-off device. Geofencing alarm also there. Battery life is 70 weeks. We can monitor them after release for 70 weeks only. The GPS detail, how we are monitoring. These are the pictures of the soft release site during winter. This is the research barrack. We have to develop similar facility. This is a facility in Singalila National Park. We have to develop similar facility in Nevada Valley National Park also. This is the release program, final release program. And director of the zoo and Central Zoo Authority member secretary was also present there. For conservation breeding program, we monitor their nutrition very closely. It was found that many of the pandas and Padmaja Naidu Himalayan zoological parks were overweight and their breeding was hampered. For that, we decreased their feed. We used we stopped white bread, and the amount of the bamboo leaves was increased to decrease their weight, and we increased their natural foraging behavior. Currently all the adults red pandas are normal weight, and we achieved the highest number of birds during 2022. For I already mentioned for increasing the genetic variability, we infuse new blood used to bring the red pandas from international zoos. Next, snow leopard. Snow leopard is endangered species, Schedule 1 animals. And there is no presence of snow leopard in this time in the hills of Darjeeling, which is to be there. Darjeeling is natural habitat, but we are not finding them. And we started snow leopard conservation breeding program in 1986. We brought a pair of snow leopard from Zurich Zoo and another pair from US in 1989. They gave birth, and the population has been increased. Later on, we in 1986, 72 animals were born in the Conservation Breeding Center. Presently, there are 10 snow leopards in Darjeeling Zoo. During conservation in conservation breeding center, diet and weight of all of the animals in the zoos are constantly monitored. and future direction, breeding and maintenance of genetically viable captive population through acquisition and exchange from national and international rescue center and zoos, and CZA recommendation as a 30 individual in next 20 years need to have a roadmap and detail to achieve this. Need proper planned coordination between coordinating and participating zoos and central zoo authority to reach it. A pair of one male and female, one female of snow leopard can be acquired from Ladakh Rescue Center to enrich diversity. Augmentation and reintroduction program in collaboration with WVZ, CZA, and other institutions should be explored in near future. We have, I already mentioned, Tibetan wolf conservation breeding program. So it's also the Schedule 1 animals and Himalayan newts. So Himalayan newts means Himalayan salamander. So it's although it's list concern, but they are only restricted to Himalayan areas. Schedule 1 animals, and the principal threats are habitat destruction and killing. The Padmaja Naidu Himalayan Zoological Park, Darjeeling, actually conducted this conservation breeding program. During 2000, during the year of 2000, the State Wildlife Advisory Board, West Bengal, recommended a constitution of an expert committee to look into the various aspect of conservation of Himalayan salamander in Darjeeling Hills, and project on conservation breeding of salamander has been started in Darjeeling Zoo. In 2002, Darjeeling Zoo made 2 ponds in the off-display area of the zoo, and 8 salamanders from Jorfok Pokhri, that is Sukhia area, were released in the ponds for breeding during rainy season. Morphological and molecular studies were done by the zoo authority for species identification in to generate awareness regarding rapid disappearance and conservation strategies of this species among visitors. The zoo authority built a terrarium for display of the Himalayan salamander. And 2007, 8 salamander bred within the terrarium, and in 2020, the salamander breeding project took a long hiatus. In this regard, we taken the active breeding program, conservation breeding program in Himalayan salamander. And the current population of this species is about 50. We have also conservation breeding program on red jungle fowl, Kalis pheasant, Teminic tragopan, and satire tragopan, and there's Himalayan monal, blood pheasant, golden pheasant, silver pheasant, lady amherst pheasant. All those are located in Dow Hill Conservation Breeding Program Center. Sorry. These are the incubator that we use in our conservation breeding center for the pheasant, conservation breeding of pheasants. So We have conservation breeding on Himalayan Thar, and the information are this. The current stock in blue sheep is 10:6. We also have the blue sheep conservation breeding program. We have proposal to extend our conservation breeding program on clouded leopard, golden cat, sherrow. These are the pictures of release of red jungle fowl and goral. And conservation breeding program of saltwater crocodile that is carried out in Bhagavatpur Crocodile Project in Sundarban area. This conservation breeding program is aims to increase the number of saltwater crocodiles and their release in the wild. The crocodile project is situated next to the Lothian Island, far from the mainland in Sundarbans archipelago, with an area of 100 bigger approximately. Rescued crocodiles are also kept at Bhagavatpur. There are 6 breeding pools of different size and 14 number of enclosure containing water tank for keeping of springs and hatchlings of different age groups. There is also one translocation pool for keeping the crocodiles to be released. Rescued crocodiles are also kept in separate pools. One hatchery was also there. Project usually done in artificial incubation method, and sub-adult crocodiles were released in the water of different areas of Sundarban. At present, there are 166 crocodile in Bhagavatpur Crocodile Project. This is how we prepare food, meat, crab, prawn for the crocodiles. This table is for regarding the release of hatchling in different site of the Sundarban area. Egg collection. Our staffs are collecting eggs. These are the breeding pools, hatchling pools. And northern river terrapin or Batagur baska. It's critically endangered species.
Please conclude, madam. Please conclude, madam.
Okay. We have conservation breeding program on Jeeves vultures as Raja Bhatkawa Vulture Breeding Center in collaboration with Bombay Natural History Museum. It's also a critically endangered species and Schedule 1 animals. These are some pictures of their release. Thank you all for giving me opportunity to present over here our work from West Bengal Zoo Authority. So these are the conservation breeding program, which I have discussed briefly. It's very long process, so I cannot explain it within 1 hour or 2 hours. So for one species can take more than 2 hours. So uh, I would like to thank everyone for listening, for keeping patience, and thank you, chairperson, co-chairperson, and respected organizing committee members, Professor Misra sir. Thanks all.
Yes, Dr. Maiti, can you
Sir.
hear me?
Yes,
It's very comprehensive presentation about your breeding programs. What about your whether you have released your snow leopard to the original habitat back for restoration?
sorry sir, I could not understand. Can you please repeat? Come again, sir.
See, I have seen your presentation that says Himalayan snow leopard.
Yes, sir.
Whether it has been reintroduced back to that area?
We have planned, not yet released, sir.
Okay. Because good number of individuals are right now you are managing.
Yeah, sorry, I cannot follow you.
You are not able to hearing my voice?
I'm hearing, but it's a voice or something breaking or it's
Breaking.
not
I just
clear.
want I want to know your experience whether if you have reintroduced back to original habitat about the Himalayan snow leopard.
Yeah, we have planned, but not yet we have released them. So we have to identify the soft release site and the for final release.
Okay.
It's very. We have to take it up with the government for that decision only, sir.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maiti. Nice lecture. And you delivered in very nice way. All the conservation activities and captive breeding activities taken in the different zoos of the West Bengal. In West Bengal, we have 13 zoos, and all zoos are found from the snow-capped mountain, that is from Darjeeling to Sundarban. Dr. Maiti has explained the conservation breeding program and captive breeding program of different endangered, critically endangered species in the West Bengal. One thing I'd like to add, that is conservation breeding program of Batagur Vatka. That is actually not done by West. It has been started from the 2012 and up to Batagur Vaska, critically endangered species, hatching is done. Till Batagur Vaska is found in the world only in Sundarban of Bangladesh and India, and little bit of Bhitorkonika Wildlife Sanctuary, Odisha, Thailand, Malaysia, and other places. Batagur Vaska is based in India. In Sundarban Tiger Reserve, it has been started in 2012 and up to 2023, hatching of 480 against 2005 and 2018. No hatching was done, most probably due to excessive temperature. So out of 480 hatching was done, 10 were released in the wild and other 70 were shifted. The place actually Sojnakhali from Sojinekhali, the 70 Batagur Baska of different year were transferred to different ponds. Actually, in Sundarban, in every camp, beat and range office have a sweet water pond. To this different share, Batagur Baska was shifted to different ponds like Neti Dhopani, Chamta, Jingekhali, different places. To save them from natural calamities, because Sundarban is a place where natural calamities is done in the month of May. In the last 7 meter tradition is there. So it was a nice conservation breeding program in the Sundarban Tiger Reserve. And if they have any question to Dr. Maiti, then you can ask question to Dr.
Chairperson, co-chairperson, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. First, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sulata Maiti for her nice presentation on wildlife and nature conservation in state of the West Bengal. Dr. Sulata, I have a two small inquiry, you can say, not the question. One is that we all can say that Jews in India are the backup setup for conservation of in situ. So how do you see the linkage between Forest Department and your Zoo Authority as scientific officer? Hope you understand my question. Yes.
Sorry, can you please repeat again?
We all understand that the Jews in India are the back setup for conservation of wild fauna in situ, as you mentioned in your slides also.
Yes.
So how do you link your authority, the West Bengal Zoo Authority, and the Department of Forest, who is the owner of that in situ conservation of the wild flora and fauna? So how do you see the linkage between these two body?
Means Zoo Authority and Forest Department. Actually, this Zoo Authority. Yes, this Zoo Authority, West Bengal Zoo Authority, is under Department of Forest, Government of West Bengal. It's a government registered society. So, what actually you want, I could not understand. So, for
No, Dr. Maiti, I am replying. Actually, in West Bengal, there is a good relationship between the West Bengal Zoo Authority.
Sir, that's true, sir. But actually, my target was that
Zoo Authority office in the same building where PCF, there is no conflict between Zoo Authority and Forest Directorate.
Achha, yes. Okay. And the second one is that Jews in India.
Zoo Authority and Forest Directorate.
Might be regular meeting and all. Okay. The second is that quick question that there are several wild animal in the captivity in the zoos in India. So being in the scientific officer of the zoo of West Bengal Zoo Authority, do have any data of that single animals in the West Bengal Zoo Authority, or we have any plan for that pairing of that animal or disposal of that animal to other any zoos?
Yes, we have so many plans. So, which you want? For
No, not I required only. It's the generalized question that many zoos in India having single species and single sexes in a species. So being a scientific officer, do you have any plan for that? That one of my single species will stay in my captivity for 1 year or 2 year or 5 year. Either I will pair or will dispose to the other zoos in India.
yes, we have lot of species.
Single species.
Single species means what?
Single species means only one specimen in the captivity, or single-sexed animals in the captivity, which do not allow the central authority also to housing them.
No,
I
we
mean
don't.
pairing of specimens.
No, we don't have.
Okay, thank you. So any more question from audience? Quick and short questions. So okay, I would like to thank the organizer committee and Dr. Skan Misra sir. And now I handing over to the chairman for conclude our session.
Okay, sir. Pandit Saab.
Chairperson.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mahato. I'd like to thank sincere gratitude to S.K. Misra for organizing this type of international webinar. Actually, he's the habitual organizer. In every year, he organizes every 1 and 2 month intervals. He organizes this type of webinar. In one webinar, I have also delivered a lecture on Gorumara National Park. So thank you, Dr. Misra, for organizing this type of webinar, where very young scientists and other senior officers and other senior scientists participated and discussed many aspects, biodiversity, conservation, different issues, and both ways everybody's benefited from the discussion, from young officer, from the senior officer, even senior scientists, from junior scientists. And I have also enriched my knowledge last 3-4 days discussion. So thank you, Dr. Misra and other participants and other scientists, researchers and senior officers who deliver lectures in this international webinar. Thank you very much, everybody again, and special thank to Dr. Misra again for organizing this type of seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasant Kumar Pandit sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Sanjay Kumar Mahto for co-chair the session. Dr. Sulata Mehti given a nice talk in this webinar, and very well described actually Geological Authority of West Bengal program activities. Thank you all of you. डॉक्टर पंडित सर, हम जो पिछला वेबिनार किया था उसका बुक हमारी तैयार हो गई है और अभी मैं वैलिडेटरी सेशन में 4 बजे इसको रिलीज कर रहा हूं। उसमें आपका भी एक आर्टिकल जो गुरुमेरा नेशनल पार्क,
गोरुमारा नेशनल पार्क
जी, उसमें शामिल है सर, और मैं सॉफ्ट कॉपी बुक की आपको शेयर करूंगा और भी 4 बजे रिलीज होगी वो बुक, और 54 आर्टिकल्स हैं उनमें, और नेशनल पार्क, टाइगर रिजर्व, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी, वाइल्ड लाइफ एंड बायोडाइवर्सिटी पर वो सभी आर्टिकल हैं। इसके पहले इनागुरल सेशन में हमने बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व, बॉटेनिकल गार्डन और जूलॉजिकल पार्क पर बुक रिलीज की है सॉफ्ट कॉपी में। तो आज 4 बजे यदि समय मिलेगा तो जरूर सभी लोग शामिल हों। हमें इनवाइट करते हैं, आपके व्हाट्सएप में हमने इनविटेशन शेयर भी किया है। तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग दिस सेशन। थैंक यू। And next session, very important session, our chairperson, Dr. A.G. Pandurangan sir, advisor, environment and biodiversity, CISSA, Thiruvananthapuram, and former director, JNTVGRI, Kerala. Our co-chairperson, Dr. Chanchal Mehrotra, assistant professor, botany, Baba Mastanath University, Rohtak, Haryana, and our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Cyril Vijay Sundara, research professor, National Institute of Fundamental Studies, Kandy, Sri Lanka. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Pandurangan sir, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Misra. Dear colleagues, I welcome for this session, and I hope my co-chair Dr. Malhotra is there? Yeah.
Ji sir, ji sir.
Yeah, she's
Ji,
there.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Dr. Malhotra is there.
Thank
And very nice that my senior colleagues, Dr. Ansari and Dr. Ravishankar, everybody is there. Very nice to see. And our speaker, and the important this session for our speaker, Dr. Cyril Vijay Sundara. He has just joined. I have seen Dr. Cyril.
I have joined. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please. Yeah, very nice to see you, sir. Friends, I am very happy to introduce the speaker of this session, and he is having very eminent and very interesting biodata. I just to brief it for the convenience of our audience. And Dr. Cyril Vijay Sundara is currently serving as a research professor in the National Institute of Fundamental Studies, Kandy. And earlier this, he was holding nearly more than 11 years as a Director General in the Department of National Botanical Gardens, Sri Lanka. And we are happy to know that he is basically a botanist. Actually, he graduate, postgraduate, MPhil, and even up to PhD is a botany. And he did his PhD from New York City University. Actually, his PhD program. And regarding her research output, he had published more than 85 research publications in the international journal and 120 abstracts and conference proceedings. And he is the author of 10 books. And impressively, that his H index is 21, very nice, and citations are 2,391. And coming to the contributions to the national level in Sri Lanka, he is actually an institution builder. If you look in this biodata, he established nearly 300-acre dry zone botanic gardens at Bridgewala near Hambantota in 2006, and also 105-acre wet zone botanic gardens in Ilukovita in 2008 in Avisavela. And also he was responsible for establishing floriculture school at Royal Botanic Gardens, Paradenia, because we know only Paradenia generally, because Sri Lanka means it's a Paradenia. The Botanic Garden Paradenia is almost, we used to interact with the researchers as well as the director of the institute. And also he established a national floriculture development to uplift the livelihood of the local people by cultivating many of the horticultural plants. And also he was responsible for reorganizing the administrative structure of the Botanic Gardens division in the Department of Agriculture, actually. So very nice, sir, that you have done a lot of work and for building many institutions in Sri Lanka. And also he was constantly having association with many of the universities in Sri Lanka by serving as a council member, board of studies, and also visiting lecture, especially in plant ecology, plant taxonomy, and floriculture at University of Paradenia, University of Colombo, University of C. Jayawardhanapura, etc. And also he is a member of the expert committee on establishing a new faculty on urban and aquatic biology, University of C. Jayawardhanapura. And also he had many distinctions and recognitions. Particularly, he is an elected fellow of the National Academy of Sciences in Sri Lanka, honorary professor, Department of Ecology and Biodiversity, University of Hong Kong. And also, very interestingly, this is very important, he had received nearly 8 times as a presidential research awards, continuously from 2001, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2011 and 2012. This is very impressive, sir, and we are very happy to have such a persons of eminence and agreeing our request to join in today's session and particularly delivering the talk, particularly on what you call developed an arboretum. It is which I understood is from the talk arboretum in the particularly in the National Institute of Fundamental Studies. It is actually what you call a testimony for his work on the restoration program of the trees. So with these words, and I welcome Dr. Shri Vijay Sundara for his presentation. And after that, my co-chair will offer her views and then concluding remarks. With this, now over to Dr. Cyril Vijay Sundara, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Conrad, and I'll try to share my screen.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Is it visible?
It's not visible. Dr. Cyril, first to open your presentation.
Yeah, I opened it.
And minimize, and then go to, there is a down, you can see there is a symbol of arrow, present now.
Yeah, okay. I'll go to that.
Press it, open it.
Yeah.
And then there will be a window for, you will get the present now. Hello, presentation.
Yeah,
present.
Yeah.
Just click.
Yeah, I clicked
and wait
it.
for click for and wait for a few seconds.
Okay.
Because if your file is heavy, it will take a few seconds.
Okay. Has it come?
No, it has not come.
It's coming.
It's coming. Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, I think your file is very bigger one. That is why it takes time. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now it is okay. Yeah, good.
Has
You
it
can
got?
Go ahead.
Is it in full screen mode now?
Yeah, it is okay. It is a full screen.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you just go for one slide? Next slide. Let us check whether it is working.
Is it working now?
You go for second slide.
Yeah, I clicked and it's the second slide now.
No, then you have to do, you move your cursor to left hand side of the slides. There is a vertically arranged slides, so 1, 2, 3 like that.
Left hand side.
Click on the second slide 2.
You
Okay.
move the cursor to slide 2 and click it. Let us check.
Has it come now? No.
Now you are in slide 1.
Okay.
You move your cursor or your hand.
Yeah.
That cursor to slide 2 and click.
Yes, click on that. Yes.
Yeah, it is working.
Keep doing like.
It is working. Then you go back to 1.
I have to use this mode and not the full screen mode. Is that right?
It is working. No, don't. It is working. You go back to slide 1. You move the cursor to 1.
Has it come to the 1 now? No.
Yeah, click it. You click it.
Yeah.
Slide 1, you click. It is not moving. Now you are in slide 2.
Yeah. Has it come to the slide 3 now? No.
No.
You can start your lecture now from slide 1.
No, I will not use the full screen mode then. Okay, now.
Now it is. Yeah, it is working.
It's working, but it's not in the full screen mode, right?
No, it is full screen.
Okay, right. Okay, now.
Full screen. You move your cursor to slide 1 and click again. Now you have gone 3, 2. Yeah, it is okay. Now, no, you 1. You go to 1.
Yeah,
it is okay. Now you present.
Right, okay. So now this is actually the entrance to the place I'm going to talk about. It's NIFS Poppum Arboretum. Actually, in 1983, one Mr. Francis Hume Popham, popularly known as Sam Popham, he was actually a British naval officer who was working for the Royal Navy, and he was posted in Ceylon, then Sri Lanka now, as a naval officer. And after the war, he decided to stay back in Sri Lanka, and he bought 7.5 acres of land, a shrub jungle at the time, in a close to a city called Dambulla. And then what actually he did was, he first planted some mango trees in that area, and then later he found some natural tree seedlings coming up in between those mango trees, and then suddenly he decided, why not allow these natural seedlings to come? Why should I plant these fruit trees and other stuff which are not indigenous or native? So let's see what happens if I let these forest seedlings to come up. So he assisted the natural regeneration, which now we call assisted natural regeneration, ANR, assisted natural regeneration. So he let those natural plants to come up and then waited. And then he found that slowly a forest or a woodland was forming. So he actually had a little hut, a mud hut, which he plastered with white this thing, and then he was living in that. This Mr. Popham in the late 60s. And then that area, the land he bought was actually a land used for swidden cultivation or shifting from time to time. You set fire and then plant some other field crops like chili and mung bean and things like that. So this was actually a chaina land or a shifting cultivation land. So not many trees. This is how it looked. You can see part of his dwelling house or the mud hut, and then this was how it looked. And then later, after about 10-15 years time, because of his promoting the natural regeneration by removing the weedy competitive shrubs and herbs, he found that the area became a woodland. So if you go now to that place, you don't feel that you are in the Dambulla area. It's almost like in a rainforest. It's very, very thick jungle, very cool. And if you go there, you don't get the same feeling you get just outside the road, which is in the thick of the dry zone. A very, very beautiful, very serene setup with all big trees, dry zone, dry evergreen forest trees. And then, of course, in 1989, Mr. Popham gifted that 7-acre land to the place I am working now, Institute of Fundamental Studies. Then now it's National Institute of Fundamental Studies. So he gave it on a gift deed to the Institute of Fundamental Studies to carry out research and educational activities. At the time, the director of the National Institute of Fundamental Studies was very famous Professor Cyril Ponnamperuma. He was working for NASA, and he's one of those people who was actually heading the team examining the soil brought from the moon by this Apollo. This thing. Now we are very happy that one of us, one of our countries also visited landed on moon, and we were very happy in Sri Lanka also. Actually, we think it's a triumph and also achievement from our people. Anyway, so this Professor Ponnamperuma was the head of the research team who examined the Earth brought from the moon, and he was working for NASA. And then he was actually appointed by the then president of Sri Lanka, President Jayawardena, as the director of the Institute of Fundamental Studies and his scientific advisor. So Mr. Popham gave that 7.5-acre arboretum, which was an arboretum then because of the trees. He gifted that to Professor Ponnamperuma. And then Professor Ponnamperuma added another 27 acres of adjoining land That was also a scrub jungle, and he also used the same method to convert that land also into a woodland. So using that assisted natural regeneration, the entire area, which is now around 35 to 36 acres, so that the entire area is now a very, very beautiful, rich, dry evergreen forest. And then, of course, because of this beauty and the increased biodiversity, a lot of people started to visit the place, the researchers and average people, the tourists. So there are a lot of biodiversity you find there. And of course, they have more than 300 species of trees and a lot of interesting wildlife. And there are many, many birds. In fact, the interesting thing is that when the tree cover got established, the wildlife also increased. When it was a China land or a shrub jungle, disturbed early successional stage, there are not much biodiversity. But now you see so many birds and other forms of biodiversity in that newly transformed woodland area. So you can see Ceylon Shama, the grey hornbill, and woodpeckers and bee-eaters and different types of pigeons. So many different types of birds, and also beautiful butterflies. Many interesting butterflies. Many of them are endemic to Sri Lanka, and also not just butterflies, even some dragonflies. So many different species, and then a lot of spiders. In fact, there are about 4 spiders which are confined to the arboretum. There's one spider named after Mr. Popham. The interesting thing is that in our institute, there's a scientist, Professor Suresh Benjamin, has described more than 100 new species of spiders. So he has discovered so many interesting species of spiders. And as I said, there are 4 species which are confined to the arboretum, and 1 species has been named after Mr. Popham. And also there are so many different types of reptiles, agamid lizards, so even snakes and skunks. And then also many different types of mushrooms, these thirst stars and various other types of mushrooms. And there are people who are working on mushrooms in the arboretum. And also we are actually earning a lot of money from, especially from the foreign tourists. They have to pay 1,000 rupees per head to enter into the arboretum during daytime. But then if they come during night time for night safari to watch loris, pangolin and other animals, nocturnal animals, each person will have to pay 2,500. It doesn't matter whether you are a foreigner or a local. Anyone who come at night for night safari will have to pay 2,500 rupees per head. But then for foreign visitors, we charge 1,000 rupees per head for day tours and 250 rupees from the local people. So, so this is becoming a very interesting tourist destination, a kind of an ecotourism hub, because it's on the way to a very famous tourism complex. There are so many tourist hotels, famous 5-star tourist hotels on the way, and people actually those people who come to that area are mostly high-end nature-based tourism kind of people. So they make it a point to visit the arboretum as well. And if you look at the map of the arboretum, this is the area, the top part in darker green is the area which was originally bought by Mr. Popham, the 7.5.5 area. And then the area down here in the paler colors are actually the 27 acres acquired by Professor Ponnam Perumal in 1989. So now the entire area is around 35 to 36 acres. And then it's interesting thing because one of my students did a survey using Govt classes, and in fact he measured each and every plant about 10 centimeter girth in the entire area. And then by looking at that, I asked him to group them according to different girth classes. And then if you look at, now these are actually office complex, some summer huts and some small resting places. These are buildings, the dark ones. But then these are actually the trees. Now you can see these are the mango trees planted by Mr. Popham originally in 1963. And then this is how it looked later on. And then now after a couple of years it was like that, and then it was like that. And then as you can see, in time passes, this is how it happens. And then the total area was covered by different types of trees. Now you can't even see, you can't even locate the rows of mango trees. Mango trees have not been cut or removed. They are also there, but then you can't see that they are in rows, because in between a lot of natural trees have come, and it's almost like a natural dry evergreen forest. And the entire area is now almost filled with natural trees which are not planted, which have come spontaneously. So this is actually one of the methods we try to promote for increasing forest cover in the country, assisted natural regeneration, because we believe that nature is the best. Nature is best to select what should be grown in in a particular site, because if we select a plant from a nursery and if we plant it in a site, it's actually us who decide what to be grown. But if you let the nature to decide, nature will decide the best plants suitable for a particular site. In fact, in the soil seed bank, there are so many seeds, and also the birds and other dispersal agents will bring propagules from the neighboring natural vegetation. So it's the nature which decides what should be grown and what should be established in a particular area. So this method, assisted natural regeneration, we think is superior to just planting trees of our choice. Now my student has done a comparison, and he found that a survey done in 1995 showed there are 10 species in the canopy, and then 16 species in subcanopy, and 19 shrubs in subcanopy. I mean, 19 shrubs in the understory. But then in 2017, he found the canopy trees increased to 67, subcanopy from 16 to 26, and shrubs actually got decreased. So as you can see, high canopy, taller vegetation is being promoted. You see more trees in the canopy, and then the shrub layer is getting decreased, because they are mostly now almost almost like a natural dry evergreen forest. And then the most dominant trees are Chloroxylon sweetinia, sandalwood, Pterospomum suberifolium, Diplodiscus verrucosus, Vitex altissima, and Syzygium cumini. Some of you may know what it is. Syzygium cumini, famous plant, fruit tree, and they were actually in high densities in 2017 compared to 1995. At that time, in 1995, it was mostly Philanthus polypilus. These are shrubs, and Dichostachys cinerea. They were more high in numbers. These are both shrubs, Philanthus polypilus and Dichostachys cinerea. Now, of course, you see more trees like Chloroxylon and Pterospomum and Diplodiscus. In fact, this Chloroxylon sweetinia, Pterospomum suberifolium, and Diplodiscus verrucosus are fast growing also. In fact, my student suggested that we can even use these three species in place of exotic plantation tree species like Kaya or Eucalyptus, or mahogany and all those exotic plants. In place of those, we can use this Chloroxylon, Pterospomum, and Diplodiscus verrucosus. In fact, this Diplodiscus verrucosus is an endemic tree. In fact, earlier it was in a genus called Tyranthe verrucosus. Now it's Diplodiscus verrucosus. Earlier we thought that the whole genus is endemic to Sri Lanka. Now there are other species found in Malaysia. So Diplodiscus verrucosus is endemic species, not in an endemic genus. So this is an endemic fast-growing tree, class 1 timbers. So there are interesting plants now in the improved woodland vegetation. And of course, there are so many wildlife now. if you take on top, you can see the pangolin, and then below that is slender loris, and of course jungle fowl, which is our national bird. And then so we are doing a lot of things. One is main function or main role is conservation of the dry zone tree flora, and we assist research, education, and training on dry zone forest regeneration. Of course, we promote nature-based tourism. So at the moment, we conduct school science programs within the Arboretum. We provide field training programs for adults, and also arboriculture training. So how to prune a tree or how to look after a tree. So various arboriculture training programs are also being conducted. It's me conducting a class for school children outdoor, and then recently we were given some funding from the Ministry of Environment. We changed a lot of things without damaging the natural beauty. In fact, we were given funding to purchase some digital LED boards and stuff like that. So it's me giving a talk to an audience in the Arboretum. So so many programs conducted, mostly for university students, both from Sri Lanka and also from outside. This is a group of students who came from Colby University, USA, and then they are taken in the field, the same people, and then we provided them with refreshments. These are some students who came from Scotland. This is my research assistant who just completed this master's degree in forest restoration. And then the same students, we have a campsite also with a barbecue place. So these they can have barbecue and also some discussions. These are some local school children. This is the office and the area where we usually conduct classes. And these are another place, outdoor place where, in fact, this was a very interesting program because there were some 250 girls who came from a girls' school in Colombo, and we conducted a day program within the Arboretum, and they were really interested in that. These are some forest officers who came for a training program. So this was also conducted with the help of some university staff. Can see famous Professor Gunatilaka she's a famous ecologist attached to University of Peradeniya. And then this was actually a program conducted for a private company. This is actually a finance company, Senkadakala Finance, and we did a day program for these private sector people. So in fact, this is a popular site for some private companies who are in Colombo. For them, it's a very special new experience. And then I think in 2017, there was a group of students who came from a university in the UK, Plymouth University in UK. They came for a training program, and they actually camped. We have a campsite, and they camped there, and they stayed 35 days in those camps, studying various ecological studies and bird watching and these loris watching and all sorts of things. And they really enjoyed their camping period. Now, these are the same people. They were in the camps, and in the foreground you see the barbecue site. So we also have 2 rooms available for people who are studying nature. This is not given to just average, everyday people who just come and they want to have fun. But these mostly for the naturalists. So we charge a modest sum of rupees 3,000 for the large room and rupees 2,500 for a small room. So some people who are really interested in nature, they come and stay overnight and conduct their studies. And then also there are 4 nature trails. We have used colors to demarcate these nature trails: yellow trail, green trail, pink trail and green trail. So we have even listed. I mean, we have in our brochure, we have given the time taken to complete one trail, the walk, and some trails are having wheelchair access, and of course, since there are some small bridges and stuff, some of the trails are not accessible for disabled people, but then good part of the trails are accessible. So the time and the distance, the length of the trail are all given in the brochure. So also there are research activities conducted by us in the I.P.S. and also by the universities. So it has a very good ecotourism potential, as I said. It's right in the middle of a tourism area. So many tourists come, and as I said, the Ministry of Environment has provided me with some funding to improve. And in fact, we had a small function about 2 months back to relaunch those newly relaunched arboretum with those newly developed areas. Now, we must remember that forest help stabilizing the climate, and they regulate ecosystems, protect diversity, play an integral part in carbon cycle, support livelihood, and help sustainable growth. And then our forest cover has got decreased now, according to FAO. We have lost 15% of our primary forest during 2000 to 2005 period. So it's imperative that all this degraded land should be recovered and restored, and additional land is bought under appropriate forest cover. So restoration is not just planting trees. It has to be undertaken on a scientific basis. It should be based on practical and as much as possible natural unit of nature. And according to the Bond Challenge, we have to restore about at least 350 million hectares of degraded land, and that will sequester up to 1.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide. So this is the Bond Challenge, and there are some countries ratified. Sri Lanka has also ratified this Bond Challenge. And then, as we know, this decade, 2021 to 2030, is designed or declared as the decade of ecosystem restoration by the United Nations. 2021 to 2030. So we are in the middle of the decade of ecosystem restoration. Now, as I mentioned, assisted natural regeneration is a very successful method to re-establish forest cover in deforested areas. So this method allows natural seedlings to establish and mature. It overcomes obstacles which are generated by natural regeneration and artificial regeneration. By artificial regeneration, we mean just selecting trees of our choice and planting them. So, using this method, assisted natural regeneration, we found that the biodiversity of the arboretum on the site has got increased. And then we have, out of these 350 odd flowering plant species, about 50 are timber trees, or 72 are medicinal trees of medicinal interest. So, as I said, about 350 species belonging to more than 80 families. We have identified about 25 species of mammals, including several species of bats, and 77 species of butterflies, 12 species of dragonflies. There may be more, but these are the species we have identified. And there are some spiders. And this species, Cestopsis popami, was described by one of our botanists, Professor Benjamin, Suresh Benjamin, and he named it after Mr. Popham, Cestopsis popami. So, according to our national red list, in fact, I was the chairman of the National Red List Committee for Flora. There are 3,087 angiosperm species. I was listening to Dr. Panduragan's speeches, and it was so impressive, wonderful speech, by the way. I'm happy that he's my chair. So he told that there are about 21,000 species of flowering plants in India. Now here, a country which is less than, about 1/60th or 1/65th in size, we have 3,087 species of angiosperms. and 80 subspecies and 185 varieties of indigenous flowering plants. And then out of these 860 species, 18 subspecies and 69 varieties are endemic to Sri Lanka. And then many of these species are found in the wet zone, by the way. It's expected that wet zone is rich in biodiversity. But dry zone also has many endemic species. This is the point I'm going to raise, because in our country, a lot of people, talk about the wet zone, and every time when they talk about biodiversity, they say wet zone, and then all these, poems and songs and all these things are on the wet zone flora. But what of the dry zone? So I did the survey on the red list locations, locations of endemic angiosperms in Sri Lanka, and using an index called weighted endemism. I don't want to go into elaborate this methodology. I found I actually divided Sri Lanka into 5 by 5 kilometer grids, about some 2,800 grids, and then plotted the localities of all angiosperm species, and then endemic species, by the way. And then I found that there are 9 areas of high endemism: Central Highlands, Southwest and West Zone, Northern Highlands, Eastern Highlands, Retigala, Dolukanda, Yala, Vilpattu, and Jaffna. Those are in red. Retigala, this here, and then Yala, Vilpattu, and Jaffna. They are all dry zone. They are in the middle of the dry zone. But even in the dry zone, we see these endemic areas. So that means it's not only the wet zone, the dry zone is also important when it comes to endemics. Many of those endemics are threatened by so many factors. So in our 2020 red list, we found that out of 863 endemic species, 625 are threatened. That is about 72.5% of the total endemic species. So in addition to that, 13 out of endemic subspecies and 50 out of 69 endemic varieties are threatened. If all endemic taxa, species, subspecies, and varieties are considered, 72.4 are threatened. So that's an alarming figure. We have to do many things to conserve this flora. Threat to these endemic plants may range from direct causes such as habitat loss and environmental pollution, and indirect factors such as unavailability of pollinators. I always talk about this because a lot of people don't pay much attention to pollinators. Now, plants may come up with flowers. You see flowers. If the pollinators are not there, the flowers will not get pollinated, then there won't be any seeds. And if there are no seeds, there won't be no new plants. So if the pollinators are affected, sometimes pollinators are affected by agrochemicals and other harmful substances, and also pollinators may be attracted to other plants like exotic invasive species. So this is another way we lose our pollinators. When I say we, the endemic species. So there are so many factors which one has to consider. I was listening to Professor Dr. Pandurangan's speech the first day of this webinar series. Wonderful speech, by the way. He also mentioned many such factors. And then so there are so many causal factors, and the threats are exceedingly high. So we have to pay serious attention to conserve these species without delay. There's another thing I wanted to mention, that arboreta like ours can be refugia for some of those threatened plants. And if you have similar arboreta or these kind of refugia in closer to the big cities. Now, Dambulla is a big city, and this is just about 2.5 kilometers away from Dambulla city. So it's a small area, 35 acres, and it's like almost like a natural woodland. And this will serve an education purpose, ecosystem service purpose, and conservation purpose. There's so many purposes. And then if you have similar arboreta in each and every township, that will serve a lot of benefits. That will provide a lot of benefits, primarily as an education site and also as a conservation site. There's another area I want to mention with regards to this arboreta. One is this phenomenon called forest bathing. So that is actually not bathing, using water in the forest. This actually going through the forest, and while going through the forest, you get a lot of benefits. Now, forest bathing is a practice of taking short leisurely visit to a forest for health benefits. This practice was actually originally came from Japan. It's called Shinrin Yoku in Japanese. So this actually is a good lifestyle. It was first proposed in 1982 by the Forest Agency of Japan. Now it has become a recognized relaxation, not only in Japan, in other countries as well. If you do Google search, you will see that you find this activity in practice in the US as well. And then this is actually due to volatile organic compounds that are emitted by trees. And some of these phytoncides or volatile organic compounds emitted by the trees are alpha-penines, beta-penines, tricyclines, campines, and isoprenes. They are actually measured in nanograms per cubic meter scale. This is a paper published on that. It's called Forest Bathing Trip Increases Human Natural Killer Activity and Expression of Anti-Cancer Proteins in Female Subjects. It was published in Journal of Biological Regulations and Homeostatic Agents. It's actually a scholarly journal, research done by the Japanese team of scientists. And they have found that if people visit the forest once a month, they may be able to enhance the effect of health promotion and preventive medicine, because natural killer cells kill tumor or virus infected cells by the release of preforin, granzymes, and granulosin via the granule exocytosis pathways. And forest bathing trip significantly decreased the concentration of adrenaline, so that will lower the stress, and non-adrenaline in urine, showing that the subject had low stress during the forest trip. So when subject has got physical and psychological stress, more adrenaline and non-adrenaline can be released. Low adrenaline and non-adrenaline concentration boosts in natural killer cell activities. Previous reports show physical and/or physiological, psychological stress decrease NK activities, and T cells increase mental stress, but forest bathing trip decrease T cells. So forest bathing trip is similar to a natural aromatherapy. The use of natural oils that are present. I'm sure you have heard of natural aromatherapy, but this is like a natural aromatherapy. So these kind of activities are practiced in arboretum like ours. So if we allow, now we have these nature trails, and very soon we are going to do it in a formal manner. In fact, even today I had a discussion with some medical people to quantify the presence of these volatile organic compounds, and we can also use the previous data, and we can say that if you spend this many hours in this nature trail or this area, your health will be improved, this way or that way, and we can prove it using scientific evidence. So these kind of things will not only provide health benefits, also you can promote these kinds of things as ecotourism tools. So there are so many ways we can use the arboreta of our nature for various things. In fact, original house used by Mr. Popham was converted into a museum using that endowment fund. Now it's a small museum where you can see the original stuff used by Mr. Popham, his suitcase he used in the ship where he worked during the war, and so many other items, personal items, belongings, his family photographs, and the bed he used, and his typewriter. All these things can be seen, and it's a very popular attraction, especially to people who are coming from the UK. So we have improved many of those things using this funding, and it's becoming very popular attraction. More than this tourism, I take it as a model conservation place and an ecological refuge here, which can be replicated in many parts of Sri Lanka and also in many parts of the country as well. So thank you very much, and I wanted to make it brief because I have various other agreements also after this. So thank you very much, Professor Mishra, for giving me this opportunity, and I really appreciate your efforts and your organizational skills, and giving opportunities for people with their findings and knowledge. Thank you.
Dr. Sril Vijay for very nicely presenting about how we are dry zone dominated by scrub and the dead deciduous elements have been used for that areas by naturally assisted regeneration and now converted into a good forestry zone, and with having a lot of potential for ecotourism and also for educating, training and education programs. As you pointed out, your country has brought out the flora of Ceylon with the help of the Kew Botanic Gardens, actually, scientists from the Kew Botanic Gardens. And it is one of the very valuable document for us also, because we often use these floras because 14% of your flora is common to India, particularly South India. So many of our genus, particularly Syzygium, as you pointed out, Syzygium or Memicillin, the one genus Memicillin is the maximum number of endemic to Sri Lanka. As which you have clearly pointed out of 3,600 plants, 863 are endemic. Among that, 625 are under various threat categories, 72%. That shows that how important the island flora for conserving, as that is your entire island is I can say as a World Heritage Site for us actually, from the botanical point of view. And as you agreed, being a botanist, we are really good to see that you have taken us that botanical tour of your area with naturally when forest resources have increased, naturally wildlife also will be automatically being part of that, particularly nocturnal animals. That is very important in the night to sight. It's really very nice, and we had very much thank you for presenting very elusively and updating our knowledge. And now I request Dr. Chanchal Malhotra, please offer your concluding remarks. Please, Malhotra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm extremely grateful for this platform where I got the opportunity to listen to such an eminent speaker. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And congratulations for giving such a nice presentation on a great achievement done by your organization on restoration research and ecotourism in Sri Lanka dry zone. And sir, you have given a wonderful insight into the history of this arboretum. You also described very well that how the regeneration process is important and which almost converted a nude space into a wonderful forest. As well as you also explained very well that how this organization is helping not only the university student but the school and the college students too. And as well as we, by sitting in India, we also witness the various plants and the wildlife of the Sri Lanka. So really, thank you very much for giving such a wonderful, nice presentation. And if it would be possible, definitely we will come and we will visit the Sri Lanka. And thank you, sir. Thank you this platform where I got the opportunity to co-chair the session with the AG Panduranga sir. And though it is a virtual platform, but by one or the other way, we were able to meet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Malhotra, please give me a chance to audience for asking some questions.
Yes.
I think we may get a good answer from him. Yeah, please. Dr.
Many congratulations. We had a very novel thing. Last time also we had this is second lecture. Noble persons were there, and really it is a novelties are there. So we can say, and excellent work has been done by him. That 2006, 2008, and now this also is being done. So one small query I want to know, sir. What is the function in assisted natural regeneration? That is functions in assisted natural regeneration. There is a word.
Yeah, this assisted natural regeneration means you assist the natural regeneration. So if you let nature to take over without doing anything, it is just natural regeneration, right? But it doesn't happen that way because there are so many competitive species. Some can be even invasive alien species. Some may be even natural species which are very competitive secondary species. So if you allow the natural seedlings to come without any competition, if you remove the competitive species, the natural tree seedlings will come up without any harm. So that's what we are trying. We were actually doing. So these ANR, assisted natural regeneration, not just regeneration, but we assist.
You mean that weeds have to be removed? That is the thing.
We only remove competitive species.
Unwanted things will be.
Now there are some these are actually normal successional, which you otherwise find some acacia species, some dichostachys. So there are some weedies. Well, that are not really weedy, but they are secondary shrubland species. So they will they are fast growing, and sometimes they can absorb more nutrients and compete with the roots of the tree seedlings. So if you remove those and let the tree seedlings to come up, then of course after some time the canopy will establish and these shrubby species will disappear, and you will finally get the forest vegetation. It's not a rocket science, very simple.
One point has come to my mind.
Yeah.
No aquatic ponds or anything you have developed there. Some ponds or something like for aquatic plants or for having water storage.
No, there. In fact, within that arboretum, there is a stream, right? That's not a perennial stream. That is there only during the rainy season. So we are actually trying to build a dam and see whether we can retain some water. So when you have that kind of situation, later on, hopefully we can get some aquatic species as well. Otherwise, it's dry. I mean, just the forest.
Right now, it is an arboretum. Sir,
you have memory of Dr. Tilak Ratne. You talk to him. Dr. Tilak Ratne. I met him when he came here.
Okay, Dr. Cyril.
Yeah.
You have mentioned 350 million hectares for restoration. I think you are recollecting or you are presenting the UN that standard. UN
actually, it's actually
target.
Bonn challenge. It came up in I can't remember exactly which year, but they met in Bonn in Germany.
Yes.
And that's why it's called Bonn Challenge. And actually, it was suggested by the IUCN, if I remember correct. And there were several countries ratified it, and we also ratified. And according our present forest cover, Dr. Panduragan, is 29.7% of the land area, right? That's how forest.
It has to be increased to 33%.
Yeah, that's exactly. So our government policy is to increase it to that, and then we have to plant additional 200,000 hectares. To meet the Bonn challenge expectation.
That is actually, I want to clarify for our audience.
Yeah.
Actually, 2010 to 20, they kept 500 million hectares, but they could IUCN and UN bodies could achieve only 150 million hectares. So they get taken over 350 million from the previous one, and another 20 to 30 will be a 500 million target. So totally. Within 2030, we have to restore 850 million hectares globally. That is the target actually.
Yeah. By the way, I think Professor Mishra has given this opportunity for all of us to meet, and I'm very happy to come in contact with people like you, and hopefully maybe we can expand the relationship, and hopefully, as I said, both you are welcome to come to Sri Lanka. It's just very short distance. And we can expand our relationship, and hopefully we can do a lot of things together.
In fact, we had a lot of interaction with the director of Paradinia Botanic Garden for getting our Ludicia, that is double coconut.
In fact, during my time, I provided.
Okay.
I was director.
Because you were a director general at the time, yes.
That's right.
Yes.
So there are a lot of things. In fact, I even gave some pollen of Lodoicea to Calcutta Botanic Garden.
BSI, you have given BSI, yes.
Yeah, so pollen were taken from our trees. In fact, we have done similar thing for Penang also. So our pollen pollinated your female trees there.
Okay. So it's very nice to see that. Ravi, Dr. Ravi Shankar?
Yeah, it's a very good talk, Vijay Sundara. I congratulate you. Sri Lanka is one of the countries which I have visited several times because I work with the FAO of the UN of Sri Lanka. Paradinia Garden is one of the few gardens, international gardens I have also visited. When our own colleague from Botanical Survey of India, Dr. Wadhwa, was the curator then.
Yes.
And I like the word the forest bathing, because we survey for days together in the forest, but certain terminologies which when gets formalized, the informal terminologies gets formalized, it will be very good to generate awareness. Nowadays, unfortunately or fortunately, everybody is sitting inside a air-conditioned room, stuck to the computers, and we need to promote this forest bathing, which will definitely rejuvenate. And the way you have given the benefits with the clinical precision is much laudable.
Yeah,
because these are the data that we need to convince the policymakers. Because in order to have any policy development, only A4 size papers we need. All your last 4 or 5 slides will be quite useful to national and international audience to take it forward. If you can kindly share that paper, I found that much of our Japanese colleagues are there.
Yeah.
That particular paper, which I would like to go through. And I worked after the tsunami for many years in Sri Lanka. And I have visited almost all from Chilabam to Hambantota, Nuvaraliya to Bandaravela. Many places I have visited. And you have also brought out, usually the arboretum are for ex situ conservation. But it appears a hybrid or blend of ex situ and in situ conservation is there in the arboretum, which needs to be, told to everybody.
Yes.
Your presentation is very good. And as usual, I thank our Mishraji for bringing people like you to a forum where things are, for the past 2 years, I think, we have been hearing and we are fed up. But Mishraji is not fed up with the lectures, I think. So many lectures, and it's pretty difficult to organize, but I once again wholeheartedly congratulate. And for every seminar, I find my senior, Dr. Pandurangan, is always there, providing stretching his helping hand. And my senior, Anis Ahmad Ansari, from one or the other country is representing. Are you still in the US, Ansari ji?
No, now
Okay.
he is in.
So thank you very much. Let us go to the next talk. Thank you so much.
I
Good
think
lecture.
we also thank Dr. Mishra for giving us the opportunity. Very nice, Dr. Cyril, and we will keep in touch with us.
Sure.
And we work together for the betterment of our, rejuvenating our flora and fauna in both the countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandurangan sir, for giving your time and chair the session. Dr. Chanchal Mehrotra as a co-chair, and Professor Cyril Vijay Sundara sir given a nice talk of Arboretum of Sri Lanka. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. Dr. Ravi Shankar Thopali share their views. Thank you, sir. Yes. ऐसी बात हुई है सर, इस लेक्चर के बाद लेक्चर है चंचल मैडम का, रविशंकर सर जी. So thank you all of you. Now next session, our chairperson Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, formerly Joint Director, Geological Survey of India, Jodhpur. Co-chairperson Dr. Sunil Dubey, Consultant in Ecology, Ecosystem and NRM, Udaipur, Rajasthan, and our eminent speaker Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, Retired Forest Officer, Udaipur, Rajasthan. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar sir, please preside the session and introduce our eminent speaker Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Mishra Saab, for giving me this opportunity to chair the session on a very interesting theme which you have processed in this international webinar on biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. I think I'm audible to everyone.
Yeah, please.
I'm on the outset very much thankful to all those who are present and going to hear a very lucid lecture from our eminent speaker, Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma sir. With me, the co-chairperson is Dr. Sunil Dubey, consultant in ecology. I think he's present here with me. I'll just introduce a very eminent worker. I call it, I'm putting a word, a worker, who has contributed a lot in the field of forestry and biodiversity. Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma ji, who is a retired forest officer from Forest Department of Rajasthan. Fortunately, he's been a postgraduate from Botany, did PhD from University of Rajasthan, Udaipur, Jaipur, and also from Mohanlal Suvadia University, Udaipur. He has been having a certificate in ornithology from BNHS as well as from Rishi Valley, Andhra Pradesh. And he has served the Forest Department from 1980 to 2016, served at various levels. He was served as a consultant in Foundation for Ecological Security in Anand at Gujarat for more than 9 years. And during this period, he served many states like Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, and so on and so forth, up to Jharkhand and Bihar. He has rendered service to various government organizations and private bodies like JSW, Bellary, ITC Bhopal, Forest Department of Rajasthan, a Living Forms Corpodo in Odisha, DST of Delhi, and TISS Hyderabad. To his credit, he is a recipient of many awards and fellowships like Indira Gandhi Priyadarshini Vriksha Mitra Award in 1998 by Government of India. Then he also got a Dr. Salim Ali National Wildlife Fellowship in 1997, Akhil Bharatiya Vaniki Puruskar in 1990, and Indian Forest Award in 1999 from AFRI Dehradun, and also Rajasthan Civil Service Excellence Award in 2013. To his credit, he has written about 650 research papers and research articles, both in vernacular language of Hindi and English, and he's been an author of 12 books. He's been a life member to many societies as well. One of them, among them are Bombay Naturalistic Society, Mumbai, Vigyan Parishad of Allahabad, and Mumbai Society for Applied Ornithology, Hyderabad, Zoo Outreach Organization, Coimbatore, and many other such organizations in the country. I'll come on to the focus, his expertise, which is very important. He has contributed during his service period on forest and grassland restoration management, protected area management, biological and biodiversity, botanical garden and medicinal plant garden establishment and management, plant and animal taxonomy, social forestry includes extension forestry, agroforestry, farm forestry, and biodiversity studies, including impact assessment studies. More than this, sir, he's a very gentle, humble person, down to earth, a man of knowledge. And with us, we have got a living encyclopedia on biodiversity of Rajasthan. With these words, I now introduce and request Dr. Sharma to please deliver your lecture on protected areas of Rajasthan. Thank you, sir. Please.
आदरणीय संजीव साहब, आज के चेयरमैन साहब, आदरणीय डॉक्टर सुनील दुबे साहब, आज के को चेयरमैन डॉक्टर मिश्रा साहब, जो आज के ऑर्गेनाइजर हैं, और जितने भी यहाँ श्रोता, मैं आप सबको बहुत नमस्कार करता हूँ, अभिवादन करता हूँ। और जैसा संजीव साहब ने कहा, उन्होंने काफी बूस्ट कर दिया, मुझे काफी एनर्जी दिया, मैं बहुत उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। और बेसिकली मैं फॉरेस्ट्री से रिलेटेड आदमी हूँ, लेकिन फॉरेस्ट्री अपना आप में कोई बड़ा आइसोलेटेड सब्जेक्ट नहीं है। जूलॉजी और बॉटनी, ये एनवायरमेंट सब बड़े इंट्रिकेट सब्जेक्ट हैं। तो मैं उन्हीं चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए कि किस तरह से जो राजस्थान का प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया नेटवर्क है वो कैसा है, कैसी वहाँ डाइवर्सिटीज हैं और किस तरह उनका मैनेजमेंट है, क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, क्या डिपार्टमेंट वहाँ उनके प्रॉब्लम्स के सॉल्यूशन के लिए कर रहा है। मैं इस पर थोड़ा सा बातचीत करना चाहूंगा। कुछ स्लाइड्स हैं मेरे पास, मैं उनको शो करना चाहूंगा। तो राजस्थान में अगर आप देखें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक डॉक्टर साहब, मेरा स्क्रीन विजिबल है? स्क्रीन इज विजिबल सर?
अभी हाँ, यस इट इज
okay.
विजिबल।
यस, ओके, ओके,
यस इट इज।
तो राजस्थान बिल्कुल इंडिया के वेस्टर्न साइड में एक सिचुएटेड बहुत बड़ा एक स्टेट है और अरावली विंध्याचल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लैंडमार्क है इस स्टेट के। अरावली बिल्कुल डायगोनली जा रही है, गुजरात के पालनपुर से स्टार्ट होती है, फिर राजस्थान को दो अनइक्वल भागों में डिवाइड करती है, हरियाणा और फिर दिल्ली में पहाड़गंज में समाप्त हो जाती है। इस तरह ये राजस्थान को दो अनइक्वल भागों में बांट रही है। अरावली का अगर ईस्टर्न साइड में चले जाए तो विंध्याचल है, जो कि फिर एमपी में नर्मदा रिवर तक चला गया। थोड़ा विंध्याचल के साथ साथ यहाँ पर जो हमारा मालवा प्लेट वो भी आया है। राजस्थान की अरावली के अगर हम वेस्ट में चले जाएं तो आप देखिए थार डेजर्ट, तो बड़ा बहुत सारे हैबिटाट यहाँ राजस्थान में है। और उन सब में देखिए हैबिटाट की रिचनेस देखिए, कितने तरह के हैबिटाट हो सकते हैं राजस्थान के डेजर्ट में। बहुत सारे क्या आपको हैबिटाट मिलेंगे, ड्यून्स मिलेंगे, आपको इंटरड्यूनल एरियाज मिलेंगे, वहां पर खड़ीन मिलेंगी, वहां पर नाड़ियां मिलेंगी, सीजनल स्ट्रीम्स वहां पर मिल जाएंगी। अरावलीज में अगर आप देखें, अरावलीज में भी आपको अरावली के टेम्परामेंट को देखिए। आप दिल्ली से अगर चलते हैं और आप पहुंचते हैं अजमेर के आसपास, नदन अरावली बिल्कुल अलग तरह की है। फिर अजमेर से लेकर आप राजसमंद डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक आते हैं, सेंट्रल अरावली बिल्कुल फिर अलग तरह की है। और फिर राजसमंद के सदर्न पार्ट से चलते हुए उदयपुर, और उदयपुर से आप चले जाइए पालनपुर तक। जो सदर्न अरावली उसका बिल्कुल एक अलग तरह का उसका अपीयरेंस है, अलग तरह की बॉर्डर सेट। तो इस तरह अरावली अपने आप में बहुत ही अलग तरह के कई माइक्रो हैबिटाट वहां पर मिलेंगे। अरावली के अगर ईस्ट में चले जाएं हड़ौती तक, कोटा, बूंदी, झालावाड़, इस एरिया में चले जाएं तो आप देखिए विंध्याचल पर्वत है जो और आगे एमपी तक चला गया। विंध्याचल में अगर जाएं तो बिल्कुल आपको टेबल लैंड मिलेंगी, जगह जगह गॉर्जेज मिलेंगे, बहुत सारे डीप गॉर्जेज है। गॉर्जेज का बिहेवियर भी बहुत अलग तरह का, कहीं गॉर्जेज में आपको वाटरफॉल मिलेंगे, कहीं आपको वाटर स्प्रिंग्स मिलेंगे, कहीं आपको वहां पर केव्स मिलेंगी, कॉनकेव्स मिलेंगे, क्लिफ्स मिलेंगे। तो बहुत तरह के वहां भी माइक्रो हैबिटाट आपको मिलेंगे। तो ये तो सब बहुत सारी नेचुरल चीजें हैं। मैन मेड भी देखिए बहुत सारे हैबिटाट हैं राजस्थान में। कहा जाता है राजस्थान एक किलों का और महलों का स्टेट है। तो बहुत सारे पुराने जो किले महल हैं जो रुइन हो गए, वहाँ रुइन बिल्डिंग्स मिलेंगी आपको, बहुत सारे स्टेप वेल्स मिलेंगे, टनल्स मिलेंगी, ब्रिजेज, इन सब में भी एनिमल की बहुत सारी स्पीसीज आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगी। फॉरेस्ट के आप देखिए डेंस फॉरेस्ट है, आपको ग्रास लैंड है, स्क्रब लैंड है, तो इसी तरह सेक्रेड ग्रूव भी है। ग्रास लैंड आपको शॉर्ट ग्रास लैंड मिलेंगे, टॉल ग्रास लैंड मिलेंगे। थार के ग्रास लैंड बिल्कुल अलग है। अगर आप 400 mm आइसो हाइट के वेस्ट में चले जाएं तो आपको जो ग्रास लैंड मिलेगा वो मिलेगा लेजरस, डाइकैंथियम और सैंक्रस ग्रास लैंड मिलेंगे, जो कि लो रेनफॉल ग्रास लैंड है। 400 mm आइसो हाइट के अगर हम ईस्ट में आ जाएं तो आपको सेहिमा, नर्वोसम और डाइकैंथियम के ग्रास लैंड मिलेंगे, जो रिलेटिवली थोड़े ज्यादा रेनफॉल को लाइक करने वाले ग्रास लैंड है। तो इस तरह इतनी डाइवर्सिटी है राजस्थान में। और अगर इसको फॉरेस्ट टाइप में मैं डिवाइड करूं, चैंपियन स्टेट का जो क्लासिफिकेशन है, तो मेनली 3 तरह के हमारे यहाँ फॉरेस्ट बने हैं, जो कि एक तो है थॉर्नी फॉरेस्ट और एक है डेसिडुअस फॉरेस्ट। लेकिन जो थोड़ा ऊंची जगह है जैसे माउंट आबू, वहाँ सब ट्रॉपिकल ब्रॉडलीव्ड हिल फॉरेस्ट भी बने हैं। तो 3 मेजर फॉरेस्ट टाइप हैं, उनमें 22 सब टाइप्स हैं। और खास बात यह है कि इन फॉरेस्ट टाइप्स में अगर आप जो डेसिडुअस फॉरेस्ट है उसमें आकर देखें तो आपको साउथ इंडियन जो सदर्न फॉरेस्ट है वो भी देखने को मिलेगा। सदर्न फॉरेस्ट वो स्पीसीज है, वो फॉरेस्ट है जो पेनिनसुलर इंडिया में देखने को मिलता है, वेस्टर्न घाट्स में जो मिलता है। वो फॉरेस्ट आपको उदयपुर, जौन से स्टार्ट होते हैं, प्रतापगढ़, बांसवाड़ा, डूंगरपुर, और फिर आगे और चले जाइए आप चित्तौड़गढ़ से होते हुए, और फिर बारा और झालावाड़ तक ये साउथ इंडियन फॉरेस्ट या सदर्न फॉरेस्ट मिलेंगे, जिनको हम 5A फॉरेस्ट कहते हैं। और इसी तरह नदर्न जो फॉरेस्ट है 5B, वो तो पूरी अरावली में फैला ही हुआ है। और इसके अलावा जो थार डेजर्ट है उस तरफ चले जाए, मारवाड़ का इलाका है, तो वहाँ थॉर्नी स्पीसीज काफी मिल जाएंगी। माउंट आबू में ब्रॉड लिव्ड हिल फॉरेस्ट आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। वर्टिकली अगर माउंट आबू में नीचे से ऊपर की तरफ जाएं तो करीब करीब तीनों फॉरेस्ट मिल जाएंगे। बॉटम में आप अगर देखेंगे तो नदर्न जो फॉरेस्ट है एनागैसिस पेंडुला और इसके एसोसिएट का वो फॉरेस्ट मिल जाएगा। फिर और मिडिल वाले इलाके में चले जाए तो आपका डेसिडुअस फॉरेस्ट आ जाते हैं, और टॉप पे चले जाएंगे तो फिर हमको फॉरेस्ट मिलेंगे ये ब्रॉड लिव्ड हिल फॉरेस्ट, या जिनको हम सेमी एवरग्रीन फॉरेस्ट कहते हैं। तो बड़ा वेरिएशन है हमारे यहाँ राजस्थान में फॉरेस्ट का। प्रोटेक्ट एरियाज का जो अगर नेटवर्क देखें अपने आप में बहुत ही एक्सटेंसिव इंटेंसिव नेटवर्क है राजस्थान में। दो तरह के मैंने ये जो प्रोटेक्ट एरियाज हैं, एक तो जो लीगली बने, वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 1972 के जो प्रोविजंस है उनके द्वारा जो बने हैं वो तो सब लीगल हैं, लेकिन कुछ लीगल तो नहीं है लेकिन बायोलॉजिकली बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है। और उस बायोलॉजिकल इंपॉर्टेंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए भी कुछ साइट्स ऐसी हैं जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया की तरह है। लीगल में अगर बात करें 3 नेशनल पार्क है राजस्थान में, 26 सेंचुरीज हैं, 28 कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व हैं, लेकिन अभी तक कम्युनिटी रिजर्व नहीं है। और 44 जो वेटलैंड्स हैं उनको नोटिफाइड किया गया है, तो नोटिफाइड वेटलैंड 44 हैं। इसी तरह बायोलॉजिकल इंपॉर्टेंस की कुछ साइट भी हैं जिनमें रामसर साइट हैं 2। एक तो सांभर एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट शैलो वाटर लेक है, और दूसरा केवलादेव नेशनल पार्क जो कि भरतपुर जिले में है। और गंगा यमुना का जो मैदान है उसका जो वेस्टर्न टिप है, उस वेस्टर्न टिप पर आप देखिए ये केवलादेव घना वहां पर सिचुएटेड है। IBH को अगर देखें इनमें अभी टोटल नंबर IBH का है वो 31 है। तो सबसे ज्यादा जो IBH आपको दिखाई देंगे अरावलियन का जो सदर्न अरावलियन जोन है, इसमें काफी IBH है, इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरियाज हैं जिनमें थ्रेटन्ड, एंडेमिक, एंडेंजर्ड स्पीसीज का काफी आप हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। तो इस तरह देखें तो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज की एक अच्छी सीरीज राजस्थान में देखने को मिल जाएगी। नेशनल पार्क में देखें तो 3 इंपॉर्टेंट नेशनल पार्क हैं। सबसे पुराने 2 नेशनल पार्क हैं, भरतपुर जिले में केवलादेव, और दूसरा हमारा जो सवाई माधोपुर जिला है और साथ में करौली जिला, इसके कुछ एरियाज को मिलाकर जो रणथंभौर टाइगर रिजर्व है, ये हमारा टाइगर रिजर्व भी है और नेशनल पार्क भी है। सबसे जो लेटेस्ट नेशनल पार्क है ये कोटा जिले में, हड़ौती जिले में जो मुकुंदरा हिल्स हैं इनमें बनाया गया। तो इस तरह 3 नेशनल पार्क राजस्थान में अभी तक बन चुके हैं। 26 सेंचुरीज आप देखिए, जो अरावली की सेंचुरीज हैं उनमें सरिस्का एक छोटा सा एरिया और सरिस्का, सवाई मानसिंह, कोमलगढ़, फुलवारी, टोटगढ़, रावली सेंचुरी, सीता माता कॉन्फ्लुएंस बनाती है जहां विंध्याचल भी आ गया है और मालवा भी आ गया, लेकिन अरावली का भी बड़ा एरिया वहां पर है। रामगढ़, विषधारी, जमरामगढ़, माउंट आबू, बस्सी, जयसमंद, नाहरगढ़ और सज्जनगढ़, ये सेंचुरी मेनली अरावलीज में है। इनमें अगर आप देखें जो कॉन्फ्लुएंस की तरफ जाती है सीता माता है, लेकिन 2 सेंचुरी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जिनको ट्विन सेंचुरी कहते हैं राजस्थान की, और ये कोमलगढ़ और टोटगढ़ रावली। इनको इकोटॉन सेंचुरी भी कहते हैं क्योंकि ये बिल्कुल अरावली पे भी है, और यहाँ वेस्टर्न साइड में अगर हम जाएंगे तो थार डेजर्ट में टच किया है, तो इसकी वजह से थार की स्पीसीज भी यहाँ पर आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। साथ ही जो अरावलीज की स्पीसीज हैं वो भी यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे, यानी कि यहाँ जो कॉम्बिनेशन है वो है आपको डेजर्टिकुलस स्पीसीज और मीजोक्यूलस स्पीसीज, दोनों तरह की स्पीसीज यहाँ देखने को मिल जाएंगी। एक साइंटिस्ट हुए हैं ड्रूड ने बताया है कि जो अरावली में स्पीसीज आई हैं 2 डायरेक्शन से, मेनली 2 डायरेक्शन से आई हैं। एक डायरेक्शन जो म्यांमार और चाइना की तरफ से, असम की साइड से एनिमल और प्लांट आए हैं जो कि ज्यादा जिनको रेनफॉल की जरूरत थी, ये अरावली पर गए हैं और अरावली पर इन्होंने हॉल्ट कर लिया। इसी तरह जो सहारा का डेजर्ट है उधर से भी बहुत सारी स्पीसीज आई हैं, वो सब लेस वाटर डिमांडिंग स्पीसीज थी जिनको डेजर्टिकुलस कंडीशन चाहिए थी। ये स्पीसीज चली है वेस्ट से ईस्ट की तरफ और अरावली पर आकर ये भी रुकी है, क्योंकि अरावली को जैसे ही क्रॉस किया तो रेनफॉल बढ़ जाता है ईस्टर्न साइड में, तो तो एक तरह से अरावली दो तरफ की जो स्ट्रीम है एनिमल प्लांट की, उनकी मीटिंग लाइन है, और इसको सबसे पहले ओ ड्रूड ने बताया था। तो इस तरह जो ओ ड्रूड के नाम पर ड्रूड लाइन है वो अरावली के पैरेलल गई है। तो इस दृष्टि से देखें तो हमारी जो ट्विन सेंचुरी है टोटगढ़ रावली और कुंभलगढ़, यहाँ दोनों तरह के एलिमेंट को बहुत अच्छी तरह से देख सकते हैं। अब अगर हम विंध्याचल में चले जाएं, क्योंकि अरावली के ईस्टर्न साइड में विंध्याचल है और ऐसा कहा गया है कि विंध्याचल अरावली का बेटा है, अरावली से जूनियर है, ये वो कम एज का है। यहाँ पर जो सेंचुरीज हैं, ये भैंसरोडगढ़ सेंचुरी, शेरगढ़, दर्रा, कैला देवी और चंबल जो हमारी घड़ियाल सेंचुरी है, जो 3 स्टेट में फैली हुई है, एमपी, यूपी, राजस्थान, जो मेनली घड़ियाल के लिए है, और साथ ही क्रोकोडाइल और बहुत सारे जो कछुए हैं उनको बचाने के लिए इस सेंचुरी को बनाया गया है। ये जोन में आती है। जवाहर सागर सेंचुरी, बंद बारेठा, राम सागर, वन विहार और केसरबाग, ये सब मेनली विंध्यन रेंज में आती है। हालांकि दूसरी रेंज में थोड़ा थोड़ा टच कर जाती है कई जगह। और दो जो हमारे प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं वो डेजर्ट में है, डेजर्ट नेशनल पार्क और ताल छापर। तो इस तरह से ये एक बड़ा नेटवर्क, डिफरेंट जो 3 तरह के मेजर हैबिटाट हैं उनमें ये हमारी सेंचुरीज मिलती हैं। इसका अगर कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व की बात करें तो 28 कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व हैं। अभी वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट में एक अमेंडमेंट हुआ था जिसमें पहले क्लोज एरिया का कंसेप्ट था, लेकिन अभी क्लोज एरिया हटा दिए गए हैं और उनकी जगह कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व, कम्युनिटी रिजर्व को लाया गया है। तो अभी तक 28 कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व बन गए हैं। और आप देखिए झुंझुनू में 4 कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व है, टोंक में 1 कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व है, नागौर में 2 है, जोधपुर में और पाली में 2 है, बीकानेर में 1 है। सबसे ज्यादा 12 में है। 12 में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट डिस्ट्रिक्ट है क्योंकि गॉर्जेज बहुत है। इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट को डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ गॉर्जेज कहा जाता है। तो गॉर्जेज को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, गॉर्जेज की बायोडायवर्सिटी को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए यहाँ पर 6 अभी तक कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व बनाए जा चुके हैं। सीकर में भी आप देखिए 1 कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व बन गया है। जालौर में 2 है। जालौर में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है रणखार। रणखार आप देखिए, अगर गुजरात वाला हमारा रण कच्छ है, उसका एक्सटेंशन है थोड़ा सा, तो ये अपना आप एक यूनिक हैबिटाट राजस्थान में बना है और इसको कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व बनाया गया है। भीलवाड़ा में 2 है, उदयपुर में 1 है और अपना सिरोही में भी 1 है, जयपुर में 1 है, अजमेर में 1 है। जो जयपुर वाला कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व है जिसको झालाना आमागढ़ कहते हैं, बड़ा यूनिक, बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि यहाँ पर ये जो कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व बना है, यहाँ पर जो लेपर्ड है, लेपर्ड की आप सफारी का आनंद ले सकते हैं। लेपर्ड को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, कंजर्व करने के लिए ये यहाँ पर बनाया गया। इसी तरह आप अगर देखें तो लेपर्ड को बचाने के लिए जवाई में भी कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व 2 बनाए गए हैं। तो ये 2 बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं जहां हम बचा रहे हैं हमारे जो लेपर्ड है उनको। तो इस तरह आप देखें जो 2 बड़ी कैट हैं, टाइगर और लेपर्ड, दोनों को प्रोटेक्शन देने की कोशिश की गई है स्टेट में। इस तरह 44 नोटिफाइड वेटलैंड्स हैं और वेटलैंड तो बहुत है राजस्थान में, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट अगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बात करें तो जो डूंगरपुर और बांसवाड़ा है, ये बड़े अच्छे एरियाज हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं जहाँ वेटलैंड काफी है। 12 में भी काफी वेटलैंड है। तो आप देखिए वेटलैंड का जो नेटवर्क है जगह जगह अच्छा बना गया है। खासकर उदयपुर में भी बहुत सारी लेक्स हैं। और मैं उदयपुर जोन में एक वेटलैंड का नाम लेना चाहूंगा, मेनार। मेनार एक छोटा सा गांव है और जहाँ 2 वेटलैंड है, 2 तालाब है, ढंड तालाब और ब्रह्म तालाब, दोनों को आईबीए डिक्लेयर किया गया है। और आप देखिए यहाँ जो बर्ड आ रहे हैं उनका बर्ड्स का नंबर 20,000 से ज्यादा है। तो एक तरह से रामसर आने वाले टाइम में ये पॉसिबल है कि यहाँ रामसर साइट, एक और रामसर साइट राजस्थान में हो जाएगा। और अभी जो नई मिशन 2030 जो लॉन्च किया फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने, राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट ने, तो ये कहा गया है कि जो 2 रामसर साइट हैं अब उनको 5 कर दिया जाए, तो उनमें एक पोटेंशियल रामसर साइट ये है। तो इस तरह वेटलैंड की दृष्टि से राजस्थान बड़ा रिच है। राजस्थान से बाहर बैठा आदमी सोचता है कि राजस्थान तो एक डेजर्ट होगा, बड़े बड़े टीले होंगे, रेनफॉल बहुत कम होगा, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। आप देखिए कि राजस्थान में वेटलैंड्स की कोई कमी नहीं है। राजस्थान में आपको सीजनल रिवर्स मिलेंगी, तो आपको पेरिनल रिवर्स भी मिलेंगी। जो चंबल है, चंबल का जो रिवर सिस्टम है, आप देखिए अपना आप में पेरिनल रिवर सिस्टम है और इसकी जो ट्रिब्यूटरीज है में भी पानी रहता है। और चंबल आगे जाकर मिल जाती है यमुना में, यमुना फिर आगे जाके गंगा में मिलेगी, गंगा आगे जाके ब्रह्मपुत्र में, और ब्रह्मपुत्र आगे जाकर बे ऑफ बंगाल में मिल जाएगी। तो इस तरह देखिए एक ऐसा सिस्टम है जिसमें बहुत सारी एक्वेटिक की जो रेयर वाइल्ड एनिमल्स हैं वो भी यहाँ मिलते हैं। चंबल में अगर आप देखें तो आपको गंगे स्टिक डॉल्फिन भी मिल जाएगा, आपको घड़ियाल भी मिल जाएगा। तो इस तरह 11 तरह के कछुए और इसके आसपास के जोन में 11 तरह के ये जो पिलोनियंस हैं ये भी मिल जाते हैं। तो इस तरह राजस्थान देखिए बहुत ही रिच अपना आप में हो रहा है। इस तरफ जो बर्ड एरियाज हैं उनमें भी राजस्थान काफी रिच है। उनमें से 31 इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया है। पूरा कोटा से लेके बूंदी आपका जो हड़ौती एरिया है, बीकानेर, अजमेर, उदयपुर में बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया, 7 इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया है उदयपुर में। तो बहुत सारी सेंचुरी भी बर्ड एरिया है, कई वाटर बॉडीज भी बर्ड एरिया के रूप में जानी जाती है। और उदयपुर शहर में बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लेक कॉम्प्लेक्स इकोसिस्टम है, इसको भी देखिए इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया के रूप में माना गया है। भरतपुर में केवलादेव बर्ड एरिया, जोधपुर से लेकर आप उदयपुर, राजसमंद, सिरोही, कोटा, बूंदी, माधोपुर, सवाई धौलपुर, इन सब में आप देखिए बहुत सारे जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं वो अपने आप में आईबीएच भी हैं। और कई ऐसे एरिया जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया नहीं है उनको भी आईबीए बनाया गया है। तो इस तरह से एक अच्छा नेटवर्क आईबीएच का है जहां तरह तरह के बर्ड्स आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे आपको। और खासतौर से इन रीजन में अगर आप विंटर सीजन में आते हैं तो बहुत सारे आपको विंटर माइग्रेंट्स दिखाई देंगे। रेंज से थोड़ा पहले आएंगे तो बहुत सारे समर माइग्रेंट्स भी दिखाई देंगे। तो नेटिव के साथ साथ आप बहुत सारी माइग्रेटरी स्पीशीज भी देख सकते हैं। हिमालयन बर्ड्स भी देखने को मिलेंगे, वेस्टर्न घाट के, पेनिनसुलर इंडिया के बर्ड्स भी आपको यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे। और इन बर्ड एरियाज में एक और चीज आपको देखने को मिलेगी, बहुत सारी वो स्पीशीज जिनको साउथ इंडियन ओरिजिन का माना जाता है उनकी नदर्न डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लिमिट और वेस्टर्न डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लिमिट आपको इन इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरियाज में देखने को मिलेगा। जैसे ग्रे जंगल फाउल है, अब इसका जो नदर्न लिमिट है वो आपको टोटगढ़ रावली जो सेंचुरी उसमें देखने को मिल जाएगी। इस तरह अरावली रेड स्पर फाउल है, इसकी नदर्न और वेस्टर्न जो लिमिट है ये भी आपको रावली टार्टर सेंचुरी में देखने को मिल जाएगी। तो बहुत सारी ऐसे स्नेक्स हैं, जैसे आपका ग्रीन कीलबैक स्नेक है, बहुत सारे आर्बोरियल स्नेक हैं जो कि साउथ इंडियन ओरिजिन के माने जाते हैं, इन सेंचुरीज में आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। खासतौर से जो सदर्न अरावलीज हैं वहां ये तक ये स्पीशीज आई है। उड़न गिलहरी, उड़ने वाली जो गिलहरी पिटोस्टा फिलिपियंसिस जो कि साउथ इंडियन एलिमेंट माना जाता है, ये राजस्थान की 3 वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज में आपको देखने को मिल जाएगी। सीता माता में देखने को मिल जाएगी, आपको कुंभलगढ़ के सदर्न टिप तक देखने को मिल जाएगी, और फुलवारी में ये भी सदर्न एलिमेंट है लेकिन यहाँ तक आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा। इस तरह आपका 3 स्ट्रिप जो पाम स्क्वेरल है वो भी आपको 3-4 सेंचुरीज में राजस्थान के जो दक्षिणी हिस्सा है उसमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे। तो इस तरह आप देखेंगे कि ये जो इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज हैं इनमें आपको बड़ा चारों डायरेक्शन की स्पीशीज देखने को मिलेंगी। अगर आप अरावली के माउंट आबू में चले जाएं और कुंभलगढ़ में चले जाएं तो आपको हिमालयन एलिमेंट्स भी देखने को मिल जाएंगे, जिसमें आपका मार्केंसिया बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। इसी तरह वेस्टर्न घाट का स्पीशीज जो है इनमें बहुत सारे वाइल्ड जो रोजेज हैं वो भी आपको वाइल्ड में आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। तो इस तरह बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग ये जोन बनता है राजस्थान का, खासतौर से जो सदर्न राजस्थान है ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया है। इनमें 3-4 जगह बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाती है, माउंट आबू, फुलवारी सेंचुरी, सीता माता और कुंभलगढ़। ये 4 जो सेंचुरीज हैं ये अपने आप में बड़ी बायोडायवर्सिटी के हिसाब से बहुत ही वंडरफुल सेंचुरीज हैं। और राजस्थान की बहुत सारी एंडेमिक स्पीशीज भी यहाँ पर हैं। राजस्थान में अगर आप एंडेमिज्म में देखें तो 3-4 स्पॉट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बने हैं एंडेमिज्म के हिसाब से। वेस्टर्न राजस्थान में एंडेमिज्म आया है, फिर आपका जो हड़ौती की गॉर्जेज हैं उनमें एंडेमिज्म आया है, माउंट आबू के अपर रिचेज में एंडेमिज्म आया है, सांभर लेक में एंडेमिज्म आया है। तो बहुत सारी एंडेमिक स्पीशीज आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। मैंने स्टडी की है तो मैंने पाया कि कम से कम 50 एनिमल स्पीशीज और 50 आपका प्लांट स्पीशीज राजस्थान में एंडेमिक हैं। इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया में आप देखिए आगे भीलवाड़ा तक चले गए हैं, नागौर, अजमेर तक। तो एक नेटवर्क हमारा इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया है, जिनमें मैंने मैनार का आपको नाम लिया था। आपको अगर कभी मौका मिला आप मैनार के वेटलैंड को जरूर आके देखें, और खासकर विंटर में आके देखें कितना वेरिएशन है यहाँ पर। बहुत सारी स्पीशीज यहाँ पर जो माइग्रेटरी हैं वो आपको बहुत बड़े पीरियड देखने को मिल जाएंगी। 2-3 स्पीशीज तो यहाँ रेजिडेंट ही हो गए हैं जो कि माइग्रेटरी थी, जिसमें आपका कॉमन कूट है, और आपका ग्रेट ग्रेवी आपका ग्रेव है वो यहाँ पर ब्रीडिंग करने लगी। और इसको देखिए किस तरह स्टोन लगाया गया है। और खास बात ये है कि जो मैनार है, मैनार को पब्लिक के लोग बचा रहे हैं। इसमें फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट का बहुत कम हाथ है, पब्लिक ने बचाया है। इसको बनाना, इसको कंजर्व करना में जो हाथ है वो पब्लिक का है। तो पब्लिक अगर इन्वॉल्व हो जाती है तो हम हमारे प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज को बहुत आराम से बचा सकते हैं। डॉक्टर असद रहमानी साहब यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं, देखिए वो मैनार को कई बार देखने आ चुके हैं। तो मैनार एक अपने आप में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक एरिया है। मैं अरावली की बात कर रहा था कि अरावली को 3 भागों में बांट सकते हैं। तो जो नॉर्थ अरावली है, अगर उसमें फॉरेस्ट टाइप को देखें तो देखिए नदर्न जो फॉरेस्ट टाइप बना है जिसमें धौक और धौक के एसोसिएट एनागैसिस पेंडुला उसके एसोसिएट वहां दिखाई देंगे। आप यहाँ देखिए डोमिनेंट फॉरेस्ट एनागैसिस पेंडुला का दिख रहा है। और ये जो नदर और सेंट्रल अरावली है इसमें कई सेंचुरीज आती हैं। खासतौर से आपका सरिस्का इसमें आ जाता है, नाहरगढ़, जयपुर का नाहरगढ़ आ जाता है, जम्मू रामगढ़ आ जाता है। और आप पीछे की तरफ में आए हैं अजमेर की तरफ, तो अजमेर का नाग पहाड़ से लेकर और फिर सेंट्रल अरावली में आ जाए तो कोम्बलगढ़ का भी कुछ हिस्सा आ जाता है, टोडगढ़ रावली इसमें आ जाता है। तो ये नदर अरावली के हिस्सा है, नदर अरावली की ये सेंचुरीज है। सदर अरावली में आ जाए, देखिए फॉरेस्ट का टाइप देखिए बिल्कुल एकदम से बदल जाता है। एनागैस लैटिफोलिया आ जाता है, एनागैस सिरेशिया वैरायटी सिरेशिया आ जाता है, एनागैस सिरेशिया वैरायटी न्यूमिलेरिया, एनागैस एक्यूमुलेटा। ये वो जोन है जहां एनागैसिस जीनस की 5 स्पीशीज देखने को मिलेंगी। आपको ड्राई बम्बू ब्रेक्स देखने को मिलेंगे, आपको मिक्स फॉरेस्ट देखने को मिलेगा, रेवराइन स्ट्रिप्स यहाँ बेटर हो जाती हैं। और आप देखिए लश ग्रीन आपको फॉरेस्ट दिखाई देंगे। और खासतौर से रेनी सीजन में आप आएंगे तो यहाँ का सीन बिल्कुल अलग हो जाता है। बहुत तरह के ऑर्किड्स मिलेंगे इन फॉरेस्ट में। अगर आप देखें जो सदर अरावली के फॉरेस्ट हैं इनमें एपिफिटिक ऑर्किड और आपका टेरेस्ट्रियल ऑर्किड करीब करीब आप देखिए 2 दर्जन के आसपास ऑर्किड आपको यहाँ देखने को मिल जाएंगे। आदमी को सोच भी नहीं सकता अरावली में ऑर्किड भी होंगे। यहाँ ट्यूबरस प्लांट बहुत सारे मिलेंगे, क्लाइंबस लियाना बहुत सारी आपको यहाँ पर मिलेंगे। बहुत तरह के पैरासिटिक आप प्लांट मिलेंगे। जो फॉरेस्ट है वो ट्राई स्टोरीड फॉरेस्ट बना है सदर्न अरावली में। और यहाँ पर जो टीक के फॉरेस्ट भी आए हैं, टीक एक साउथ इंडियन स्पीशीज माना जाता है और क्लाइमेटिक क्लाइमेक्स माना जाता है। तो इस जोन में आपको टीक के क्लाइमेटिक क्लाइमेक्स दिखाई देगा, आपको बॉसवेला सरेटा का एडेफिक क्लाइमेक्स दिखाई देगा इस फॉरेस्ट में, बेम्बू ब्रेक्स का एडेफिक क्लाइमेक्स दिखाई देगा, इसी तरह खजूर समा का एडेफिक क्लाइमेक्स दिखाई देगा, बॉसवेला सरेटा, अकेशिया निलोटिका, ब्यूटी ऑफ मोनोस्पर्मा, इन सब के एडेफिक क्लाइमेक्स आपको इस जोन में देखने को मिलेंगे। और इसी तरह वाइल्ड लाइफ के हिसाब से भी ये एरिया बहुत रिच हो जाता है। डाई बम्बू ब्रेक्स देखिए समर में आपको इस तरह के दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन जैसे ही रेनी सीजन आ जाएगा ये बहुत एकदम से ग्रीन हो जाते हैं क्योंकि वाटर रेजिम बहुत अच्छा हो जाता है। राजस्थान के वेस्टर्न साइड में अगर जाए तो डेजर्ट नेशनल पार्क और दूसरा जो हमारे ताल छापर एरिया है वो इस तरह के हैबिटाट में है। कहीं आपको बहुत दूर तक एक्सटेंसिव सैंड ड्यून्स मिलेंगे, कई जगह आपको सेवन घास के जो लेजरस सेबिकस का उसके ग्रासलैंड्स आपको मिलेंगे, तो कई जगह आपको स्क्रब लैंड मिलेंगी, कई जगह आपको एक विशेष हैबिटाट मिलेगा जिसको रोई हैबिटाट कहते हैं। रोई जहां मेनली ग्रासेज और बुशेज हैं लेकिन कहीं कहीं स्टंटेड ट्रीज भी दिखाई देते हैं, उसको रोई हैबिटाट कहते हैं। इस रोई में बहुत सारे जो एनिमल रहते हैं उनका आगे रोई वर्ड लगाया जाता है। जैसे यहाँ जंगल कैट को जंगली बिल्ली कम कहते हैं, रोई बिल्ली ज्यादा कहेंगे यहाँ पर। इसी तरह जो डेजर्ट कैट है उसको भी रोई बिल्ली कहेंगे, तो क्योंकि वो रोई हैबिटाट को प्रेफर करती हैं, तो ये रोई हैबिटाट यहाँ आपको देखने को मिलेगा। डेजर्ट के ग्रासलैंड देखिए रेनी सीजन में सेवन का जो ग्रासलैंड है, जैसलमेर में चले जाएंगे 100 mm रेनफॉल है, 100 mm रेनफॉल से लेकर 250 mm रेनफॉल तक है। यानी कि आप आ जाइए जैसलमेर से और ईस्टर्न डायरेक्शन में आएंगे तो ये एरिया टच कर जाता है जोधपुर तक। ये ग्रासलैंड आपको दिखाई देंगे जहां सॉइल काफी लाइट है, रेनफॉल काफी कम है, बहुत ही न्यूट्रिटिव घास है जो कि वेस्टर्न राजस्थान के एनिमल हस्बेंड्री को सपोर्ट करती है। साथ ही जो वेस्टर्न राजस्थान का हर्बिवोरा है, खासतौर से आपका चिंकारा है, ब्लैक बक है, उन सबको ये सपोर्ट करती है। और अब तो वहां नीलगाय और वाइल्ड पिग भी पहुंच गए हैं, उन सबको ये हैबिटाट सपोर्ट करता है। और ये वही हैबिटाट है जिसमें ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड आपको हुबारा आपको दिखाई देगा। और जब इनके बाहर जाते हैं जहां थोड़ा सा वेजिटेशन कम है, वहां आपको इंडियन कर्सर मिलेगी, डेजर्ट कर्सर मिलेंगे, आपको कहीं कहीं उसमें आपको सैंड ग्राउजेज मिलेंगे, तो पिपिट्स मिलेंगे। तो ये सारे जो डेजर्ट के जो होना है वो भी आपको इन हैबिटाट में देखने को मिलेगा। अगर आप अरावली के ईस्ट में आए तो विंध्याचल पर्वत आपको दिखाई देगा। विंध्याचल में जो फॉरेस्ट टाइप है मेनली आप देखिए एनाके स्पेंडुला के फॉरेस्ट आए हैं, लेकिन इसके बॉटम में देखें तो जिजिफस के एक्सटेंसिव आपको स्क्रब्स दिखाई देंगे, जिनमें एक टाइम था कभी इन स्क्रब्स में जैसे सोर्सन जैसा एरिया है वहाँ ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड था, लेकिन समय के साथ ये हैबिटाट काफी डिग्रेड हुआ है और अब बस्टर्ड जैसी चीजें नहीं देखने को मिल रही हैं। आप देखिए जैसे ही आप विंटर रेनी सीजन में इस हैबिटाट को देखेंगे तो ये लश ग्रीन हो जाता है। एनागैसिस जो पेंडुला है इतना तेजी से रिवाइव होता है, और अगर आप कभी दर्रा जो मुकुंदरा हिल्स है वहां इस तरह के फॉरेस्ट को देखें, बस्सी में इस तरह के फॉरेस्ट को देखें, तो आपको लगेगा क्या क्या अद्भुत फॉरेस्ट नेचर ने बनाया। थोड़े से रेनफॉल में आप देखिए 1 से 2 वीक में ही एनागैसिस पेंडुला में रीलिफिंग हो जाता है। जो 2 वीक पहले बॉन्ड ड्राई कंडीशन थी वो कहीं नहीं दिखाई देगी और आपको डेंस फॉरेस्ट नजर आने लग जाएगा। तो अरावली के और दूर चले जाएं, हम हडौती के और थोड़ा सा आगे जाएं तो हमको चंबल रिवर मिल जाएगी, जो एमपी से आती है, राजस्थान में होती और फिर आगे ये नदी चली जाती है यमुना में मिलने के लिए। इसके किनारों पे अगर आप देखें तो देखिए बहुत सारे रेमाइन, अपना आप एक बड़ा यूनिक और बड़ा एक खूबसूरत हैबिटाट मिलता है, जिसमें बहुत सारी बुशेज इसके टर्ड आपको ट्रीज मिलेंगी, बहुत सारी ग्रासेज मिलेंगी। इस हैबिटाट का एक वैल्यू, और खासतौर से चंबल रिवर के दोनों बैंक पे ये हैबिटाट जो है आप देखिए क्रोकोडाइल की और घड़ियाल की एगलेइंग के लिए बहुत अच्छा कंजीनियल ये माइक्रो हैबिटाट प्रोवाइड करता है। तो इस हैबिटाट का प्रोटेक्शन भी बहुत जरूरी है। अभी क्या चल रहा है, यहाँ लोग एनक्रोचमेंट कर रहे हैं और बड़ी बड़ी मशीनों को लगा इसको प्लेन कर रहे हैं, खेत बना रहे हैं, जिससे चंबल के दोनों बैंक का ये यूनिक हैबिटाट खत्म होता हुआ जा रहा है। राजस्थान के जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं और उनके बाहर के आसपास की डाइवर्सिटी को देखें तो बहुत रिच है राजस्थान। यहाँ 2400 स्पीसीज प्लांट्स की हैं, 141 स्पीसीज फिश की हैं। ड्राई स्टेट में आप फिश का नंबर देखिए, एम्फीबियंस की 14 स्पीसीज, रेप्टाइल्स की 89 स्पीसीज, बर्ड बहुत रिच है बर्ड्स के मामले में, और 500 से ज्यादा स्पीसीज हैं, मैमल्स की 87 स्पीसीज। थोड़ा बहुत ही बदलती रहती है क्योंकि नए नए बर्ड्स का पता लगता रहता है। तो बड़ा रिच है राजस्थान, और बहुत सारी एंडेमिक रेयर डाटा स्पीसीज हैं। 2 स्पीसीज को यहाँ मेनली रेड डाटा माना गया है, रोजा इनवोल्यूक्रेटा जो कि एक वाइल्ड रोज है, गुलाब है, जो माउंट आबू में मिलता है, और कॉमिफेरा वाइटियाई गूगल, ये IUCN की रेड डाटा स्पीसीज में है, इनको शामिल किया गया है। इसी तरह मैंने जैसा पहले कहा बहुत सारी पेनिनसुलर और वेस्टर्न घाट की स्पीसीज, हिमालयन स्पीसीज भी राजस्थान में देखने को मिल जाएंगी। तो राजस्थान अपना आप में एक यूनिक स्टेट है जहाँ सिर्फ एक एलिमेंट नहीं है, और वो स्नो को छोड़ दिया जाए तो राजस्थान में आपको सब कुछ देखने को मिलेगा। क्योंकि पहले टेथिस सी था, और जब टेथिस सी सूख गया तो उसकी रेलिक में अभी भी आप देखिए सैलाइन यहाँ की लेक्स हैं, जो रेनी सीजन में मीठे पानी की होती है, लेकिन समर के आते आते वो काफी हाई सैलिनिटी हो जाती है। डेजर्ट है तो आपका ड्यून्स है, डेंस फॉरेस्ट है, स्क्रबलैंड है, ग्रासलैंड है, कितने तरह के हैबिटाट हैं, सिर्फ स्नो नहीं है। तो लेकिन कभी अरावली का जो पास्ट रहा होगा, अरावली बहुत ऊंची रही होगी, हो सकता है उस समय स्नो भी रहा हो, कौन जाने पास्ट में क्या रहा हो, लेकिन आज नहीं है। अगर राजस्थान के सदर्न हिस्से में देखें, और जहां खासतौर से डेंस फॉरेस्ट है, जहां इंटर ट्री डिस्टेंस कम है, ट्री ओवरलैपिंग या ट्री कॉन्टेक्ट जैसी स्टेज है वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज में, वहां आपको आर्बोरियल स्नेक का 2 स्पीसीज, बल्कि मैं कहूंगा 4 स्पीसीज देखने को मिलेंगे। आपका पर्सन कैट स्नेक देखने को मिलेगा, कॉमन ट्री स्नेक देखने को मिलेगा, कॉमन आपका ग्रीन हिप स्नेक देखने को मिलेगा, और अभी अभी जिसको पता लगा है लड़किया वाइन स्नेक, पहले ये ग्रीन स्नेक की सब स्पीसीज मानी जाती थी, लेकिन ये अभी सेपरेट अपना आप में फुल स्पीसीज हो गई। ये यहाँ आर्बोरियल हैबिटाट में ये स्नेक देखने को मिल जाते हैं, आसानी से मिल जाते हैं। खासतौर से रेनी सीजन में आप आएंगे तो ये देखने को मिल जाते हैं। जब अरावली में कूप की कटाई होती है, बांस के कूप काटे जाते हैं, तो ये स्नेक कई बार बांस पे होते हैं, और जैसे ही लेबर उस बांस को काट कर जमीन पर पटकती है, ये बेचारे दोनों सांप और दूसरे और सांप जमीन पर गिर जाते हैं, और उस समय इनको बहुत आसानी से देखा जाता है, क्योंकि जमीन में आने के बाद में तेजी से आसपास के किसी ट्री की तरफ जाना चाहते हैं और अपने सिर को और एंटीरियर पोर्शन को जमीन से ऊपर उठाकर ये मूवमेंट करते हैं और बड़ा अच्छे से डिटेक्ट हो जाते हैं। जब तक ट्रीज में रहते हैं इनको देखना थोड़ा सा कठिन होता है। एक दूसरा साउथ इंडियन एलिमेंट आप देखिए, आपका ग्रीन किलबैक सांप है। ये आपका मामेर जो जोन है जो गुजरात को टच करता है, यहाँ से चलते हुए अरावली का जो नाग पहाड़ वाला इलाका है जो कि अजमेर तक गया है, वहां तक ये ग्रीन कीलबैक जो थोड़ा सा डेंस एरियाज हैं वहां पर ये सांप मिलता है। टेरेस्ट्रियल सांप है, ग्रीन कलर है और बहुत ही डॉसाइल ये सांप है। अरावली के कुछ हिस्सों में पेंटेड बैट भी मिली है, खासतौर से नॉर्दर्न अरावली में सरिस्का के बॉर्डर पर ये पेंटेड बैट, ततारपुर नाम की एक जगह है, वहां पे ये राजस्थान की सबसे खूबसूरत बैट में एक है। कैरियोला पिक्टा पेंटेड बैट, पूरा आप देखिए इसका कलर कुछ पीला ऑरेंज कलर का है, लेकिन बीच बीच में ब्लैक जो धब्बे हैं, बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग इसको बनाते हैं। ये वीवर बर्ड के नेस्ट में ये बैट देखी गई है। इस तरह हनी बैजर बहुत रेयर हो चुका है, लेकिन अभी भी आपको सरिस्का से लेकर रणथंभौर और इन जोन में ये देखने को मिल जाती है। इंडियन ये देखिए बैलून फ्रॉग, बहुत रिसेंटली अभी 2-3 साल पहले ही इस फ्रॉग का पता लगा है। ये बस्ती सेंचुरी में ये फ्रॉग देखने को मिल जाता है। पहली 1-2 रेंज में अगर आप बस्ती और आसपास के एरियाज हैं, खासतौर चित्तौड़गढ़ का जो बेगू एरिया है वहां पर ये काफी कॉमन ये दिखाई दे रहा है। अलेक्जेंड्राइन पैराकीट, जितने भी डेंस जो सेंचुरीज हैं जहां हाई डेंसिटी है फॉरेस्ट की, वहां पे काफी अच्छी संख्या में देखने को मिल जाता है। अब तो ये राजस्थान के सारे एरिया में फैल रहा है, क्योंकि डेजर्ट में भी पानी आ गया है इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल की वजह से, नर्मदा कैनाल की वजह से, तो वहां तक ये पहुंच गया है। वरना तो हड़ौती एरिया और जो सदर्न राजस्थान है उसमें अलेक्जेंड्राइन पैराकीट काफी कॉमन देखने को मिलता है। चंबल रिवर के जो बैंक हैं उनके आसपास आपको रिवर लैपिंग देखने को मिल जाएगी, लेकिन कोटा के कई वाटर बॉडीज हैं और जो भीलवाड़ा जिला है इसकी वाटर बॉडीज में भी ये मिल जाती है। खासतौर से भीलवाड़ा जिले की रिवर्स के जो कन्फ्लुएंस हैं वहां पर भी रिवर लैपिंग देखने को मिल जाती है। ये देखिए ग्रेट कस्टेड ग्रेब, इसको माइग्रेटरी माना जाता था, लेकिन ये मैनार में रहने लगी और मैनार में ब्रीडिंग भी करने लगी है। मैनार का जो इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया है वो इतना इसको अच्छा लगा कि ये रेजिडेंट हो गया, राउंड द ईयर वहीं रहती है और ब्रीडिंग भी इसका आसानी से देखा जा सकता है। जैसे मैं अभी बात कर रहा था, न केवल एनिमल में बल्कि प्लांट में भी अरावली खासतौर से बहुत सारी सेंचुरी बड़ी यूनिक है। यहाँ जंगली केले की 2 स्पीशीज है राजस्थान में, जो फुलवारी वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी, फुलवारी से लेकर आप चले जाइए कुंभलगढ़ तक। एनसेट सुपरबम जो राइट हैंड साइड में जो क्लिप बनाना दिख रहा है, ये वेस्टर्न घाट की स्पीशीज है, यहाँ तक दिखाई देती है। और फिर अगर आप चले जाएं चंबल के जो गॉर्जेज हैं वहां आपको दूसरा केला दिखेगा, म्यूसा रोजिया। इसी तरह एक हिमालयन एलिमेंट है जो कहते हैं कि हिमालय की तरफ से आया है, यह कॉस्टल स्पीशियोसा, हाईली मेडिसिनल प्लांट है। ये भी सदर्न अरावली में जगह जगह देखने को मिलता है। जैसे मैंने ऑर्किड्स को कहा था, ऑर्किड्स में रिच है बहुत सारी सेंचुरी, खासतौर से जो एपिफिटिक ऑर्किड है उनमें माउंट आबू, फुलवारी और सीता माता, ये 3 सेंचुरी बहुत रिच हैं। आप यहाँ देखिए 2 ऑर्किड मैंने दिखाए यहाँ पर, जो राइट हैंड साइड में है ये है एरिडीज मैकुलुसम और लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में जो ऑर्किड दिखा है वेंडा टेसिलाटा। एक और एपिफिटिक ऑर्किड और है अकम्पेप्रिमोर्सा, वो भी जगह जगह हमको दिखाई देता है। वेंडा टेस्टेसिया भी रेयर है लेकिन कई जगह दिखाई देता है। टेस्टे ऑर्किड की बात करें तो हेबनेरिया काफी कॉमन है इस जोन में और खासतौर रेनी सीजन में उसको देखा जा सकता है। इस समय अगर आप आएंगे फॉरेस्ट एरिया है, फॉरेस्ट एरिया की फ्रिंज पे जो ग्रासलैंड है उन पे बहुत सारी स्पीशीज हेबनेरिया ऑर्किड्स की देखने को मिल जाएंगी। इस तरह आप देखिए आपका स्ट्रकुलिया की एक स्पीशीज है, कितना रेयर भी है ये, और इसकी फ्लावरिंग देखिए रेनी सीजन में भी फ्लावरिंग करती है। तो ऐसे बहुत सारी स्पीशीज हैं सदर्न अरावलीज में जिनका जब वो लीफी कंडीशन में आप उनको नहीं देख पहचान पाएंगे, लेकिन जैसे वो फ्लावरिंग में आती हैं आप उनको काउंट कर सकते हैं, उनकी एरियल फोटोग्राफी से उनका एस्टिमेशन कर सकते हैं कि उनकी लोकेशन क्या है। इस तरह पीले फूल का जो पलाश है ये भी एक रेयर स्पीशीज है और ये अरावली में नॉर्थ से लेकर साउथ टिप तक मिलता है। और ईस्टर्न साइड में अगर 12 चले जाएं, 12 में भी ये देखने को मिलता है। बहुत बड़े बड़े पत्तों का एक हर्ब है, सीता माता सेंचुरी में आपको देखने को मिलेगा। लोकल भाषा में इसे हस्तिकर्ण कहा गया है, यानी हाथी के कान, लिया मैक्रोफिला, जिसका नाम है मैक्रो, बड़ा, इसका पत्ता बहुत बड़ी साइज का है, नीचे ट्यूबर इसमें है। ये 3-4 सेंचुरीज में मिलता है, कुंभलगढ़ में मिलेगा, सीतामढ़ी मिलेगा, फुलवारी मिलेगा, और बहुत बड़ी साइज का। मैं ये कहूंगा राजस्थान का सबसे बड़ा जो सिंपल लीफ है वो इस रेनी सीजन प्लांट में देखने को मिलेगा। जोड़बीड़ को कौन नहीं जानता। आप देखिए वहां वल्चर अगर आपको साइटिंग करनी है, कभी कभी तो विंटर में 25,000 प्लस वहां पर पहुंच जाते हैं इनका नंबर। यहाँ जो भी डेड बॉडीज हैं कैटल की वो डाली जाती है। बिल्कुल बीकानेर के पास में है जोड़बीड़, यूनिक जगह है वल्चर को स्टडी करने के लिए। तो आप देखिए कुछ ऐसे भी एरिया हैं जो स्पीशीज सेंट्रिक हैं राजस्थान में, जैसे टाइगर को बचाने के लिए टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट, पुराने 2 टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट हैं सरिस्का और रणथंभौर, लेकिन रणथंभौर टाइगर पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है, तो उस पॉपुलेशन को सपोर्ट करने के लिए नए टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट के एरिया 3 जगह और बना दिए गए हैं। कोटा में मुकुंदरा, बूंदी में रामगढ़ विषधारी, और अभी करौली और धौलपुर को भी टाइगर रिजर्व बनाया गया है। इसी तरह लेपर्ड को बचाने के लिए भी झालाना और जवाई में लेपर्ड कंजर्वेशन एरिया बनाए गए हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा 5 टाइगर रिजर्व पहले बनाए गए, 6ठा टाइगर रिजर्व कुंभलगढ़ में अभी लाइन में है। तो अभी देखते हैं ये भी आने वाले दिनों में हो सकता है हमें 6ठा टाइगर रिजर्व कुंभलगढ़ में भी देखने को मिले। तो आप टाइगर देखिए, टाइगर और पैंथर दोनों देखिए किस तरह से इकोटूरिज्म को इस स्टेट में बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, कितने लोगों को रोजगार मिल रहा है, पूरी होटल इंडस्ट्री, कितने गाइड्स को, कितने व्हीकल चलाने वालों को आप देखिए इससे रेवेन्यू मिल रही है, रोजगार मिल रहा है। अपना आप में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। अरावली और अरावली के आसपास अगर जाएं, विंध्याचल में भी चले जाएं, पुरानी शिकार हौदी आपको बहुत दिखाई देंगी। ये बताती हैं कि ये जोन टाइगर्स के लिए कितना रिच रहा होगा, टाइगर का हैबिटाट कितना बढ़िया रहा होगा। आज ये सिर्फ उनकी रेलिक है। तो जो पास्ट ग्लोरी है अरावली की और दूसरे हिस्सों की राजस्थान की बहुत रिच है। राजस्थान में एक टाइम था हाथी रहा है, एक टाइम था राजस्थान में गैंडा रहा है, एक टाइम था इंडियन, हमारा जो गौर है इतना बड़ा जो इंडियन बाइसन जिसको कहते हैं वो भी था। लेकिन ये बड़े जो एनिमल है ये जा चुके हैं और बड़े हिस्से से टाइगर भी खत्म हुआ है। आप देखिए इकोटूरिज्म की कितनी संभावना है। डॉक्टर रहमानी साहब बैठे हुए हैं और एक मचान पर बैठे हैं और आनंद ले रहे हैं, बर्ड वाचिंग कर रहे हैं। ये कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व है बागदादा का। इको टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए ऐसी साइट जो है बहुत ही यूजफुल साबित हो रही है। राजस्थान के लोगों को रोजगार मिल रहा है, नेम और फेम तो मिल ही रहा है। हमारी जो सेंचुरीज में बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम भी हैं, ओवर ग्रेजिंग, क्योंकि राजस्थान एक ऐसा स्टेट है जहां एनिमल्स की नंबर बहुत ज्यादा नंबर है और उनकी वजह से ग्रेजिंग ट्रैम्पलिंग की प्रॉब्लम है। फायर, क्योंकि ड्राई स्टेट है, कम रेनफॉल है, आग बहुत जल्दी लग जाती है। पोचिंग की भी समस्या है। बहुत सारी इन्वेसिव वीड है राजस्थान में आपका पूरा जूली फ्लोरा, लैंटाना कमारा, आपका केसिया टोरा, केसिया ऑप्टिसिफ्लोरा, केसिया यूनिफ्लोरा। अभी एक और नई वीड घुसाई है और वो है आपका टेगेटिस माइन्यूटा, गाजर घास। तो वीड्स बहुत हैं, बड़ा वीड प्रून एरिया है जो हैबिटेट को डिस्ट्रॉय कर रहे हैं। ये एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है एनिमल के लिए, खासतौर से ग्रासलैंड को बहुत बर्बाद कर रही है। न केवल फॉरेस्ट के ग्रासलैंड बल्कि जो पंचायत के ग्रासलैंड है, क्योंकि वाइल्ड एनिमल सिर्फ फॉरेस्ट एरिया में नहीं रह रहा है, वो तो बाहर भी निकल कर जा रहा है। लेकिन बाहर इन्वेसिव वीड की वजह से हैबिटेट डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है। कई जगह फूड चेन अच्छी स्थिति में नहीं है, उसकी वजह से कार्निवोरा को सस्टेन करने एक प्रॉब्लम बनता जा रहा है। बार बार पैंथर मूवमेंट करता हुआ शहरों गांवों की तरफ आ रहा है और उससे ह्यूमन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बढ़ता हुआ जा रहा है। माइनिंग एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। इस तरह आपका एनिमल ह्यूमन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट भी एक प्रॉब्लम है। कई बार एनिमल आदमी को मार देते हैं, कई बार वो कैटल लिफ्टर भी हो जाते हैं, तो बड़ा एंटीपैथी हो जाती है, तो समस्या आ जाती है। क्रॉप रेडिंग भी एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। एनक्रोचमेंट, लोग चाहते हैं कि वन विभाग की जमीन उनके हाथ चढ़ जाए, तो इस चेष्टा में रहता है कि किसी तरह वहां वो सफल हो जाए। तो बड़ी भारी एक समस्या एनक्रोचमेंट की होती हुई जा रही है। कई जगह कुएं हैं ऐसे जिनका कोई पैरापेट वाल नहीं है, और पैरापेट वाल नहीं होने की वजह से जब एनिमल मूवमेंट करते हैं तो गलती से ही एक्सीडेंटली कुएं में गिर जाते हैं और वहां कई बार पता नहीं लगता है कि एनिमल कुएं में गिर चुका है और मारे जाते हैं। तो ऐसे कुएं जिनमें पैरापेट वाल नहीं है एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है और इस प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन की बहुत जरूरी है। रोड का नेटवर्क बढ़ता जा रहा है, रेल लाइन का नेटवर्क बढ़ता जा रहा है, इन पर एक्सीडेंट काफी बड़ी संख्या में होते हैं। इसी तरह
प्लीज कंक्लूड।
यस सर बस अभी तो ये इलेक्ट्रोक्यूशन में एक प्रॉब्लम है। ये जो डॉग्स हैं, स्ट्रे डॉग्स हैं, ये भी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम कर रहे हैं। देखिए आग किस तरह से प्रॉब्लम, देखिए कुत्ते किस तरह से, एनिमल हुआ, देखिए कोई पैरापेट वाल नहीं है। देखिए एनिमल का स्लॉथ बियर से अटैक हो गया तो अब देखिए उस स्लॉथ बियर को मारने लोग चढ़ जाते हैं। ये देखिए ये नंबर बढ़ रहा है इनका, ये क्रॉप को रेड करते हैं और फिर लोगों की एंटीपैथी हो जाती है। तो ये है प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन इन प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए और वाइल्ड एनिमल्स को बचाने के लिए कुछ एफर्ट्स भी चल रहे हैं, बायोडायवर्सिटी को बचाने का एफर्ट्स चल रहे हैं। आप देखिए नेशनल पार्क, सेंचुरी और कंजर्वेशन रिजर्व, इनका एक नेटवर्क है। 2 रामसर साइट भी है, केवलादेव और हमारा राम जो सांभर है। इस तरह टाइगर रिजर्व बन रहे हैं, नए नए टाइगर रिजर्व, इंपॉर्टेंट बर्ड एरिया बनाए जा रहे हैं। मेडिसिनल प्लांट को बचाने के लिए एमपीसीए, मेडिसिनल प्लांट कंजर्वेशन एरिया बनाए गए हैं, और जहां पहले मेडिसिनल प्लांट थे लेकिन अब खत्म हो गए, वहां फिर से डेवलप किए जा रहे हैं, उनको एमपीडीए, मेडिसिनल प्लांट डेवलपमेंट एरिया बनाए जा रहे हैं। हैबिटेट इंप्रूवमेंट की कोशिश की जा रही है, और जो इंडिजिनस स्पीसीज हैं उनको लगाया जा रहा है। फायर कंट्रोल को का मैकेनिज्म अच्छे से डेवलप किया जाए। इन्वेसिव वीड इरेडिकेशन के प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं। फूड चेन को वापस बनाने के लिए जो हर्बीवोरा है उनका नंबर बढ़ाया जा रहा है। कई जगह जहां हर्बीवोरा ज्यादा है उनको लाकर उनका रीलोकेशन किया जा रहा है ताकि फूड चेन को रिक्रिएट किया जाए। वाटर होल मैनेजमेंट पर काफी ध्यान दिया गया, क्योंकि पहले कई जगह पीने का पानी आसानी से मिल जाता था, लेकिन अब कई जगह पीने का पानी गर्मियों में नहीं हो रहता, खासतौर से पिंच पीरियड में। तो उस समस्या को दूर करने के लिए बहुत इफेक्टिव काम किया जा रहा है। ज्वाइंट फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की तरफ भी काफी काम किया जा रहा है। लोगों को फॉरेस्ट के साथ लाया जा रहा है, आम जनता के साथ मिलकर वाइल्ड लाइफ और फॉरेस्ट का मैनेजमेंट किया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे एनजीओज हैं जो वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन में काम करें, उनका भी साथ लिया जा रहा है। साइंटिफिक मैनेजमेंट के लिए हर 10 साल में हर सेंचुरी का मैनेजमेंट प्लान तैयार किया जाता है। गवर्नमेंट इंडिया उसको अप्रूव करती है और उस अप्रूव प्लान के तहत अगले 10 साल तक उसको मैनेज किया जाता है। बहुत सारी जो यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं वो पीएचडी करा रही हैं और उनकी रिसर्च से वन विभाग अपना लाभ ले रहा है। अवेयरनेस का काफी एक्टिविटीज हो रही है। ये देखिए अवेयरनेस का प्रोग्राम चल रहा है। तो इस तरह से सभी को साथ लेकर, सभी की मदद से, प्रॉब्लम बहुत है लेकिन सॉल्यूशन भी कोशिश की जा रही है, उन सबको सॉल्यूशन ढूंढा जाए और जो वेल्थ है हमारी उसको बचाया जाए, नेचुरल जो वेल्थ है। और मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ मिश्रा साहब का, उन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया। मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ हमारे आज के जो साहब हैं, साहब जो डिप्टी डायरेक्टर, ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर रहे हैं जेडएसआई जोधपुर के, और को चेयर डॉक्टर सुनील दुबे, और जितने भी श्रोता है मैं आप सभी का बहुत आभारी हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपके कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो आप अवश्य पूछिए।
Thank you, Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma ji, for giving such a lucid picturization of Rajasthan biodiversity. I'm rather feel very much obliged that you gave a commentary or a picture which is more visualized to persons, those who have seen Rajasthan as a whole. When you were speaking, I could see each and every habitat, plantation, trees, rivers, as they are coming in front of my eyes, and I'm going through this journey. It was a very wonderful picturization, your deliberation on entire biodiversity, including habitat, climate, landscape divisions, whatnot. It was a cumbersome information, huge information put together in words, that too in a very simple, humble language, Hindi, so that most and many people can really understand the entire gamut of this biodiversity and physical diversity of this state of Rajasthan. Really thankful to you to giving such a lucid information on the subject. I will now request our co-chairperson to give some comments on Dr. Sharma's deliberation. And
may I deliver a few words, sir?
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. And I am feeling very much honored of co-chairing the session of my mentor, my guru, Reverend Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, sir. I would like to mention here one important thing here, that Dr. Satish Sharma has spent his life as a range forest officer for most of the part of his service life, and he has retired as assistant conservator of forest from the forest department. But you see how hard a life of a range forest officer is. जो लोग रेंज फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर की जिंदगी को जानते हैं, जंगलों की जिम्मेदारी की सबसे पहले वही होते हैं ऑफिसर्स की लाइफ में, जो अपने फील्ड स्टाफ के साथ में उस जिंदगी को जीते हैं और दिन रात की जिंदगी को जीते हैं, भले वो जंगलों की आग हो, शिकार हो, अतिक्रमण हो, हमला झेलना हो, ये सब कुछ उन्होंने जिया है. बट even then, you, as respected Sanjeev sir would have mentioned in his introduction, he has authored more than 650 research paper and 12 books, and 2-3 books are in pipeline. So, means how kind of a grassroots academician he has been, that is an exceptional example in the history of wildlife conservation. Forest managers of this country, that a forest manager has been so academic, so much academic and passionate for documentation of everything for the coming generation, that he has watched, experienced and contributed in the conservation. He has documented everything. He is passionate for writing and documenting everything. So that's why, and I'm very much privileged that I'm learning from him for the last more than 25 years. And that's why we are also getting some of the qualities inculcated by him in us. That's the comment I wanted to deliver. Thank you very much for this nice session.
So I'll just take one more minute to speak about Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma sir, that we have been hearing and been read many British officers coming to India and writing very lucid information about plants and animals of India. Majority of the hill states and hill areas of our country has been all documented by them. Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma ji reflects that kind of personality, that while working as a forest officer at different positions in different areas, he jotted down all the information, small or big, in such a lucid manner that we are now having a very clear and a very documented picture of the entire fauna and flora and landscape, which is very prominently, which I could say that is required by every Indian worker also in India to put before what they study, learn, observe, and ultimately give it to the nation or to the people.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Sunil Dubey sahab for chair the session, and Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, इमिनेंट स्पीकर, बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से राजस्थान की बायोडाइवर्सिटी और प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज का आपने एक विहंगम दृश्य यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत किया है. मैंने स्वयं भी आपके साथ मिल करके उदयपुर में पिछले फरवरी में आपके साथ में घूमा. वहाँ पर जो वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी उन्हें खुद उनके समय पे बनी थी, उस पर उन्हें दिखाया. बहुत अच्छा पूरा डेवलपमेंट वहाँ का. तो निश्चित रूप से और बहुत से फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसर हमारे सामने ही उनसे सलाह लेने के लिए वहाँ पर आते थे. तो एक पूरा दिन हमें मौका मिला उनके साथ वहाँ रहने का, और बहुत बढ़िया जो है उनका काम है. और पूरे राजस्थान का मैंने उनकी बुक भी देखी जाकर के पूरा, और इसके बाद वहाँ का जो कॉम्पिटिशन है वहाँ पर भी जाकर के कुछ बुक्स मैंने खरीदी भी. बहुत बढ़िया मतलब फील्ड का, और कहना चाहिए कि दोनों चीज है, कंसेप्ट और फील्ड की में दोनों में ही बहुत बढ़िया कमांड रखते हैं, खासकर राजस्थान के मामले में. तो और उन्हें समय दिया. ये उनका हमारे वेबिनार में तीसरा शायद व्याख्यान है, और उनकी पुस्तक में भी उनके हैं जो अभी हम रिलीज करने जा रहे हैं. तो मैं पुनः सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ. नेक्स्ट लास्ट सेशन है मैं कहूँगा, मैंने 4 बजे इनागुरल के लिए इन्विटेशन किया था, लेकिन थोड़ा समय लग रहा है। अंतिम सेशन होने जा रहा है, इसके बाद हम वैलिडिटी सेशन करेंगे। तो अंतिम जो सेशन है उसमें चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर रविशंकर भोपाली सर, इंटरनेशनल बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंसल्टेंट, काकीनाडा, आंध्र प्रदेश। वेलकम सर. Our co-chairperson Dr. R. Aruna, Assistant Professor of Botany, Thiarigar College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu, and eminent speaker Dr. Chanchal Malhotra, Assistant Professor of Botany, Baba Mastnath University, Rohtak, Haryana. Welcome all of you, sir, and I am requesting to Dr. Ravi Shankar, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker.
Yeah. Thank you, Mishra ji, and welcome to everybody for this important lecture by Dr. Chanchal Malhotra. Before I go as chairman, I would like to congratulate Sunil Dubey for making a very comprehensive presentation. And my observation would be that we are soon going to get a Japan International Cooperation Agency supported project for Rajasthan, which should be more than 700 crores or so. And I think the expertise of Sunil Dubey, the Rajasthan government of Rajasthan and Forest Department of Rajasthan should necessarily be using that. And as a team leader of JICA projects in India, I would foresee that Mr. Sunil Dubey's contribution would certainly help this 5 to 7 year project, which is a very large project, one of the projects we are going to get. It is almost sanctioned. Thank you very much. And coming back to this session.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, it is Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, sir, who has spoken last speaker, not Sunil Kumar Dubey, Mr. So sorry, sir, for correction.
Yeah, because I could, because it was in Hindi, as the name on the computer shows Sunil Dubey, that is right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Probably Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma ji has used the computer of Sunil Dubey, sir. So that is why it is there, but it is Dr. Satish Kumar Sharma, Forest Officer of Rajasthan State, who has spoken. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, that's his experience should be used, I suppose. As you are the biodiversity board person, you can pass it on to him. And fine, coming to this session now, Dr. Chanchal Malhotra is now working as Assistant Professor of Botany at Baba Mastnath University, Haryana. She holds a PhD in biotechnology with more than 20 years of academic experience. Under her guidance, there are 3 PhD students and 106 postgraduate students who have completed. And currently, nearly 6 PhD students are working under her guidance. She has, to her credit, published more than 37 research papers in conference proceedings, journals of national and international repute, along with book chapters and newspaper articles, which is very important for carrying our research to public. Her area of research interest is plant physiology, biodiversity, plant biochemistry, and ecology. She has been awarded with Appreciation Award from Lions Club and Excellence Academician Award 2021 for outstanding contribution and recognition in the field of botany. She is a life member of organizations such as the International Society for Silicon in Agriculture, Institute of Scholars, and the Agricultural Technology Development Society, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, Environmental and Social Development Association, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, Ambika Prasad Research Foundation, Cuttack, Odisha. She is also voluntarily contributing towards spreading awareness about biodiversity conservation with Haryana State Biodiversity Board under the Technical Guidance Committee. She is fond of writing poems in Hindi, and to her credit has published several poems. Now, I request our co-chairperson to kind of take down the notes and then provide it by the end of the lecture. And I also ask Dr. Chanchal Malhotra to stick to her time. And once the talk is over, there will be a few questions. Thank you. The floor is to you, Dr. Chanchal Malhotra.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such a nice introduction. And I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Skan Mishra for providing me a platform where we are listening to eminent speakers of various fields of biodiversity. And if I introduce myself, that I'm not from any of the conservation body, biodiversity conservation body, and my work is nowhere stand in front of you. But from the very core of my heart, I'm extremely thankful for providing me a platform where I can talk about a very concerned issue of human itself as one of the important component of biodiversity. So thank you, sir, for providing me the platform. My today's topic is on which I'm going to give the talk is From Me to Us, Humanity's Part to Coexistence with the Biodiversity. And in this presentation, in my first slide, I had put a disclaimer. The reason is what? Because in my presentation, none of the work is experimental work done at any conservation site. And I don't belong to any conservation site too. And this whole presentation is about thirst of knowing. And as each has certain quest in their life, similarly in me, the quest was about knowing the very jealous, grief, stress, anxiety nature of a human being. So in this search, I read number of books, and the name of the books are written over there. And the most important book what I found was from the Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith. And from the last so many of the years, I'm doing the meditation too. And by the meditation, I came to know certain experiences. And in all these slides, these are my personal views. And I had I am presenting my presentation just to provide the insight and information only, because in this presentation, none of my work is actually experimental. So first is about the humanity intricate relationship with the biodiversity. Means if we see the human history, then definitely we were having the very good relationship, emotional, intellectual, physical relationship with the nature. If we talk about the enlightenment process, the state of human self, it is believed that it can only be awakened, means the person can only awaken when it is believed that the person can only awaken when the person's connection is to the natural environment. As we know, we all have heard about the Buddha. We know that Gautam Buddha has attained his enlightenment when he was sitting under the Bodhi tree. And after enlightenment, for 7 days, he sat under the Bodhi tree for many of the days, and he experienced the happiness of freedom and peace. And it is said that during the second week, Buddha kept looking at Bodhi tree, and he thanked and given the gratitude to the tree that had sheltered him during his struggle period. So in that way, there was a strong connection between the enlightenment of the Buddha and that of the tree itself. Likewise, when we talk about the Sukrat, everybody has heard about the Sukrat. So it is also believed, one means stories over there, that before enlightenment, he demonstrated that though he is the lover of learning, but neither the tree nor the nature has taught him anything. But after a while, a radical change happened to him, and when he was spoken second time, and it was about the love, means enlightenment was happened to him, and that enlightenment also happened to him when he was with the nature itself. Similarly, in the Bhagavad Gita and the banyan tree, in Bhagavad Gita, the mention of the banyan tree is also over there. And in the Bhagavad Gita, in front of Arjuna, the Lord Krishna says that of all of the tree, I am the holy fig tree. Similarly, when we talk about the Lord Rama and association of Lord Rama with the natural flora, means in Ramayana, the number of mentions are over there that how the Lord Rama was associated and the journey of Lord Rama was associated with that of the natural flora and fauna itself. It is also believed कि जब भगवान राम जी को जब समुद्र को पार करना था लंका जाने के लिए, तो उन्होंने जब ओशन गॉड के सामने गॉड ओशन के सामने जब प्रेयर किया, तो वो 3 दिन तक वहां पर जो कुश की ग्रास होती है उसके ऊपर वो बैठे रहे, एंड फॉर 3 days ही डन हिज प्रेयर इटसेल्फ। लाइकवाइज हमें ये भी पता है, जब हम स्टडी करते हैं कि शबरी और रामा का जो रिलेशन है, उसमें जो शाबरी है वो अपने जूठे बेर बहुत प्यार से राम भगवान जी को खिलाती है। लाइकवाइज हमें ये पता है कि हनुमान जी लक्ष्मण जी को बचाने के लिए संजीवनी बूटी लेकर आते हैं। सो ऑल दीज इंसिडेंसेस डेमोन्स्ट्रेट दैट what good relationship we were having with the natural flora and fauna in our ancient time too. Actually we are innocents, but सभी जो religion हैं वो यही बोलते हैं कि we are innocents, but due to in course of the time हम डिवाइन सोर्स से अलग हुए हैं। हमारी जो सेंस ऑफ वननेस थी, जो नेचर के साथ सेंस ऑफ वननेस थी, सभी रिलीजन में ये मेंशन है, एक्नॉलेज्ड है दैट वी हैव डिपार्टेड फ्रॉम द ओरिजिनल इनोसेंस। तो इन दिस शॉर्ट टॉक आई एम गोइंग टू give the brief about this nature of the human being itself, कि ऐसा क्या हुआ कि जो हमें innocence with passage of time it has depleted, why in the other way we are behaving. So in that way this presentation is pointing about that relationship. आज भी हम claim करते हैं that we are having the very good relationship with the biodiversity, and but जब हम exhibition के बात आती है, then we ourselves exhibit totally opposite approaches. For example, in one way we talk about the conservation biology of flora, and at the second side we promote the agriculture. Likewise, एक साइड पे हम कंजर्वेशन बायोलॉजी में फोना के कंजर्वेशन की बात करते हैं, और दूसरी साइड पे हम एनिमल को डोमेस्टिकेट करते हैं। लाइकवाइज एक ही कंट्री में, एक गवर्नमेंट में, व्हाटसोएवर द डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज आर ओवर देयर, एनवायरमेंटल मिनिस्ट्री एंड डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री, दीज आर आल्सो वर्किंग अगेंस्ट ईच अदर। ये जो सक्सेसिव स्लाइड्स हैं ओवर देयर, आई हैड मेंशन दैट हाउ the different approaches of humans are totally opposite to each other. For example, with respect to conservation biology, with respect to the flora and the agriculture and allied field, we are seeing the contradiction at many of the points. जैसे एक तरफ हम natural habitat को protect करने की बात करते हैं, दूसरी साइड पे हम intensive agriculture and monoculture करते हैं, and we know it very well that when we do the intensive agriculture and when we do the monoculture, definitely it affects the natural habitat, क्योंकि हम weeds को निकालते हैं, wilds को निकालते हैं, as well as so many of the agricultural practices are over there in which the pesticides etc are used, और जो बहुत सारे insects हैं, pests हैं, pollinators हैं, उन सबको किल करता है। Likewise, एक साइड पर हम जो इकोसिस्टम डाइवर्सिटी है उसको वैल्यू करते हैं, एंड एट द सेकंड साइड, एट द अदर साइड again we are favoring the agriculture, and we are favoring the agriculture of the same species with various of the genotype. means हम high yielding varieties लेकर आते हैं, एक ही genotype की high yielding varieties इतनी सारी लेकर आते हैं, तो in that way we promote the monoculture. Likewise, if we talk about the animal domestication and exploitation, एक साइड हम बात करते हैं, हम वाइल्ड लाइफ को रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, अवेयरनेस को प्रमोट करते हैं, और दूसरी साइड पे हम उसी बायोडाइवर्सिटी है उसका कमर्शलाइजेशन करते हैं, तो इन दैट वे वी आर कॉन्ट्राडिक्टेड. Likewise, at one of the side we document, we are in favor of preserving the endangered species. दूसरी साइड पे हमें उन्हीं endangered species को hunt करते हैं. It is a human only who is trying to preserve the endangered species, और वही human है, दूसरे एंड पे भी human है जो endangered species का या उनके पार्ट्स का ट्रेड करता है. लाइकवाइज एक साइड पे हम रिहेबिलिटेट करने की बात करते हैं, दूसरी साइड पे हम ही हैं जो जूज को बनाते हैं, एनिमल्स को कैप्टिविटी में रखते हैं, एनिमल्स को कमर्शियल पर्पस पे यूज करते हैं. मींस इट इज अ ह्यूमन ओनली हु इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द रिहेबिलिटेशन प्रोसेस, एंड इट इज अ ह्यूमन ओनली हु इज कीपिंग द एनिमल्स इन द कैप्टिविटी फॉर द कमर्शियल पर्पसेस. Likewise, at one of the hand we are promoting the ethical treatment of the animal, और दूसरी साइड पे हम ही हैं जो इतने सारे एनिमल्स को सिर्फ अपने रिसर्च पर्पस के लिए यूज करते हैं, मीन्स इट इज अ ह्यूमन ओनली हु इज प्रमोटिंग द एथिकल ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ द एनिमल, और वही हम हैं जो दूसरी साइड पे एनिमल्स को अपने लिए, अपने पर्पस के लिए, अपने पर्पस के मेडिसिन बनाने के लिए उन्हीं एनिमल्स को रिसर्च पर्पस के लिए यूज करते हैं. We humans are destroying everything on the name of development and for the selfishness oriented greed. We are polluting the air, we are polluting the water, we are polluting the river, we are making the dams, we are cutting the trees, we are spreading the plastic pollution. हम फूल को देखते हैं, सुंदर फूल होता है और उसको प्लग कर लेते हैं. कितनी हैरानगी की बात है. द फ्लावर विच इज अपीयरिंग ब्यूटीफुल टू अस, मतलब नॉर्मली इट इज ओवर देयर कि जो चीज हमें सुंदर लगनी चाहिए उसका प्लकिंग तो नहीं होनी चाहिए एटलीस्ट, एंड हम फ्लावर्स को प्लग कर लेते हैं. हम पेस्टिसाइड्स का स्प्रे करते हैं, चाहे हमें मालूम है वो हमारे लिए हार्मफुल है या नहीं है, बट बाय यूजिंग द पेस्टिसाइड्स वी आर डैमेजिंग नंबर ऑफ द पेस्ट विच कैन बी क्रूशियल for the proper functioning of the ecosystems. Likewise, हम जो इतने सारे blunders कर रहे हैं, we are not trying to learn from the repeated blunders. हम सब ने शायद, जितने भी हम सब यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, हम सब ने केदारनाथ ट्रेजेडी को देखा है, सुना है और कुछ ने एक्सपीरियंस भी किया होगा. एंड वी नो दैट जो केदारनाथ ट्रेजेडी है, वी नो दैट दिस एरिया इज हिली एरिया. हमें सबको मालूम है कि ये बहुत फ्रेजाइल एरिया है, ओवर द डेवलपमेंट शुड नॉट बी देयर. जो भी माउंटेन्स है वो कट नहीं होने चाहिए, माइनिंग नहीं होने चाहिए, बट स्टिल वी आर नॉट लर्निंग फ्रॉम दिस रिपीटेड ब्लंडर्स. सिमिलरली अभी शिमला का, कभी हिमाचल प्रदेश का, इतने सारे लैंडस्लाइड्स होते हैं एंड वी आर नॉट लर्निंग फ्रॉम दीज इंसिडेंसेस. Then we know that Himalayan provinces, we know that urban development plan, number of the urban development plans are going over there. और उन सबको फंड कौन कर रहा है? उन सबको जो फंड कर रहा है that is a central and the state government. And ये हैरानगी की बात है कि इतनी सारी हमारे पास environmental bodies हैं, probably nobody, when the development is done, probably nobody is taking the permission from those authorities who are concerned with the environmental plan. लाइकवाइज हम टूरिज्म को प्रमोट करते हैं, टूरिज्म, इको टूरिज्म को भी प्रमोट करते हैं. इन आवर मेन बॉडीज, इन आवर कंजर्वेशन साइट्स वी आर आल्सो प्रमोटिंग द इको टूरिज्म. अगर हम एक एस्टिमेट के अकॉर्डिंग, अगर जो गोल्फ कोर्स है, जो टूरिज्म एक मेन इंपॉर्टेंट स्पोर्ट होता है, उसके लिए, उसको प्रॉपर वर्क करने के लिए 1500 के जो केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स, पेस्टिसाइड एंड हर्बिसाइड्स आर यूज्ड एंड 60,000 of gallons of the water is used over there. And other than that, जो unregulated tourism है या construction है, it is also depleting the environment, as well as because of that the number of the problems are taking place. जो ocean है वो dumping sites बनी हुई हैं because of the tourism and the ecotourism itself. When we talk about the personal relationships, the same is there. Means अगर हम किसी भी और species को देखते हैं, किसी भी और species में कोई और species किसी के ऊपर इतना dominate नहीं करती है जैसा humans के केस में है. हम अपने बच्चों को अपना प्रोडक्ट समझते हैं. मेल और फीमेल में द डेली फाइट इज ओवर देयर. हम इक्वलिटी की बात करते हैं, बट इक्वलिटी का कोई कंसर्न की बात भी नहीं है, बिकॉज मेल एंड फीमेल आर डिफरेंट. सो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन ऑफ इक्वलिटी इटसेल्फ. मेल की अपनी, फीमेल, दीज आर द डिफरेंट जेंडर एंड ईच जेंडर इज हैविंग इट्स ओन ब्यूटी. हम उसको रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते हैं. फीमेल वांट्स टू बिकम द मेल एंड हमेशा जो इतने सारे रैलीज होती हैं, इतने सारे अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स है जहां पर इक्वलिटी की बात आती है, हम वार करते हैं. एक साइड हम पीस की बात करते हैं, दूसरे साइड पे हम आर्मामेंट्स बनाते हैं. हम अपने ऑफिसेज में डोमिनेट करते हैं. सीनियर जूनियर को डोमिनेट करता है, जूनियर सीनियर को डोमिनेट करने का ट्राई करता है. हम बॉडी शेमिंग करते हैं, हम मैल नरिश्ड है. इतनी ड्रेडफुल सिचुएशन है ह्यूमन स्पीशीज की, और हम बात बाकी सारी स्पीशीज को बचाने की करते हैं, बट हम सब एक ऐसी कंडीशन में है जहां पर एक्चुअली हमें अपने को सेव करने की जरूरत है. मींस वी द ह्यूमन बीइंग्स आर एट द क्राइसिस. और इसका एक ये भी रीजन है कि हम क्या समझते हैं दैट नंबर ऑफ द स्पीशीज आर देयर इन दिस यूनिवर्स. हम ये सोचते हैं दैट वी आर द सोल स्पीशीज, बट वी नो दैट ह्यूमन इज नॉट द सोल स्पीशीज, बट रादर देन अ पार्ट ऑफ द लार्जर नेटवर्क ऑफ लाइफ ऑन द अर्थ. अगर हम कभी क्लास में भी पढ़ाते हैं पढ़ा रहे हैं या अपने आप भी बात करते हैं, व्हाट इज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी, तो सबसे पहले हम क्या बात करेंगे कि बायोडाइवर्सिटी इज यूजफुल टू अस, मींस वी आर कंसिडरिंग आवरसेल्फ एज अ सोल स्पीशीज, बट we are not considering ourselves as a part of the larger network of the life of the earth itself. We are considering ourselves as a central entity of the universe. ये कुछ कोटेशन है, अलग अलग साइंटिस्ट की कोटेशन है, अलग अलग फिलोसफर की कोटेशन है. एल्बर्ट आइंस्टीन क्या कहते हैं, दैट टू थिंग्स आर इनफाइनाइट, द यूनिवर्स एंड ह्यूमन स्टुपिडिटी. वो ये कहते हैं कि यूनिवर्स का तो मुझे पता नहीं इनफाइनाइट है या नहीं है, बट एक्चुअली द ह्यूमन स्टुपिडिटी वाज देयर, एंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द स्टुपिडिटी ऑफ होल ह्यूमन रेस. लाइकवाइज जोसेफ कैम्बल क्या कहते हैं कि हम दूसरी स्पीशीज को बचाने की बात कर रहे हैं, बट हम खुद क्राइसिस में हैं. वी आर नॉट on our journey to save the world but to save ourselves. means हमारा सबसे पहला जो एफर्ट तो शायद यही होना चाहिए कि हमें अपने आप को बचाना है. उसी टाइप से फिलोसफर आर्थर कहते हैं कि मैन ही एक ऐसा एनिमल है जो दूसरे को पेन देता है. कोई भी ऐसा एनिमल, अगर कोई भी एनिमल, अगर डॉग बाइट करता है तो वो अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए बाइट करता है. अगर टाइगर कोई भी अगर हिंसक होता है तो वो अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए हो रहा है या अपने फूड के लिए हो रहा है, बट हम विदाउट एनी रीजन भी दूसरे एनिमल्स को पेन देते हैं. हम जब एग्रीकल्चर करते हैं तो हम स्नेक्स के शेल्टर को खत्म कर रहे हैं, हम एंट्स को खत्म कर रहे हैं, हम पोलिनेटर्स को खत्म कर रहे हैं. अगर वही स्नेक हमें बाइट, जब उसका शेल्टर खत्म होता है और वो जब हमारे ऊपर अटैक करता है तो हम उसको किल कर देते हैं. और उसमें भी जब हम किल कर रहे हैं तो उसमें भी हम ये सोच रहे हैं कि हम कल्प्रिट हैं, हम अपने आप को इनोसेंस मान रहे हैं. उस केस में हम अपने आप को इनोसेंस मान रहे हैं. हम ये सोच भी नहीं रहे हैं कि हम किसी अदर एनिमल का शेल्टर अगर खत्म कर रहे हैं, अगर किसी और एनिमल का अगर होम ही खत्म कर रहे हैं, तो बट नेचुरल अदर सॉर्ट ऑफ ट्रीटमेंट विल बी ओवर देयर. और सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है कि हम अवेयर भी नहीं है कि हम में कोई प्रॉब्लम है. वी आर एलिनेटेड एंड दैट इज नोन एज डेफ इफेक्ट. अगर एक ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल को किसी फंक्शन में बुलाया जाता है, द नंबर ऑफ पीपल will stand over there and number of people will come to attend that function. but अगर हम वही environment की या अगर हम बायोडाइवर्सिटी अवेयरनेस कैंपेन की बात भी करते हैं, लाइक अब ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म है, दिस इज अ बिग प्लेटफॉर्म, और यहाँ पर फिर भी मैंने भी अपने बच्चों को लिंक भेजे है, बट नो वन इज इंटरेस्टेड टू ज्वाइन दैट, क्योंकि वो इन चीजों को नहीं समझना चाहते हैं. उन्हें कभी ये लगता भी नहीं है दैट हम कोई प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, इंक्लूडेड मी, मैं भी उसका एक पार्ट हूं, एंड दैट इज नोन एज डेफ इफेक्ट. देन क्या ऐसा कुछ है कि हम में कोई साइकोसिस कंडीशन है? प्रोबेबली हो सकती है. अगर हमने वर्ल्ड के डिस्ट्रक्शन को स्टॉप करना है और अपनी सोसाइटी को डिसइंटीग्रेशन से बचाना है, जो कि सब जगह विच इज हैपनिंग एवरीवेयर, तो हमारा एक जो मेन मोटो है वो क्या है कि हमें जो प्रॉब्लम का कॉज है उसको फिक्स करना है, जो सोर्स ऑफ प्रॉब्लम है उसको फिक्स करना है. एंड व्हाट इज अ सोर्स ऑफ प्रॉब्लम? दैट इज अ ह्यूमन, एंड वी आर एक्चुअली द टोटली ह्यूमन रेस इज प्रोबेबली सिक. वी आर इन साइकोसिस सिचुएशन, इसलिए जो प्रॉब्लम का कॉज है उसको हमें सॉर्ट करना है. व्हाट आर वी? क्या हम कॉम्पिटिटिव, एग्रेसिव, सेल्फिश है? क्या हम एक्चुअली में ऐसे हैं कि हम अपने प्लैनेट को डिस्ट्रॉय कर रहे हैं? एक्चुअली में हम बैड फ्लॉड स्पीशीज हैं? एक्चुअली में कुछ ऐसा है कि वी आर ब्लाइट ऑन द अर्थ, कैंसर इन द यूनिवर्स? क्या हमारे अंदर ऐसा क्या है कि हम इस तरीके से बिहेव कर रहे हैं? या कुछ इस ऐसा है कि प्रोबेबली वी आर डिवाइन बीइंग्स और हमें प्रॉब्लम है, हमें ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है और हम डिवाइन बीइंग्स हैं? Yes, actually.
Please speed up your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Speed up your presentation because you have another nearly 20 slides.
Ji sir,
Go faster.
Ji sir. The very nature of our body is what is it is integration, means in our body too. What we see कि हमारी बॉडी में जो सेल्स हैं वो टिश्यू मिलकर बनाती हैं और अल्टीमेटली अ बॉडी इज फॉर्म, मींस जो इंटीग्रेशन इट इज अ वेरी नेचर ऑफ द बॉडी. लाइकवाइज इफ वी सी द नेचर, देन अनकंडीशनली सेल्फलेस बिहेवियर इज ओवर देयर. सिमिलरली इफ वी सी आवर बॉडी, अगर हमारे सर में दर्द होता है तो हमारा हाथ भी उठ जाता है. अगर हमारे लिवर में प्रॉब्लम है तो हार्ट उसको हेल्प करता है. तो इन दैट वे वी कैन सी दैट वी आर अनकंडीशनली सेल्फलेस बिहेवियर. नाउ एज वेल एज अनकंडीशनली सेल्फलेस बिहेवियर की जब हम बात करते हैं तो इसका एक सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस क्या है कि ह्यूमन स्पीशीज में जो इन्फेंसी पीरियड इट इज डिलेड, मीन्स हम बहुत लंबे टाइम तक अपने इन्फेंट को अपने पास रखते हैं, प्रोबेबली ये शो करता है कि हम एक्चुअली में हम इनोसेंस हैं. Our immediate ancestors are what? These are the bonobo species. अगर हम bonobos को देखते हैं जो हमारे anatomically हमारे close ancestors हैं, and ये कैसे हैं? These are cooperative, loving, and these show the selfless behavior. Similarly, ये bonobos की कुछ pictures हैं जो ये दिखाती हैं. These are similar to the human beings और वे बहुत cooperative nature में रहते थे. सिमिलरली इसका जो अब ये जो स्लाइड है ये क्या शो कर रही है? एक्चुअली व्हाट इज अ रीजन, मींस व्हाई वी आर बिहेविंग लाइक दिस, व्हाट इज अ रीजन फॉर एलिनेशन. तो इसकी एक स्टोरी है, दैट इज द जीन्स एंड द न्यूरॉन्स. अगर हम अपने आप को दूसरे एनिमल से कंपेयर करते हैं तो बाकी जो दूसरे एनिमल्स हैं वो जीन इंस्टिंक्ट हैं और हम में जीन्स और न्यूरॉन्स की दोनों की मेमोरीज है. द स्टोरी इज ओवर देयर बिकॉज ऑफ टाइम इज शॉर्ट. I can explain this story in better way, but the time is short, so I am going to conclude. ये सब जो slides हैं ये सब यही बताती हैं एक्चुअली में the rest of the animals, बाकी जितने भी एनिमल्स हैं वो जीन इंस्टिंक्ट से रन करते हैं, बट बिकॉज वी रन बाय द न्यूरल बेस्ड इंस्टिंक्ट and there is a fight between the gene instinct and the neural instinct. On the neural instinct, the attack of the gene instinct is over there, and because of that only we are behaving. मतलब हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि हमारा माइंड और हमारी कॉन्शियसनेस में एक फाइट है. वो जो फाइट है वो कंटिन्यूसली रन कर रही है. हमारी जो कॉन्शियसनेस है वो माइंड को प्रॉपर आंसर नहीं कर रही है. इन द सेम वे आवर माइंड इज नॉट एबल टू आंसर द कॉन्शियसनेस इटसेल्फ. वो एक सबसे बड़ा रीजन हो सकता है. और हम सभी रिजाइंड स्टेट में हैं. एक बहुत बड़ा साइकोलॉजिकल इवेंट है. वी आर नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड, एंड दिस स्लाइड वाज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अदरवाइज कभी और टाइम हुआ तो आई विल ट्राई टू एक्सप्लेन. एंड सैवेज इंस्टिंक्ट थ्योरी है वो ये बोलती है कि व्हाट द सॉर्ट ऑफ बिहेवियर वी आर शोइंग, प्रोबेबली इट इज बिकॉज कि हमारी एंसेस्ट्री ऐसी है, हमारे एंसेस्ट्री में एनिमल्स ऐसे हैं, बिकॉज उनका बिहेवियर ऐसे था हमारे एंसेस्ट्रिक एनिमल्स का, दैट्स व्हाई वी आर शोइंग सच टाइप ऑफ बिहेवियर. बट प्रोबेबली द सैवेज इंस्टिंक्ट थ्योरी इट इज नॉट करेक्ट. द अदर रीजंस आर ओवर देयर. हम एक्चुअली में हम क्या चाहते हैं? वी वांट वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, बट हम ऐसा बिहेव नहीं कर रहे हैं. तो नंबर ऑफ रीजंस आर ओवर देयर. मींस सबसे पहले हमने अपने आप ये अंडरस्टैंड करना है कि हम व्हाई वी आर बिहेविंग लाइक दिस. अगर हम में कोई साइकोसिस प्रॉब्लम है, कोई इलनेस है, फर्स्ट वी हैव टू करेक्ट आवरसेल्फ. अगर हम खुद को करेक्ट करेंगे देन ओनली वी विल बी एबल टू सेटल ऑल द अदर बायोडाइवर्सिटी. सो देयर इज नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजिकल अपसेट स्टेज. So Einstein कहते हैं we can't solve the problem by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. Means कोई एक अलग से कोई डिफरेंट वे होगा, डिफरेंट पाथ होगा अगर हम जिससे हम अपने आप को करेक्ट कर सकते हैं. Similarly, the Osho says it is over there. Our consciousness is trapped inside the mental structure of our mind, and there is conflict between the mind and consciousness. The mind is dominating, and the consciousness it is in the deep cave, and the total darkness is over there. And probably because of that only, we are disturbing the whole environment, and we are disturbing the whole biodiversity. So thank you. We all are connected. So thank you from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalchal Malhotra. It is befitting for this conference to end with a "We to Us." Title itself is fantastic. And India is a great country with philosophers who have taught what is life. And we practice different religions which tells us how to live a comfortable and satisfactory and peaceful life. And great people like Osho, Jiddu Krishnamurti, Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, and many have given us ways and paths of spirituality and spirited life. It is up to us to all the stakeholders like, scientists, even we have gone up to, soft landing of Chandrayaan, but still we believe something is beyond that, that is driving us to do the things that we are doing every day. And I congratulate you for this wonderful lecture. And I also request my co-chair to say a few words, as our Mishraji is already looking at us because we have the valedictory function going now to start. Once again, thanking you. I request the co-chair to, conclude this. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, please, people can ask before our co-chairperson can conclude the session. Are there any questions, please? Maybe some observation, because this is a different talk.
Yeah, sure, Ravi. I congratulate Dr. Malhotra, because for the last 4 days we are fully concentrating with our subjects like flora, fauna, wildlife conservation, and so on. It is a kind of different one, but how humanity evolves and how there is one sentence I found: how man is fighting. It is either genetic or a neuron. That was quite interesting. And as Ravi Shankar pointed out, our country is a very philosophically, we got lot of all the soul searching ideas, definitely. And that is one of the reasons for keeping our humanity still. Basic values we are following and intact. That is good. And thank you for bringing out such a, what is called out of box ideas actually. This is really I want also
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
to have a, what you call a refreshness in our thought. Thank you very much, and we look forward to interact with you in future also. Thank you, Malhotra.
I also request
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mishra ji to conduct next seminar on spirituality. I think that is one we should have.
Yes,
Connecting botany with philosophy and spirituality, and we will all be present for that. Thank you very much.
हाँ, ये सर प्लेटफॉर्म बन जाता है ऐसे, मतलब लेक्चर और फिर उससे और लोग जुड़ जाते हैं। हेरिटेज साइट का हमने ऐसे ही शुरू किया था।
Yes.
ठीक है।
It's very nice. Concluding lecture is very good.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar Thupali sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Chanchal Malhotra given a nice talk in this series. Actually, आपने बायोडाइवर्सिटी पर चर्चा के बाद बायोडाइवर्सिटी के जो लोग हैं जो बचाने के हैं उनको और जिम्मेदारी सौंप दी है इन सब बातों को ला करके सामने। तो आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत अच्छा व्याख्यान था। निश्चित रूप से आगे भी हम आपको सुनेंगे और एक अपनी जैसी टीम हमको दीजिएगा जिससे कि हम जो है पूरा एक वेबिनार कम से कम एक दिन का पूरा इसको कर सकेंगे आगे चल करके।
सर मैं हूँ तो बॉटनी से ही, बायोडाइवर्सिटी से ही, बट ह्यूमन एक इम्पोर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है बायोडाइवर्सिटी का।
हमने देख लिया था आपका।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल।
तो ये आज ये 27 जो है सेशन था और इस वेबिनार में हमने जो है ये इसको कंप्लीट हुआ सेशन का। अब हम वैलिडेटरी सेशन में आगे आएंगे। थोड़ा सा समय लेट हो गया, पर चर्चा चल रही है विषय की तो 40-45 मिनट बहुत लेट नहीं है। तो हम स्वागत करते हैं अपने सभी अतिथिगणों का, सभी इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स, सभी चेयरपर्सन, सभी को चेयरपर्सन, पार्टिसिपेंट, एक्सपर्ट्स, सभी का हम यहाँ पर अपने महाविद्यालय की ओर से वैलिडेटरी सेशन के लिए स्वागत करते हैं और कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत माँ सरस्वती की पूजा के साथ है। या कुंडेन्दुकुतार हार फला या शुभ्रवस्ता व्रता या वीणा वरदंड मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मा चुपशीकर तुलसी चला वंदिता तामाम पास सरस्वती भगवती निशेष या माँ सरस्वती की आराधना के बाद शासकीय MS गोलवलकर महाविद्यालय रीवा में दिनांक 25 से 27 अगस्त तक बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट पर आयोजित इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार सीरीज के वैलिडेटरी सेशन में कार्यक्रम के समस्त अतिथिगणों, इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स, चेयरपर्सन एंड को चेयरपर्सन, साइंटिस्ट, प्रोफेसर तथा पार्टिसिपेंट्स का महाविद्यालय की ओर से स्वागत है। इस वेबिनार में कुल 27 इनवाइटेड टॉक देश के 15 प्रदेशों एवं नेपाल, श्रीलंका एवं पाकिस्तान के विषय विशेषज्ञों द्वारा प्रस्तुत की गई। विषय के अंतर्गत बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन, वाइल्ड लाइफ, प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज, नेशनल पार्क, बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, आर्बोरिटम, कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी, ह्यूमन वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, डिजर्ट एरियाज, एक्वाटिक फाना के साथ साथ टाइगर, एलिफेंट, क्रोकोडाइल, कैमल, महासीर फिश आदि के कंजर्वेशन, मैनेजमेंट तथा सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के संबंध में आमंत्रित व्याख्यान प्रस्तुत किए गए। प्रत्येक सत्र में व्याख्यान के उपरांत सत्र के चेयरपर्सन, को चेयरपर्सन तथा विषय विशेषज्ञों ने अपने विचार रखे। कार्यक्रम के सभी व्याख्यानों को वेबिनार आयोजन समिति द्वारा YouTube के माध्यम से रिकॉर्ड किया गया है, जिसे रूसा भोपाल, प्रमुख संस्थानों, गूगल तथा हमारे जो विषय विशेषज्ञ हैं उनको भी शेयर किया जाएगा, जिससे कि अधिकाधिक यह मैटर विद्यार्थियों को मिल सके। वेबिनार प्रोसीडिंग तैयार करने हेतु सभी इमिनेंट स्पीकर से व्याख्यान के राइटअप चाहे गए हैं। अनुरोध है कि सभी इमिनेंट स्पीकर अपने राइटअप 15 सितंबर तक ईमेल द्वारा प्रेषित कर दें, जिससे प्रोसीडिंग का कार्य पूर्ण किया जा सके। महाविद्यालय की ओर से सभी को स्वागत है, सभी अतिथिगणों को बुके के साथ। महाविद्यालय द्वारा वेबिनार के समापन अवसर पर पूर्व में महाविद्यालय में आयोजित नेशनल एवं इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार सीरीज से विषय विशेषज्ञों द्वारा प्रस्तुत किए गए व्याख्यानों के राइटअप प्राप्त कर प्रोसीडिंग बुक नेशनल पार्क, टाइगर रिजर्व, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी एंड बायोडाइवर्सिटी वॉल्यूम 2 का विमोचन सभी अतिथिगणों से कराना चाहता हूं। कृपया पुस्तक का विमोचन किए जाने का अनुरोध है। ये सभी पुस्तक ये जो है जिनका हमारे पास आपके व्हाट्सएप में शेयर कर दी गई है पुस्तक की कॉपी, और मैं चाहूँगा कि उसको क्योंकि ये डिजिटल फॉर्म है, सॉफ्ट कॉपी में बुक तैयार की गई है और इसमें 54 आर्टिकल्स हैं और जिसमें 54 आर्टिकल हैं जिनमें भारत सहित जिसमें साउथ प्रोसीडिंग बुक में भारत के लगभग सभी प्रदेशों सहित नेपाल, पाकिस्तान, बांग्लादेश, मलेशिया आदि देशों के नेशनल पार्क, टाइगर रिजर्व, वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी, वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन, ह्यूमन वाइल्ड लाइफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट मिटिगेशन, प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया नेटवर्क, टाइगर, व्हाइट टाइगर, मलायन टाइगर, लॉयन, एलिफेंट, क्रोकोडाइल, फिश, एवियन फौना, स्पाइडर, हिमालयन, मैराइन एंड एक्वाटिक बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड वाइल्ड लाइफ आदि विषयों पर कुल 54 आर्टिकल शामिल किए गए हैं। आशा है कि पुस्तक विषय के छात्रों, शोधकर्ताओं सहित पूरे एशिया महाद्वीप के संरक्षित क्षेत्रों, वाइल्ड लाइफ एवं बायोडाइवर्सिटी के कंजर्वेशन, मैनेजमेंट एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट एक महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेज होगी। पुस्तक की सॉफ्ट कॉपी विशेषज्ञों एवं शोध संस्थानों को शेयर की जाएगी। ये सर आपके व्हाट्सएप में है 54 आर्टिकल और इनाग्रल में हमने पहला इसका वॉल्यूम जो है वो रिलीज किया था जिसमें 52 आर्टिकल थे जो बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, जो बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व, बॉटेनिकल गार्डन, जूलॉजिकल पार्क और म्यूजियम एंड बायोडाइवर्सिटी पर था और ये दूसरा है। तो कुल मिलाकर के महाविद्यालय इन दो वॉल्यूम में 106 आर्टिकल को पब्लिश किया है। 2 वॉल्यूम में 106 आर्टिकल्स। हमारा जो दूसरा वेबिनार सीरीज था वो हेरिटेज साइट पर है और उस पर हमको 90 आर्टिकल मिल चुके हैं और संभव है कि मैं अगले महीने, क्योंकि इस महीने तो मैं अभी 3 तारीख को थुपाली साहब के पास चेन्नई आ रहा हूं और और इसके बाद जो है जब मैं लौटूंगा तो उसको भी कंप्लीट करके और हो सकता है हेरिटेज साइट पर एक मिनी वेबिनार कराने के बाद मैं उसको रिलीज करूंगा जल्दी ही, 1-1.5 महीने के अंदर, क्योंकि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में NAAC का काम चल रहा है तो उसमें उस बुक को कंप्लीट करके और प्रस्तुत करना है। तो उसको भी मैं कंप्लीट करके और शायद अगले महीने तक आप लोगों को वो जो 90 आर्टिकल के साथ हेरिटेज साइट की बुक है वो, उसमें भी कुछ बायोलॉजिकल फील्ड के जो नेचुरल हेरिटेज साइट के कुछ आर्टिकल जो है वो हमने रखे हैं। तो इस तरह से ये जानकारी है। एक बार पुनः सभी अतिथिगणों का स्वागत है। क्योंकि समय थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया है तो मैं चाहूँगा कि कार्यक्रम में के अगले सोपान में मैं विशेषज्ञों से जो आयोजित सेमिनार में भाग लिए हैं, चेयरपर्सन के रूप में, इमिनेंट स्पीकर के रूप में, को चेयरपर्सन के रूप में या पार्टिसिपेंट के रूप में भाग लिए हैं, उनके फीडबैक और सजेशन, एक ब्रीफ सजेशन 2-3 मिनट का मिल जाएगा तो वो हमें रिकॉर्ड में हमारे आ जाएगा, जिसको कि हम अपने जो एजेंसीज हैं और संस्थानों को भी प्रेषित करेंगे। तो मैं चाहूँगा फर्स्ट डॉक्टर पांडुरंगन सर, जो कि शुरू से जब हमने फर्स्ट वेबिनार किया 2021 से लगातार जुड़े हुए हैं फर्स्ट, तो शुरू से लेकर के और अब तक के जब भी उनको मौका मिला है निश्चित रूप से वो अपने व्यस्त समय को निकाल करके और हमारे वेबिनार में शिरकत किए हैं। तो मैं निवेदन करूंगा डॉक्टर A.G. पांडुरंगन साहब से एक ब्रीफ सजेशन।
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. I hope Dr. Mishra continuously talking in Hindi which I could able to decipher only limited, but I understand that he is asking my views about the program. So thank you. And in fact, my interaction with him is almost continuously for more than 2 years now, after starting the first program. Probably he might have got my name from the ministry itself, central ministry, when he started organizing about the biosphere reserves. And from then onwards, we are working continuously. In fact, even this program, he just passed the message when I was in Canada. I just came from Canada 2 weeks back. Immediately, he told, sir, we are organizing them. Because I have taken the, so I don't want to disappoint him, so I wrote the extended article, extended abstract for within a day and forwarded to him to show my, what do you call, commitment and encouragement for organizing this seminar. And it has come up very well. In fact, I was asked to give inaugural lecture on the day 4 days before. Now we have come to the conclusion of the 4-day event, which almost covered all aspects of biodiversity conservation and wildlife, protected areas, etc. Everything. As you pointed out, it is well. What you call, we can take, this is a kind of a program which we can develop, what do you call, a roadmap, or even for fulfilling the objectives of CBD actually. Because the title says biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. The CBD says that first you conserve and you sustainably use its components for development and share fairly equitable share of our what you call the accrued benefits by using these genetic resources. So almost we have covered all flora, fauna, wildlife, every aspect. And in fact, with 27 lectures, globally, almost really all the experts, subject experts, not only from India, almost from the entire British India, surrounding Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Pakistan, almost this is the formerly British Indian countries, they all contributed. And it was many things is very interesting and learn. And today one experts about the GIS and importance in forestry. It was very good. And wherever the gap is available, which we can substantiate the biologists, we can bring out a wonderful information about the forestry, the gap formations and the impact of the gap formations, how continuously when we are disturbing the evergreen changed into deciduous, so on, we can able to quantify with more data, and globally our research can be accepted. This is what I found. And Dr. Mishra and his team is working tirelessly to organize such a seminar. Even that this is actually the work of many national institutes supposed to take. But still, a few of his colleagues jointly together and helping him to organize. And also I felt that it is our responsibility to help him to bring out such a comprehensive book by compiling the best presentations. And he has already brought out, initially myself and Ravi Shankar offered our help, but we could not able to continue because of our movement here and there. And in fact, I felt very sorry, Dr. Mishra. We could not help you much, but still you have brought out, and you need any help specifically, definitely this time I can help you. I think Ravi Shankar also hope. He is constantly working with various JECA projects. That is why he could not able to spend the time. But definitely still, at heart, we are being with you, and we will definitely help for future editions. And I am happy that though I missed some of the title, but whenever I enter or often because of my other work, and Dr. Ansari, our senior, is always from morning 11:20 to evening almost cover. Yeah, I think Dr. Ansari is better than me to give him the overall picture of this entire lectures, but still I'm quite happy. I have attended most of the lectures and I'm learned and I benefited many of the lectures, and we look forward to work with you. All the scientific, academic and administrative communities joined together and had a great occasion. And thank you very much, Dr. Mishra, for giving an opportunity, and we look forward in future also. Thank you very much.
आप लोगों का प्रोत्साहन ही हमारे लिए काफी था और उसी के सहारे मैं बढ़ता चला गया। डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर सिरिल विजय सुंदरा सर क्या लाइन में है सर? श्रीलंका?
I can hear.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
he's here. Yeah, very nice.
Yes, sir.
I think he has come back from his meeting.
Your suggestion, sir.
Yeah, actually now it's the third time I'm participating in this wonderful series of webinar lectures, and I mean, I can't understand how from where the Professor Skan Mishra is getting this strength to organize and also to participate practically at every talk, and his organization skills are unparalleled. And also it's very interesting, like wherever possible I was trying to listen to the talk, and they were covering very interesting areas of biodiversity, sustainable use, and now in the earlier seminars we were listening to the cultural things, museums, and all sorts of things, and also that shows how much of heritage we have in our part of the world. India is, and also in other, as Dr. Andregan said, the British India. So not only India proper, Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, all these areas, and we have such an array of diversity, whether it's culture, biodiversity, sociological areas, and all sorts of things. And I only listened to a part of Dr. Chanchal Malhotra's lecture. I could understand only a little because of the language barrier, but such thought-provoking and out-of-box kind of talk. And I hope, I'm sure, I don't think that anyone can stop Professor Mishra organizing another one. So hopefully we'll be listening very interesting things, maybe in a different area or maybe in the same area, in a more wider, with a wider participation. And please continue to have this wonderful set of webinars, and I congratulate him, and also I support whatever the way from. I mean, I also circulate this among few of my other friends, and hopefully next time we'll try to get some more Sri Lankans from different areas to participate. And also this is actually now it's a very good eye opener for us to have even after this webinar, we can have individually joint programs, relationship. This is a very good opening for us to have links, individual and multilateral links, and that will be a very good opportunity provided by Dr. Mishra and his team, and I congratulate and thank you very much for all the work you have done.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Venkatraman, sir. Dr. Venkatraman.
Yes, sir. I'm available.
Yes, here, yeah.
JSI. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. It was wonderful to participate in your webinar. So I have few suggestions for you. Number one is that the number of alien invasive species which are being conserved in many of these parks. I should not say it is conserved. It is a reservoir. All the protected areas are reservoirs for these alien invasive species. From there, it is being distributed throughout the country. So now if you go and then see the protected areas, this is containing several of those invasives which are really creating problem to the native biodiversity. That is number one. Number two is, what you have to think about is that protected animals outside the protected area. So that concept, we have to see what are all the protected, protected animals outside the protected area is a very important thing. And we want data on biodiversity of all animals and plants, right? Okay, no problem. Biodiversity in these areas. but where is the restoration taking place? There is no place where we can have this restoration. Okay. So unless and until you restore, you cannot conserve the biodiversity. Many areas have been completely degraded. As you know, this National Biodiversity Authority has got a act on biodiversity. Under Section 34, the Government of India has to take ameliorative measures on the areas which are being degraded. Okay, that's very important. There is an act already available, and based on that, there should be restoration happening in many of those national parks and protected areas and the different ecosystems. Unless and until we restore, the rest of the biodiversity cannot be conserved. These are some of the important points. I just want you to think about it for the future programs, if at all you want to conduct. Number one is again that alien invasive species in the protected areas is a greatest problem nowadays. I have seen many protected areas which is having number of these invasive species creating problem not only in the terrestrial but also in the marine and freshwater.
Yes.
So that's all. I just want to say, make a few points so that it will be of some use to you for the future. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Lala A.P.S. Singh, sir, please. Unmute yourself, sir. Mic band.
Right. Thank you, Professor Misra. This is a never before series of lectures coming from all our neighbors, from a wide range of such a wide range of topics, and lasting for 2 years, more than 2 years. So I must congratulate you, and it's a very Herculean task to organize, coordinate, collect all the presentations, and compile and edit it. And above all, as we see this program now, I got the volume in my WhatsApp. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. The volume is in my computer now, as you release it. So I hope you will also circulate the other volumes in future. And a digital copy all of us will have. And it is going to be a reference work for many years now. It has compiled all the past, and it will be very useful for the students, lecturers, professors, researchers. This is a wonderful work. Thank you very much. I can't say more. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. S.S. Samant, sir. Dr. S.S. Samant from Shimla, sir.
Yes, please.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody, Professor Misra and all the experts and participants. Actually, I would also say this was the wonderful webinar series. I was also part of the Biosphere Reserves. And other series, he has a very good, say, national as well as international network. For that, I would like to congratulate you. In fact, to bring all the experts in one platform, it is very difficult. So you have covered a wide range of experts as well as the wide range of topics on biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. Only thing what Dr. Venkat Raman has said and Professor Pandurangan has said, I endorse their points, viewpoints, and I will also go for the mounting of impact of invasive species in protected and unprotected areas. Actually, they have become the very problematic in all the areas, starting from Himalaya to the coastal areas and central India and other parts of the country. And also, we need to assess and monitor the biodiversity periodically. In fact, when we see the say changing climatic scenario, then we see there has been many changes in the forestry composition, so that time to time we need to assess and monitor the biodiversity. Then finally we will come to know the dynamics of the vegetation and the habitat changes they are occurring there. So that type of study is very, very important. Then accordingly, we can go for the management, strategy. Also, I would say, yes, the population assessment of the native, endemic, and threatened species, which is very, very important. Until we understand the how much say quantity of the species is there in that particular area, protected area or any unprotected area or across the country, then it will be very difficult to assess to talk about the status of that particular species. So we need this, and also the ecological niche modeling, which we also call the habitat niche distribution modeling. So that predicts the suitable habitats for the issue conservation of the species. So that study is very, very important. That is the recent, approach which helps in the conservation of the some of the important RET species, I would say. And also the long-term ecological monitoring, sites, because the protected areas, they are the best platforms for the monitoring of the biodiversity and understand the dynamics of the vegetation, because they are undisturbed. Only natural changes they are occurring there, but like invasive species and others, otherwise they are protected one. There is no anthropogenic activity, so then we can see in a natural condition how the dynamics of the vegetation is changing. Then accordingly, we can develop the management strategies that is there. Also, then we can see the community. We should also need to address the community forestry, say with the plantation of say native species. There are many silvicultural systems in the country where they are totally for commercial purpose as well as for the benefit of the society. So in case we can go with the say native species, then I think that will help in conserving our say natural biodiversity. Also, there are concept now, the silviculturists, they are also coming to the concept near to nature, naturalness, and close to nature. There are these type of concepts. So that type of approaches, in case we do and we restore the we go for the forest landscape restoration, which Dr. Venkatraman has already envisaged in this. So that is very, very important. Then only we need to say introduce those species which are really valuable for the local people and they are native to that particular place. So that I would say. And also say then here say other things like RS and GS, use of remote sensing and geography information system. That is very, very important tool that helps us to determine the landscape, land use and land cover changes in a particular area or in the country. So then based on that, we can plan for the conservation of biodiversity. And finally, I would say the points which my senior speakers, they have already said, and during the presentations, they have raised some of the issues. So they are very, very important. They need to be emanated, and then finally, then they need to be implemented by all the say presenters who have presented their studies in their from their respective places. And then finally, I would say here only then we speak about the conservation of biodiversity. Then it will be possible only when we will take the society, economy, and ecology together. Then it has to be three-dimensional approach. Then it has to be say integrated one, multidisciplinary, and it will help then various ways to the society. So these are my viewpoints for this, and I would like to thank you very much and to your team for giving me this opportunity. Also would like to congratulate you and your team for this wonderful initiative which you have taken, and you are continuing with this. Thank you very much. My best wishes for the future endeavors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, sir. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Jodhpur. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to congratulate you for organizing such a wonderful international webinar series. Earlier also you have conducted two of them. And one of the greatest thing which you have is encompassing all subjects, all forums, different speakers, your network of speakers and people, those who are participating in it and getting knowledge. So it's all good wishes to you from me and to your team. And I feel the suggestions which we have received from different eminent people will definitely give you a pathway to come up with newer programs, newer subjects to be taken up on such webinars of a virtual nature. And one day will be there when you will be the one who will organize it in-person seminar of all the peoples of India together at one place, maybe at Rewa. So with these good wishes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sri Prashant Kumar Pandit Sahab. Pandit Sahab. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My sincere gratitude to Professor Mishra. He takes lots of pain in his neck to organize such huge webinar. Initially, it was national, but ultimately he converted it to international webinar. 4 or 5 days long to organize such of seminar is not a matter of joke. It takes a lot of responsibility. I think his team is very good. So my sincere thanks to all his team members, including Professor Mishra. My sincere thanks to all the eminent speakers for their lectures. This time, 3 days I have listened almost all the lectures whenever I find the time. I myself enriched my knowledge by hearing those lectures. Especially today, I was such क्या कहेंगे मतलब एकदम पूरा क्या हो गया राजस्थान का बायोडायवर्सिटी की बात हो रही थी तो एक मामूली से रेंज ऑफिसर लेकिन कितने इंटरेस्ट लेके उन्होंने स्टडी किया published lot of papers and books and he described the biodiversity of the whole Rajasthan and anybody can understand the biodiversity of Rajasthan from his lecture. So this type of lecture enrich the knowledge of the student, researcher, teaching professionals, even bureaucrat and technocrat. So I would request Professor Mishra to include one item that is sacred group. Sacred groups are nothing but traditional way of conserving biodiversity in the name of deity, especially in tribal-based area. So if biodiversity-related seminar, webinar is organized by you, then I would request to include a chapter on sacred groups because sacred groups is found in almost all the countries in the world. And India, it has a lot of importance to conserve the biodiversity by the local people in the name of deity. Thank you, all the participants, all the eminent speakers, all the guests, all the chairperson and co-chairperson for devoting their time. And again, my sincere thanks and gratitude to Professor Mishra and his team to organize such beautiful international webinar. And I hope that in future he will organize this type of webinar and we will have a scope to enrich our knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Professor Mishra and other participants and everybody.
Yes. Phupali Sahab, Dr. Phupali Sahab.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, and good evening to everybody. We have come to the last day and the valedictory, and we heard from eminent personalities about the need for conservation. And in fact, the lectures gave us some impetus on what to conserve, how to conserve, and where to conserve, and also beyond protected areas, all these things culminate into a very good knowledge, and which our Professor Mishra nowadays is very prompt in bringing out the proceedings. In the sense, as Dr. Lala Singh said, and my guru, Professor Swaminathan, always used to say, the work not published is equal to work not done, and publish or perish. That was the logo or slogan he used to tell us. So in that way, for the past 2 to 3 years, we have been attending, participating, and giving lectures in almost all the webinars. It started with national, and now it has gone to international, and soon I hope it becomes interplanetary, because we are also stepping our foot on the moon soon. So for all the participants and eminent speakers who gave us very good information on the biodiversity of India, South and Southeast Asia, to in fact learn some of the conservation measures from one place and replicate it in another place. Because India itself is with a lot of hotspots, and India is one of the 12 or 13 mega biodiversity areas, and also it is also one of the Wavelo centers for plant genetic resources. We have been working together. Now it is time that our publications and research should bring in more people. After Chandrayaan 3, when we learn how many institutions, how many organizations, and how many people are involved in that achievement. And I used to wonder when I read serious articles in Science and Nature, it contains at least 13 to 15 to 20 authors. Our papers also hereafter should have inter-university research that will promote where we can take the collaboration between institutions and industries, so that our research scholars or research and development institutions within the academia will have a leap. Then we will get more funding and we will have more scope for research. This is what is required, and I congratulate Professor Mishra and his team, because sometimes I wonder whether he is sending the messages from India or US, because it comes in 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the night. So these kind of things, we see how one person is committedly doing something for real conservation of biodiversity. And as my senior Dr. Pandurangan said, we want to support you, but given our commitments for our own livelihood, we are unable to join continuously. But whenever it is possible, we are joining, and our support will always be there with you, Professor Mishra. And I congratulate you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ansari Saab.
हाँ
Yes, sir.
जी जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. Very useful, fruitful and knowledgeable sessions we had, and Dr. Subali also put some points for this. As your messages are always early in the morning, 4 o'clock are like that, early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes, as you are telling, he is giving 4:30 are like that, early in the morning. This was the attempt. Very swiftly he did this time also, very swiftly. 27 lectures. Of course, my earlier speakers, they have already told everything, but a few points, it will go a long way in bringing awareness, because awareness is a very important thing. We do it as students also joined, and this publication. I think you are giving hard copies to your students there, Mishra ji.
यस सर, यदि फंड अलाउ करता है अभी तो मैंने सॉफ्ट कॉपी दिया है कि फंड फंड मिल जाएगा तो मैं करूंगा सर।
नहीं, अपने कॉलेज वगैरह में को देंगे ना वहाँ पे।
तो अभी नैक के लिए हम कुछ बनवा रहे हैं
जी। तो मेरा यही बात थी कि हार्ड कॉपी भी ऐसा है कि ये नेट का जो है ना, ये सब बेकार की चीजें हैं जो बगैर किताब के काम नहीं चलेगा।
हाँ
बगैर किताब का नाम से एक्चुअली प्रोफेसर साइरिल फ्रॉम private holding to a big institute, how it comes, that was amazing. As we can say, how a private holding has become a big institute, and they are doing so good services, and they are getting economic also, they are getting funds also. Likewise, Dr. Pandurangan in the first lecture and overview was very comprehensive. Then Nepal fellow also, he gave one PA network. There is no vice president who was telling the reason, what are the reasons we had. Not all the lectures, but all the 27, all the components of the biodiversity, everything. And elephant was a human-elephant conflict. Then 400 years that Champa, Michael Champaka, that in Karnataka, that was very good also. We had then the last, first was Botany, last this Professor Chanchal, he told about the human, because हक तो हक है, हक अदा न हुआ। इंसान का यही है, आदमी का तो यही है कि हम अपना हक पूरा नहीं कर रहे हैं और उसी हक में मारे जा रहे हैं। तो जो उन्होंने प्रेजेंट किया था, रियली वो सही बात है कि वसुदेव कुटुंबम कहते हैं, लेकिन बात वहाँ होती नहीं है। और मेरे ख्याल से और सब लोगों ने बोला भी है, और मैं अपनी बात खत्म करने पहले आपको एक बार फिर वही है कि मैं अकेला ही चला था, जान फिर मंदिर मगर लोग साथ आते गए, आ गया। आपके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई और बहुत दुआएं आपके लिए मेरी तरफ से। और उम्मीद है कि ये 4 दिन का ठीक था, गैप जो बड़ा अच्छा रहा आपने किया, और इसे 60 ड्यूरेशन किया कीजिए, तो ये अच्छा रहेगा इसमें। और ये जो है 10 दिन पे हो गए थे और कुछ ज़्यादा, वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा हो जाता है, तो बहुत अच्छा इस बार का ज़्यादा फ्रूटफुल रहा। और इसमें जो है टाइमिंग्स भी ठीक रही हैं और प्रेजेंटेशन बड़े अच्छे रहे। डॉक्टर पांडुरंगन का मैं तो पहले बार कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ओवरव्यू बहुत शानदार था, उसमें काफ़ी बहुत ज़्यादा वैरायटी ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन थी उसमें, तो मैं उसको प्रेजेंट याद कर रहा हूँ, तो इसलिए मैं उसको दोहरा भी रहा हूँ, इसलिए कि बहुत अच्छा भी था और होना भी चाहिए। आपको पुनः हार्दिक बधाई और हाँ, हमारी तरफ से आपके लिए बहुत दुआएं हैं। आप अपने प्रोग्राम के साथ आगे बढ़े और हमारा मुल्क जो है आगे बढ़े, हम जो विश्व को भी लीड करें, और सारे जितने हमारे जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया हैं या बोटनी गार्डन है या जितने भी सब हैं, सब में जो काम हो रहे हैं सबको, मतलब जिसकी जानकारी सबको पहुंचाया जाए और सबको समझ में आए क्या क्या हो रहा है। जैसे वो जो राजस्थान का था, वाकई उन्होंने पर्सनली किया होगा, तभी इतना बोले थे वो। तो मैं आपको फिर धन्यवाद देके अपनी बात खत्म करता हूँ।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। डॉक्टर उत्कर्षा मैडम।
जी हाँ सर।
हाँ, वेलकम।
Yeah, welcome. Thank you, sir. I just entered my house. I was continuously traveling. That's why I had kept everything
ready
on the put off mode. बोलिएगा sir. This particular webinar series I have been actually attending since 2021. And in 2021, I attended almost all the talks which were there. But afterwards, I possibly got busy. And most of the time, I had to juggle between my college and this webinar series. So yesterday also, I couldn't attend for long. But today I have tried my level. I just closed down everything so that I could attend this valedictory function. But I had to. I just couldn't miss. I'm just taking my breath because I just came into the house. But it was a really excellent webinar series I have been attending since 2021, and hope to have much more webinar series like these in future also, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We should also thank COVID, because that is what brought us together. Those days we were sitting at home and we found time, so we were contributing, as Utkarsha said. I was also attending almost all the sessions, the first and second, and gradually now we are free.
Yes, very true.
So
Very
that's
true.
why I think whether we should blame COVID
Actually,
or
yes,
appreciate
it is
COVID,
very
I
true
don't
that
know.
first two webinar series were during the COVID time, so we could actually take out time to attend everything. But now when we have to juggle between our jobs and this series, it is becoming slightly difficult for us to give time for all the talks and all.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Saxena,
Sir,
madam.
but I would like to suggest one thing,
Yeah.
that it should be not only for the, it should be for everyone, actually. Even the students should be included, which I didn't know whether I should forward this to my students or not. And that is why I didn't forward actually. But from next time onwards, if you allow me, I will do it.
This is an open platform. मैडम, आप उस जो है जो लिंक है, मैं लिखता हूँ कि आप अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में जो है उसको शेयर करें. वो तो मैंने आपके इनविटेशन में ही लिखा है. और ये जो मैं YouTube भी शेयर किया है मैंने, तो
हाँ, YouTube में है.
Okay, sir. So next time onwards, I'll make it a point. I'll make sure that it gets to everyone.
Yeah, that's good actually.
पहले की वेबिनार है वो पूरी सभी गूगल में भी हैं ऑलरेडी. और इसके अलावा आप लिंक उनको दीजिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. यूट्यूब की लिंक दीजिए, आप गूगल मीट वाली लिंक दीजिए, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है अपने को. वो तो उन्हीं के लिए तो कर रहे हैं.
Sir, I have a point.
Zaveri wants to say something. Zaveri wants to say something.
हाँ, अलकेश जी.
ये मैडम ने बोला तो कॉलेज में उस तरह से क्लासेस होने चाहिए कि जब वेबिनार चलता है तो दे कैन सिट इन दैट क्लास एंड वॉच देम टुगेदर.
हाँ, क्लास
सीट में कर सकते हैं. That is my suggestion. I suggested to one of the professor in Bombay also. She is trying to contact Mishra, sir. So I said, have a class of that for 4 days. These are your classes.
Yeah, that
is also a good suggestion.
Yeah, it is like reading.
Because in US, this type of things happen. Like my son goes to college, and when they have a webinar or the other places, they just put like, okay, today's class is for the webinar.
Yeah.
Please sit in that class.
And also, most of the students kept informed of what is happening right now.
Okay.
But the lecturers or professors, they may find it they may find it difficult because it's such a variety of subjects.
Yes, sir. It will be really difficult because we have to take permission from all the higher authorities, and then we have to make arrangements and all. So it becomes slightly difficult.
I do understand
all the topics appear interesting.
If you have a time, we can really do this. Like if this
you please
identify another time, they would be able to do it.
You please identify them so that we will
It
ask
is
them
not
to say
like
a
that
few words.
lecturers. Sometimes lecturers become reluctant to our what I say like red tape. We have to take that red tapes out now because we are in a different world now. We are in 2023, not 1947s or 1952.
And also the link is available. Interesting students can open their mobile and can join.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very true.
Dr. Saxena, madam.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Mishra ji. इतने अच्छे वेबिनार से हमें वाकिफ करवाने के लिए. This is my first time. I am attending your webinar. All the presentation was awesome. मैं तो अपने आप को स्टूडेंट ही मांगती हूँ और इतने सीनियर्स को जब मैंने सुना तो मुझे लगा कि मेरे को और अच्छा काम करना चाहिए. बट इस प्लेटफॉर्म में आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर वन ऑफ माय फीलिंग दैट हम जब बायोडाइवर्सिटी की बात करते हैं सर, महाशी जिसके बारे में मैं काम कर रही हूँ, इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्पीशीज. एट सम प्लेसेस इट इज ऑलमोस्ट थ्रेटेड, इट इज ऑलमोस्ट क्रिटिकली एंडेंजर्ड. तो क्यों ना हम ऐसा, जैसे आप अभी काफी लोग इन्वेसिव स्पीशीज की बात कर रहे थे, इन्वेसिव स्पीशीज के साथ एंडेमिक स्पीशीज का भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस रहता है, जो शायद हम लोग समझ नहीं पाते हैं. तो हम लोगों को एक ऐसे इसी प्लेटफॉर्म में एक ऐसा भी नोटिफिकेशन या ऐसा एक अमेंडमेंट लेके आना चाहिए जो एनबीए को बोले और स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड्स को बोले या किसी फिशरीज अथॉरिटी को बोले कि काइंडली जो कश्मीर की महाफिश है वो नर्मदा में ना डाले, जो नर्मदा की है वो कावेरी में ना डाले, बिकॉज फॉर फिशरीज डिपार्टमेंट ऑल फिशेज आर सेम, all the species are some, but we know what the importance of our endemic species and native species. तो अगर मिश्रा जी कहीं आप इस चीज को उठा सकते हैं तो प्लीज, आपका इतना बड़ा फोरम है, इतने एक्सपर्ट्स आपके साथ हैं. सेकेंडली, हम लोग को हैबिटेट डिस्ट्रक्शन को बचा के हैबिटेट को ठीक करना चाहिए, बजाय इसके कि हम एक्स-सिटू कंजर्वेशन करें, एक्स-सिटू ब्रीडिंग करें और मिक्सिंग ऑफ जीन पूल को करें. उसको ना करके अगर हम हैबिटेट को बचाएंगे, अपने आप हमारी स्पीशीज बच जाएंगी और अपने आप प्रोपागेट करने लगेंगी. और बाकी सब बहुत अच्छा था. मैं चाहूंगी कि हम इस ग्रुप को जुड़े रहें, इस ग्रुप से, और हमेशा जब भी आप वेबिनार्स करें हमें ज़रूर याद करें, हमें ज़रूर बुलाएं, तो हम कुछ सीखें आप सबसे. तो यही मेरी एक बस इतना ही मैं बोलना चाह रही थी. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीबॉडी for giving me this opportunity to talk about my Maharshi और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, जिसको हम सोचते हैं कि ये बहुत अपने ही में बिजी रहता है. आज सर का मैंने महाराष्ट्र वो राजस्थान का देखा, इट वाज ऑसम. सर ने इतना काम किया, इतना अच्छा उसको लिस्टिंग करी है. और क्योंकि मैं पिछले 6 साल से फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ काम कर रही हूँ, तो आई नो हाउ हार्ड वर्किंग दे आर. तो थैंक यू सो मच सर, और मेरे स्पीशीज को सुनने के लिए, मेरे काम को सुनने के लिए इस प्लेटफॉर्म का मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ. दैट्स इट. थैंक यू सर.
हाँ, कोई स्टूडेंट जो बोलना चाहें, जो पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं, स्टूडेंट या रिसर्च स्कॉलर, स्टूडेंट और रिसर्च स्कॉलर जो अपनी बात रखना चाहते हो.
As always, wonderful, Mishra ji, आपका lecture series होता है, and I think it will be turning into an encyclopedia for after like 5 years. ये एक encyclopedia की तरह हो जाएगा. हम encyclopedia का बुक खोलते हैं, वैसा आपका एक वेबसाइट और हो जाएगा और एक encyclopedia जाएगा. मैंने ये सजेशन मेरा कॉलेज के लिए इसलिए था कि ऑन बेसिस ऑफ दैट अगर सब कॉलेज जुड़ती है तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट को उसका लाभ मिलेगा. लाइक स्पेशली बायोलॉजी क्लासेस जहाँ होती है, वो लोग जो कॉमर्स क्लासेस है उसके ट्राई टू लाइक गेट बायोलॉजी या बॉटनी के स्टूडेंट को बायोडाइवर्सिटी देखना वो जरूरी नहीं है. ही कैन बी आर्ट स्टूडेंट एंड ही कैन सी इट, और ही कैन बी another field engineer and he can see it. So that's why this platform will become an open platform and will work. इसीलिए मैंने सजेस्ट किया कि कॉलेज में इस तरह के एटलीस्ट एक 2 घंटे का ऐसा छोटा वेबिनार किया जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा सभी कॉलेज के लिए. आई नो वी हैव अ बिग प्लेटफॉर्म एंड वी कैन गेट इट. और यूनिवर्सिटी को ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए ऊपर से परमिशन लेने की, बिकॉज इट्स अ क्लास, यू कैन जस्ट turn it in your class. You don't need to be like, and lecturers should like give them open field now. अभी now it is the open time now. It's not that हमने जो बुक में पढ़ा वही पढ़ा है.
क्या प्रतिमा कहना चाहती हैं प्रतिमा जी?
मैं झा बोल रहा हूँ.
हाँ सर, झा साहब.
हाँ, ये आपके सभी लोगों का एड्रेस तो आप दे रहे हैं, लेकिन मोबाइल नंबर और मेल आईडी भी सबका दें ताकि लोग एक दूसरे से इंटरेक्ट कर सकें.
जी.
सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को एक दूसरे का ये प्रोवाइड करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा होता.
हाँ, मैं सर ग्रुप में जोड़ देता हूँ उनको, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में.
हाँ,
वो क्या है कि मोबाइल देने में जरा मेरे को परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी.
परमिशन ले लीजिए या मेल आईडी कुछ भी तो दीजिए.
हाँ
सर, एटलीस्ट ईमेल आईडी अगर आप देंगे तो भी बहुत है.
हाँ, एक्चुअली हाँ, मैं कोशिश करूंगा, क्योंकि ईमेल, सभी की ईमेल आईडी हमारे पास नहीं है। ज्यादातर ये काम मैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में करता हूँ। जहाँ व्हाट्सएप अवेलेबल नहीं है वहाँ मैं मेल का सहारा लेता हूँ। तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा उसको छांट के और रखने का। तो इसीलिए मैं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना देता हूँ कि जो लोग लेना चाहेंगे तो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में अपना वो करके और वो एड्रेस ले लेते हैं।
ठीक है,
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
मिस्टर जी।
यस जी सर।
नमस्कार मिस्टर जी। एक सजेशन है मेरा। बहुत अच्छा आपने वंडरफुल थिंग्स and I must congratulate you for this thing, but I request you that all those volume can it be possible to circulate at least soft version to all forest department?
अभी हाँ, वो तो मैं करूंगा ही, मतलब
ये all forest department, because lot of conservation measures a lot of people have suggested, so it can be transferred up to ground level. So most of the forest officers also participated in this webinar.
ये एक्चुअली क्या है, अभी जो मैंने बनाया ये, क्योंकि मैं रूसा वर्ल्ड बैंक के थ्रू ये काम किया था, ये वाला बुक तो नहीं बनाया उनके उसमें, लेकिन जो पूरा प्रोग्राम है वो रूसा वर्ल्ड बैंक हमारे हायर एजुकेशन से है। तो अभी तो हमने जो कंट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं उनको शेयर किया है, और जो हमारे सेमिनार में है, वेबिनार में है, इसको मैं पहले रूसा अपने हायर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में भेजूंगा, और फिर उसके बाद जो है वो आगे की कार्रवाई होगी।
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत ही अच्छा। ये माने क्या है, इतना वॉल्यूमनस काम सभी लोगों की एक जगह कंपाइल कर रहे हैं
जी,
एंड इट विल बी वेरी नाइस। अपने
अच्छा है सर, 106 हो गई हैं, 106, और हेरिटेज साइड में 90 हमारे पास राइट अप है, और वो काम चल रहा है। आपने बताया कि अगले महीने शायद हम उसको भी, हेरिटेज साइड में भी बढ़िया है, उसमें भी बाहर के भी हैं, मतलब इंडिया के अलावा भी राइट अप मिले हैं, लंका से हैं, पाकिस्तान से हैं, नेपाल से हैं, तो इस तरह से बांग्लादेश से हैं। तो मतलब अपने इंडिया का लगभग हर स्टेट में तो हुआ ही है, लेकिन और भी स्टेट में हेरिटेज साइड में भी बहुत अच्छे आर्टिकल हैं, तो उसको भी मैं शायद अगले महीने तक दे दूंगा। और
डिजाइनिंग कौन किया? बहुत अच्छा डिजाइनिंग की है आपने, जो भी डिजाइन किए है।
ये तो हमारे कंप्यूटर वाले हैं, हम तो ज्यादा नहीं, उनको तो हमने उनको सौंप दिया और ये कह दिया कि ये जो है इसमें बहुत ज्यादा मेरे पास फंड नहीं है बहुत ज्यादा। हमने कहा जितना तुम्हारा खर्चा लगा हो उसके अनुसार तो अपनी मेहनत ले लो, बाकी फंड नहीं है हमारे पास, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट फंड दी नहीं पब्लिकेशन के लिए। ये थोड़ा बहुत हमने अपने कॉलेज के जनभागीदारी समिति से लिया ये फंड, अपने प्राचार्य जी से।
नहीं, ये आपका कंप्यूटर वाला बहुत अच्छा आदमी है और लर्निंग एक्सपर्ट है। मेरे को यूएस फोन करके भी पूछता है कि सर ऐसा करेंगे तो क्या होगा, ऐसा करेंगे तो क्या होगा, और मैं उसको हमेशा सजेस्ट करता हूँ कि ऐसा करो तो इससे आपका पेज अच्छा लगेगा। He took some, I suggested some ideas and he really learned and he did it. Very great guy.
और कोई अपनी बात रखना चाहता है क्या? कोई स्टूडेंट विशेष रूप से?
सर नमस्कार सर।
सॉरी, हाँ
जी, मैं डॉक्टर गौरव सिंह सर, अभी स्टूडेंट ही कहूँगा क्योंकि ये रिसेंटली ज्वाइन दीनदयाल उपाध्याय यूनिवर्सिटी। सर आप लोगों के सामने मैं जब भी टाइम मिल रहा है, चूंकि नया फैकल्टी मेंबर हूँ यहाँ पे, काफी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज भी है, शहर भी नया है, प्रोफाइल भी नहीं है, तो सुनने का पूरा मौका किया, कोशिश किया सर, और काफी अच्छा था आप लोगों को सुनना। और मैं स्कंद मिश्रा सर को हमेशा अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ और बोलता भी हूँ कि सर इस एज में भी आप इतना डेडिकेशन और इतना एफर्ट मतलब कर रहे हैं, वो सर हम लोगों को भी सीखना और मतलब कोशिश रहेगी कि हम लोग भी इसी तरह पे करें। और सर जैसे अभी और लोगों ने रेकमेंड किया, कुछ अपने कमेंट्स दिया हमारे अलग स्पीकर्स ने, कि जो हम लोग स्ट्रेटेजी या जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में, उस चीज को हम गवर्नमेंट से शेयर करें, एटलीस्ट फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट से उस सर्कल के लिए, या उस तो सेम कंसेंट मेरा भी था। बट आई होप सर ये कहीं ना कहीं बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इन लोगों के पास भी आएगा। और सभी से इंटरेक्शन करके सबको सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा सर। तो मैं इतना बोलना चाह रहा था, क्योंकि कई बार आपने स्टूडेंट स्टूडेंट बोला, मैं स्टूडेंट अपने आप को मानता हूँ, इसलिए मैंने चाहा कि सर मैं
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
आप लोग से
वेलकम है,
इंटरेक्ट करूं।
वेलकम। हमने तो कहा कि जो बने, क्योंकि क्या है कि स्टूडेंट जो है उनको लगता है कि हमारा बोलने का फोरम है कि नहीं, तो
मिश्रा जी के लिए हम सभी लोग स्टूडेंट ही हैं मिश्रा जी के पास। इतना
जी जी
ज्ञान
जी
की भंडार के लिए थैंक यू मिश्रा जी।
जी हाँ, सुनील जी, डॉक्टर सुनील जी।
Sir, thank you very much for the webinar and providing us opportunity to share our work and co-chairing the session, especially learning, listening and learning from the experiences of senior people who have been working in academia, in national research institutes of the Government of India and outside India, having vast experience of working in different landscapes of the country. So it was a good opportunity and we look forward for more opportunities like this. As Venkataraman sir and Shri Parna madam, myself and other learned speakers have also pointed out that biological invasion is the second largest threat to biodiversity after the habitat destruction. As IUCN also identifies invasive alien species as second largest threat for biodiversity loss. First is habitat destruction, second is invasive alien species. Unfortunately, our government as well as common masses, they both of these sectors, they are lacking concern for this aspect. I would point out attention of all learned audience or participants that the giant African snail, African Ghonga, has invaded our country till Garhwal Himalayas, and it's till from south to Garhwal Himalayas, from southern western Rajasthan to eastern India. And मैं एक बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ में आई एम सबमिटिंग वेरी हम्बली वन ऑफ my statement that this giant African snail, if it is not controlled, then it is going to be a disaster for our forest regeneration, because it eats up everything that is regenerating, sprouting from the earth. It is also out competing the subsoil fauna. There are not much predators of this because it has certain irritating and toxic secretions. So, invasive alien species को focus करके, if you could have one exclusive webinar for biological invasion, especially focusing on not describing only the problem but with the solutions, that will be very very much helpful to give a policy document, a recommendation document and the information document to the government, local municipal bodies. National Biodiversity Authority and biodiversity boards have been mentioned several times by learned speakers. I would mention our state biodiversity boards, like in my state and in many other states, are still in sleeping conditions. The provision of Constitution of Biodiversity Management Committee, which is essentially has to be done by the State Biodiversity Board, is only being done on papers. Like no BMCs are existing at panchayat level or block level in most of the states, like has been prescribed, mandatory or say provision constitution provisions have been made. So I would draw your attention towards these aspects, like sacred groves have been one of the largest and very important repository of native diversity. And fortunately, we have largest number of sacred grove in our country. And but unfortunately for sacred groves also in the forest policies, their recognition, their demarcation, their delineation and their protection has also been mentioned. Saxena committee, so constituted by Supreme Court, has also recommended that certain sacred groves having certain density of trees and like that should be included or designated as forest areas. So there are many such issues of related to biodiversity and our survival. You have very well incorporated these topics, means in the previous webinar, whether it be wildlife and history, wildlife and heritage, or this biodiversity and sustainable development. And very wisely you have selected the topics which have been uncommon, or say not the routine kind of topics that are means in subject specific seminars these things are done. So I would request you to kindly take note of our request, sacred groves, biological invasion, or say integrated these aspects as you have taken up very wisely in these previous webinar and this webinar as well. I would also mention that as you knew about Dr. Satish Sharma's work, it was just a very simple synopsis, not even 0.5% of his total experience, you would see. Because whoever wish to know how hard work can a range forest officer can done, they can contact me through you to know the life history of Dr. Satish Sharma, his publication work, his research work. Like that, there are many other forest officers in this country whom we need to bring forward to the community, to the administrators. Because of certain protocols, they have been unable to represent themselves without permission and many other issues. But if we can do certain efforts with the help of eminent experts from ZSI, BSI, like that kind of institution, they are engaged in IIFM. So with their help, we can bring them to know more about forest and wildlife than the real issues of conservation they are facing day and night. I hope my points will be taken, noted. Thank you very much for this opportunity and looking for more opportunities like this. Thank you very much, sir.
अरे मिश्रा इसको अनम्यूट कीजिए, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
हाँ, अब मैं नेशनल एंथम के लिए चाहूंगा एक हो जाए राष्ट्रीय गान। और कोई बोलना चाहेगा अपनी बात? हाँ, मुखर्जी जी।
नहीं, थैंक यू। मतलब सर, जस्ट आई वांटेड टू टेल यू कि सर इट्स अ नेशनल रिकॉर्ड, जस्ट अ पर्सन, वन पर्सन। एक दिन का होता है, 2 दिन का होता है वेबिनार, 5 days long webinar for consecutively, it's a 4th one. So it's a hats off, sir. Congratulations to you and your team, and a happy Onam to you, all of you, all the participants, and many congratulations and thank you to all of you. और ज्यादा नहीं, एलियन इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज के बारे में बात हो रही थी। आई वांट टू से दैट आई एम द फर्स्ट वन टू वर्क ऑन एलियन इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज in Jharkhand, and my student worked on that, and we have a book on alien invasive species of Santhal Pargana. Certainly the much awaited 2017 में ये बुक पब्लिश हुई थी। तो हम समझते हैं कि पहले झारखंड में हम लोगों ने काम किया है इसका, एलियन इन्वेजिव फ्लोरा का। एक्वेटिक का भी अलग से काम किया है मैंने, एलियन इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज ऑफ एक्वेटिक पे। और सर्टेनली अगली बार हो तो सर इसको इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं इस तरह की चीजों को। और बीएसआई या जेडएसआई तो कर ही रहा है, उसके बारे में पहले से कुछ हुआ है। IAS इनविजिव एलियन स्पीसीज। सो सर एक बिग कांग्रेचुलेशन टू यू मिश्रा सर।
जब अगला हम यहाँ पर शेड्यूल रखेंगे तो पहले थोड़ा हम पूछेंगे सभी लोगों से विषय के चयन के बारे में, एक सजेशन लेंगे। और इसको अभी भी मैंने नोट किया है, कुछ बातें आई हैं, और इसके बाद जब फाइनल होगा तो मैं अपने जो सभी लोग हैं एकेडमी जो है उनको व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के द्वारा मैं उनसे राय लूंगा, उसके बाद विषय को।
और सर मैं वो थोड़ा फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स का भी नंबर लूंगा मैं। एक नवंबर लास्ट वीक में मेरा, क्योंकि हमारा बहुत ही छोटा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, अभी मैं गुमला झारखंड में, वहां पे एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस करवा रहा हूँ, तो कम से कम वो इसमें जुड़ेंगे लोग वर्चुअल मीडियम में।
हाँ, ऐसा करें आप हाइब्रिड मोड रखें, ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
हाँ, हाइब्रिड मोड ही रखें सर।
कई बार क्या होता है, लोग चाह के भी आ नहीं पाते हैं, बहुत सी प्रॉब्लम होती है। तो यदि हाइब्रिड मोड रहेगा तो कम से कम वो लोग जो लोग नहीं जा पा रहे हैं वो लिंक के द्वारा जुड़ सकेंगे।
नहीं
अच्छा रहेगा।
नहीं, आपका कॉपरेशन मिलेगा ऐसा उम्मीद है हमें।
पूरा और उदयपुर में अभी हुआ था और सब सुनील जी का हमारा वहीं परिचय हुआ था। तो वो हालांकि मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस में पहुंचा था वहां पे, क्योंकि उदयपुर के बहुत से साथी थे जो वेबिनार में थे, तो उनसे मैं आमने सामने मिलना चाहता था। तो मौका लगा तो मैं गया, तो वहां पे हाइब्रिड मोड था। बहुत से लोग बाहर से जुड़े हुए थे, हमारे यहाँ जो वेबिनार में थे वो लोग भी, कई लोग जुड़े हुए थे वहां पे। तो इस तरह से बात होती है। तो हाइब्रिड मोड में यदि हो सके तो रखें तो ज्यादा।
और ये सुनील दुबे सर का भी अच्छा है, वो झारखंड में काम भी किए हैं और अच्छा लगा। मैं सर मोहनलाल सुखाड़िया में 2006 में मैंने कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड किया था मोहनलाल सुखाड़िया यूनिवर्सिटी में, 2006 में। तो अच्छा लगता है, उदयपुर पुरानी जगह है।
और उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में दिल्ली से ट्रेन निकल गई थी, तो अभी जा पाया मैं उदयपुर।
सर नहीं, ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
नेशनल एंथम के लिए आप लोगों को आमंत्रित करते हैं जी। जन गण मन अधिनायक जय,
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा में जागे सब सुबह आशीष मांगे, गाहे जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे, भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे, जय हे, जय जय।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय। और सभी का सहयोग मिला और आगे भी इसी तरह मिलता रहेगा। इसी के आशा के साथ सभी को सादर प्रणाम है। और मैंने कल जो इमिनेंट स्पीकर हैं इस सीरीज के, मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि यदि वो 15 दिन के अंदर हमको भेज देंगे तो अपने राइटअप, तो हम इस वॉल्यूम में जो हमारी हेरिटेज साइट पर है, उस पर नेचुरल हेरिटेज साइट पर एक वॉल्यूम बना, उसमें एक खंड बना करके मैं उसको भी रखूंगा। तो 15 सितंबर, क्योंकि अभी मैं चेन्नई जा रहा हूँ 3 तारीख को और मैं लौटूंगा, उसके बाद ये काम चल रहा है और ये जो आ जाएंगे नए राइटअप तो उसको भी मैं जोड़ सकूंगा। ठीक है,
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू
वेरी मच मिश्रा जी।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर मिश्रा, थैंक यू डॉक्टर अंसर साहब, ऑल अदर कॉलीग्स, थैंक यू,
नाइस टू सी यू,
थैंक यू।
ओके।